Hello, everybody. Let me just get this started up. So, welcome to the Zoomer Debates channel. This is a new channel. This is going to be for Zoomer-friendly topics. So, we're going to do topics for younger folks, more interesting, kind of more social, sort of funny topics over here. We're trying to get it started, so welcome anybody who's coming over from the Modern Day Debate chat. Hi, Bing Bong. Oh, my mic source. Oh, hang on. Here we go. That's probably a little too loud. Okay, there we go. Hi, Ben. I saw your super chats. Hi, Marlo. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Hi, Onichiji. Gosh, I am sweaty. I was so nervous for that. I wish I had asked Haz to marry me so we could reestablish the patriarchy together. That would have been funny, but is Infrared coming? I don't know. He was kind of what do you call it? Reticent. So I'm not sure. But let me go ahead and send this out. I'm glad everybody found it. Maybe somebody could link it in the Modern Day Debate Discord. Yeah, but I'm just getting this started, and the host of the show is going to come on in a minute. So, am I a commie? I'm not a commie. Hang on one second. Nina said she would come. I'm going to message her right now. So, we have a couple panelists lined up for you guys. It should be fun. We're just going to have a panel. Oh, hi. Here from the infrared stream. Okay. See, I am a narcissist, so I'm going to have to go back and see what Infrared's chat said about me, what Nina's chat said about me, what the Modern Day Debate chat said about me, and maybe what Crowdsource Politics chat said about me, because I have to know what everybody thinks, so. Hang on, Grace. Yeah, do you have any statistics on that? Because unless I see the statistics, I don't want to hear about it. She said you need statistics to figure out that breastfeeding gives you physical intimacy with your kid. Okay. But let me see. Let me go ahead and send this out. Hang on a second. Oh, okay. I have to send this to Nina. Okay. Nina, here you go. Whoops, I started my OBS. Okay. Hey, Dad.
Nice, sweetheart. Congratulations. Different than we thought, huh?
Ooh. Yes. I'm glad Zerka wasn't there, though, because it was much more
actually, I was quite impressed by Haz. I thought he was great.
Yeah.
Those other two were just crying the entire time.
I mean, yeah.
If you watch their faces, it was just... You know, and I know that we had originally come at it like Marxist-Leninism, right? But actually in the capitalist thing, and I know you don't know this point, but unlike patriarchy, which is just nature, capitalism is not natural. It is the product of a revolution against the Catholic Church, which is patriarchal because it is led by the Holy Father. So I know you missed that point, but that would be a reason to get an education on some level at some point.
Yeah. I was too busy.
And Marxism actually and Catholicism are not that far away. I remember my father, who was a supposedly fervent anti-communist, telling me that, bringing up a story where actually Fidel Castro or something said to Pope John Paul, like, you're the only real Marxist today. Because Catholicism is a rejection of Protestant capitalism. It's not a... Oh, now the old guy's on.
Well, so this is Zoomer
so it is
Debates.
All just about...
This is Zoomer Debate, so you're gonna...
Well, where's our homie? Where's our Wigga?
Our homie is on his way. He said he's finishing his coffee.
How does that make sense? We've been arranging this for days.
I don't know. I told him to start it up while the debate was ending. I don't know. Do we have Alex says, hello, my name is Alex, and I am a racist. I hope that's not a problem.
Al extremo del norte.
Infinite says that Jewish homosexual didn't read my super chat in the debate. What was your super chat? I thought Infinite's was read. Did he not read it all?
Well, Infinite, you know where your super chats are always read on Grace's channel.
Infinite,
And I
that
get
was
a
very
cut.
sweet of you.
Infinite, you're paying for my food.
You froze.
Oh.
Or did I freeze? Sorry, you just froze for a second there. You keep...
Am I better?
Okay, yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
It was interesting to watch. I know you didn't want to go hard on the personal with the soy boy stuff. Grace?
You are totally... You're blipping off on my end. You're freezing. Are you... Am I crazy, Chad? Is somebody freezing here? Am I freezing? It just... You cut out and I can't hear anything you say.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's on your side.
Okay. Maybe it's just my laptop.
I'm watching the stream and it doesn't seem to have the same problem.
Beluga seems to think we're commies.
Communist?
Mm.
Yeah, actually, the Catholic. I mean, I would really genuinely be interested in talking with Haz, and he didn't seem like he bought your. He wasn't like a simp for you. He didn't play that stupid game with you, which I give him credit for.
He doesn't have a sense of humor is his problem.
I think he did. How do I mirror? Okay, mirror.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I supported a man and he didn't appreciate it. Okay, fine.
Well, I mean, you were expecting this kind of like a fawning gratitude for it, and he was just like,
I fawned over him.
Right, that's how it goes. Anyways, whatever, Grace. So, are we doing something here?
I'm waiting for Easy, our Wigga host.
What is he doing?
He said he's finishing his coffee. I don't know. Sorry,
what does
guys.
that mean? Why can't he finish his coffee on the stream?
I don't know.
He has a stream going that says that we're doing a debate, doesn't he?
This is why you don't hire Wiggas to do your streams, I guess. Sorry, everybody. He'll be here in a couple minutes.
I don't know why you said men hire men. I was driving me crazy. Men hire men over women. Women hire men over women. Grace, you're running a corporation. You would hire a man over a woman. And there are a number of reasons why. One, men largely are not members of protected classes, so they can't sue you just because they're in the mood for it. Two, they're much less likely to get pregnant. Three, well, I mean, they're not less likely to get pregnant. They're not going to get pregnant. And, well, I don't know what I was saying. I forgot what I was saying.
You were saying this is why I would be more likely to hire a... Here
You're
he
a
is.
better deal, even if they cost way more.
What's goody?
Sleazy, what's going on? Why weren't you here ready to receive everyone? You are a bitch after all.
Unbelievable.
Listen, I just don't know how to use this as good, so I wasn't.
Oh, okay. You're OBS native?
Yeah, exactly.
You've got to teach Grace how to do that. She really needs to.
I'm down.
That's right, because you're a StreamYard guy.
Seems a little easier to me, and then I just use the discourse. Yeah. I
think actually StreamYard is like the downside of it's so easy that it's like there's no.
Well, that's what people keep telling me, so I gotta just try it out.
But if you started with OBS, then I could see how you'd say it's easy because you're just used to it.
Yeah, exactly.
But StreamYard is pretty easy.
Yeah, that's what everyone says to me. So I guess I.
I wish we had.
I sent you the wrong. I sent you the wrong.
Listen,
I sent it, but it sent to you in Discord.
Sorry. I think you sent me the wrong link too, because you sent me the link to the debate.
Hey, Nina. Nina, don't blip off. I come in peace. I was just kidding around when I was doing that stuff to you before.
Okay. Again, it was just annoying.
Oh, okay. You weren't offended because you called it sexual harassment.
Yeah, it was pretty sexual harassment that could be funny or it can't be, and then it can also be really fucking annoying. And that's the way that you were doing it. You were just being annoying.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there was a certain context, Nina. If you're going to be a cunt, you can leave.
Jeez.
Do you want me to leave? can leave.
Don't be so rude.
I'm not in charge
man.
of this channel.
I got you
No,
back,
but it's
Nina.
enough,
I got
Nina.
you
It's
back,
enough.
Nina.
I get it. You've got daddy issues.
That,
Relax,
you're gonna call me
sister.
a cunt
Relax,
because I said that
sister.
you're
You see
annoying.
Yeah, I'm gonna
how
call you a
you're
cunt
the
because
one
you've been
that's a
doing
little
this.
bit too sensitive.
You've been doing this. You've been doing this for hours.
Wait.
You know,
What
I
is
did the whole
this?
What
is
BDSM
this?
thing with me. You've
Ben,
got some
what is
daddy
this?
issues. It's not my fucking
Ben.
fault, sister.
What is
Just because I
this?
said you're pretty, what's offensive about that?
This
Not
I was simping. I was jokingly simping for you. What is so offensive
whatever.
about that?
And then I said it was weird and stop, and
you
you
called
wouldn't. So that's
sexual
where
harassment,
it
and you won't
started.
even admit that
Yeah,
that's
because
a
when I
little
tell
much.
you to stop, you
That's a
don't
little
stop,
cunty.
and
That's
that's
a little
a little
cunty.
bit. So, okay, well, your behavior was a little cunty, so I guess we're both cunty.
Okay, peace.
There we go. That's good. I like that.
But
I'm not here to
I'm not a sexual
Ben,
pervert
I'm not here to
because I
talk
simp.
to you.
Okay, so then get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Jeez.
Get the
Ben,
fuck out of here.
Well, kick me.
Ben,
I'm not in charge of this channel.
Ben,
SpeakeaZy
Ben.
is.
Ben.
If you're gonna be
chill,
rude, get the fuck
chill,
out of
chill.
here. That's what I would say.
Wait,
I'm
you're
saying I'm
being
not trying
rude
to talk
too,
to
guy.
you.
You gotta
I'm
take.
saying I'm
You
here
gotta
to
take
It's
talk to
this
fucking
out.
rude, Nina.
Wait,
it's
wait,
fucking
let's
rude.
all
Stop
be-
being
wait,
so
hold on,
goddamn
hold on,
rude.
hold on. Just chill for a second.
You are here to talk to me, bitch.
You were.
So let's
hot
talk.
since we came
You
in
are.
here.
I'm on this panel.
No,
You were hot.
I'm not getting.
Yo, hold up for a second, Ben. I muted you. Hold up. Wait, chill. You're unmuted. Chill. You're unmuted.
Now it's
But
you.
just-
I got a problem.
You
with
came hot
I
as
don't
soon as
care.
you
Yeah.
came in. You came.
Well,
hot
you
as
don't
soon as
understand
you
the
came in.
backstory. She's accusing me of sexual harassment because I simped for
Wait,
her. Openly
wait,
and jokingly.
wait.
My God.
I said it felt like you were sexually harassing me,
How did it feel?
like you were sexually
See?
harassing me.
And was it
Dog.
exciting?
No, I didn't
See
like it.
that?
That's what sexual harassment is.
Was it arousing though in a negative way?
All right, Ben. We're not picking on girls
Literally-
over here, Ben.
You're literally
Let's not do
doing it
that.
right now. Do you understand
how do
the?
we-
And how does it? I want to know how
There's
it
more
feels.
People that want to come up. How do we share?
I want to know how it
Stop.
feels. You
What-
said
I'm
it
annoyed.
feels
Send me
like
the
it. I
link,
just
Grace.
want to know what it feels like.
I'm
Send me
annoyed.
the link. Is it just the link that is right
Okay.
at the top of the fucking?
So then
bar
why don't
here?
you just
I share
relax?
that?
I'll send it to you.
Can
I'll
I-
send it to you.
Okay.
Here,
Grace,
this
can I
is what
talk
it
to you,
is.
or is this just going to be this?
Well, I mean, I don't think you should be rude to my dad, but you can talk to me. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the reason that I wanted to continue our conversation, right? You said you wanted to do an after show, or is this just what it's going to be? Because I don't have to be here. If that's upsetting.
No. The point we're gonna have
Nina,
more
you're not a
panelists.
victim
We're
of anything. You're welcome
we're
to be here.
s-
You're a
we
good
have
debater.
people who are gonna come on. We're just giving them a few minutes to come on, and we're gonna.
Yeah, we were
continue
going to
the
do a kind of little
conversation.
mini after debate if you wanted to participate
Okay.
or just bounce it around or whatever.
Okay.
Well, what did you want to talk about? Because we're waiting to get our guests. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Waiting
Well,
to get
I-
it together?
Continue
I sent
our
the link
conversation
out,
with
so-
Grace.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't know how to.
You
Is
just
there a way-
mute me
how
on
do I
accident.
edit? Yeah, I didn't mean to. I'm looking how to turn you guys down and whatnot. I'm
Oh,
using
go to
the
the- go to-
toolbox.
Go to the three
got it.
dots.
Got it.
Edit
got
mic
it,
settings. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Got it.
Have you
got
talked
it.
to Hunter Avalon?
Me? Yes, I have.
Oh yeah, you look familiar. I think I've seen you like
He's
debate
that
him a few
wiggle.
times.
The
Got
puberty
wiggle.
blockers.
Yeah, I think it was on something like that. You're like, yeah, you're Canadian, right?
Yes.
Well, he's more important.
Okay.
He's black. And if you
Shut
don't
up,
understand how
Ben.
that's
Shut
obvious,
up,
then,
Ben.
you know, that's
Shut
racist.
up, Ben.
Well, I'm just saying, I remember him
He's from
talking.
Canadian, obviously.
Because I listened to it, so I don't remember what you look like. So I just wanted to. Your voice sounded familiar.
Word.
You're gonna do you still talk to him or?
I tried to. There's a debate I'm trying to have with him right now, but he's ducking it because he likes debating like 16 and 15-year-olds.
Oh, he
What's
got
the debate?
absolutely crushed on that debate with the teenage girl though. What was her name? What was her name? Sanvi? Did you see
Oh,
that?
the recent one. Yeah, the recent one. Yeah.
Oh, he got pummeled. He even titled his own debate. He said, Hunter loses footing, then regains after a little while. Something like that. I was like, okay, dude, could just say you lost.
Yeah.
Well, and then he came back. I mean, I just feel like it's funny to say that, like, oh, you do make one mistake or whatever, then you don't. Like, I feel like that would be like a really dumb way to say anything. But I think that there was some decent points that I didn't watch the particular one, but I don't think that Hunter's a dumb person. And SpeakeaZy, I know that you don't think he's a dumb person either. Obviously, when you
No,
talk
I've
to him, you're
even
very
said to him.
respectful. Yeah.
Yeah. I even said to him, I was like, you're a smart person, Hunter. So like some of the stuff I'm saying, I know if you like stop being so biased, you'll see it. But there's certain things I think he's
yeah, I
a little
will.
bit like biased towards.
Yourself.
Easy, is Kyle one of your people? Because I don't know him.
Grace, they're not called your people. Okay, they're called African American fakes.
Yes. Let me.
He just left. I don't know what happened.
So, anybody here from the chat, like Yellow Cake Maker, you said you wanted to come up. There's the link. Kyle Johnson, I thought you wanted to. There's the link.
Hey Nina, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question because they're just doing this thing? We're thinking, Nina, about doing a different kind of debate channel that is a little more youth oriented. You know, a little shorter since you've been on debates, and with actual like clips to react to. You think that's a good idea?
I don't really think that would really be a good debate format, so I don't really understand what you're talking about.
Why? Because you prefer it to be just sort of like free form and blood sport and 2 hours.
Well,
long.
how are you going to react to something and then like you're going to get like, I'm a pause queen myself, where it's just like I pause and then react to it.
Pause?
Okay, so if you're watching, like, if you're reacting,
yeah,
then you pause and you commentate on it.
Yeah, yes, this person's been on the Crucible before. Traditional.
No, I mean,
culture.
like, Nina, we were going to try to play a little clip from. Oh, and here's ladies and gentlemen.
Yay, there he is.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hello.
Great comments in chat.
Yeah.
So this is Nina. As you know, you just watched her for 2 hours straight. This is Lay.
Nothing personal, but I was not convinced by her argument. Sorry, Nina.
That's fine.
We're supposed to be getting some lefties on here. Where's Radical Coder? He's always fucking...
Yeah, we're going to get Radical Coder.
We love Radical Coder.
Betty said she wanted to come too.
Do you have any particular point that you want to address with me?
No, I wanted to address the point with your teammate actually. He gave a good example of when the patriarchy worked, and he seemed to think that patriarchal people would look down upon his father, but it's quite the opposite. I think his father was a good example of when a man has to step into the leadership role and take on roles above and beyond what are supposedly prescribed
that's not
by
the
society.
Patriarchy working.
That is. The man stepped up to the leadership role and took charge of a situation.
But no, it seems more like the women,
including doing things that are I haven't finished speaking. Please don't interrupt me. Including not doing non-traditional male roles. See, a real man will happily step up to those, and a real woman will happily step up to her duties and roles and responsibilities too. It's not about shirking your duty or making believe that the world is or should be the way. It's about facing reality, and that's what real
people don't believe in the patriarchy. By definition, basically, you do not believe in the patriarchy because the patriarchy would say that it doesn't matter who is better at it. No, if it doesn't matter who is better at the role, just women should be child bearers. All they should be doing is staying in the house being the child bearers. That's what patriarchy says.
I can't remember your teammate's name, but if his father had
are any of these the teammate? None of these are the teammate, are they? There's Stern Fire.
No,
and SDR.
I don't think we can see them. I think that's just you can see them.
He gave a very good example of when a man stepping up to the challenge, basically. That's what the patriarchy is. It's about the best suited person to the role.
Okay, but patriarchy would shit on that.
Right? And that can include a woman, by the way. Patriarchal thinking can include women doing
Rosie the Riveter. Rosie the Riveter.
We were championing Grace, for example. It's not antithetical to women being empowered. It's not. It just means that the man
who has the power? Who has power?
The man leads, and everyone has power in all relationships. Even a lower ranking
so then
person
you don't believe in
has
patriarchy
power in a relationship.
And you don't believe in patriarchy.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Says that the men have
let me ask you a question.
Wait, can I ask a question? Wait.
Very quickly, just to answer her point. Very quickly, dude.
I just want to understand. I just want to understand Nina's definition of the patriarchy.
Yeah, great. That's great. Yeah.
Just like because like we can't have you guys can't have a conversation.
Do we have to have our own personal definition, or can we establish what the actual
whatever
definition
it means to you?
Well,
I think for a right-wing person,
we can't do whatever it means to you, because then we could just say whatever.
I think, but for his what he's trying to establish. I think what he's trying to establish is your definition of it, right? So, like, if you want to go by the actual definition, I'm okay with this too. But
I am 100% going to go.
Well, there are multiple definitions.
I'm not sure we agree on what that means.
There are multiple definitions. That's the problem with all these debates.
You and me have the same interpretation of what that means.
Okay, so what is
there are multiple definitions.
So, Nina, what is your opinion on the definition?
There's multiple definitions of like every single word if you're going to be like that. Like, what do you mean? We're talking
Yeah,
about
well, I
patriarchy.
mean,
It's
like,
just
for
in
example,
Wait.
Okay. You asked me a question. Let me answer. A system of society or government in which a father or eldest male is head of the family and descendant traced through the male line. Another aspect of that is not mutually exclusive from that. You could say it's two definitions, but I mean, I would kind of say it's the same one. A system of society of government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it.
No, that definition I do not.
Yeah, that's a political definition.
Okay, so
that secondary add-on, that secondary adjunct that you added onto, I do not agree with.
Do you want? Can you Google right now?
Yeah, like,
I don't need to Google. I'm a
okay, but the thing I just read you was what the definition is on Google.
That's why I asked you to
Google
clarify.
Definition, though, right? That is
that's
she is right. That is the Google
interpretation.
That's literally the Google definition, my guy.
That's not the Oxford English Dictionary definition of the word.
Why is that
what is that?
That's a politicized interpretation.
Read that.
Of the word.
Read that then.
Patriarchy. I'm Greek. I know what both halves of that word mean. Patri, as in father, archy,
no,
as
read
in
the Oxford Dictionary.
Leadership.
I don't give a shit what you're talking about.
I'm Greek. I know the etymology of the word.
Okay, so can you read? Do you want me to look it up? I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you. I don't know why you're being so slimy about this.
Patri means father. Archy means system.
I like Nina's energy.
We're not really going anywhere. Just trying to like.
But anyway, my question to you was about power. You said that in a patriarchy, not everyone has power. Let me give you a very simple analogy. In the military, for example, do you think that the low-ranking new recruits have zero power? They might not have as much power as the general, but do you think they have zero power?
Obviously on a scale, but to give you the Oxford Dictionary, because apparently that's what you care about, a society, system, or country that is ruled or controlled by men, compare matriarchy.
Yeah, as opposed to a matriarchy.
It didn't have that second
Leno,
it's just weird phrasing there.
Wait, Leno, in most wars, this is the truth. Most modern wars have been lost because, do you know what? Of what part breaking down? Not the men on the front lines. The support lines. When the support lines break down,
what's happening on the ground,
right?
What's
World War I was trench warfare. Yeah, when men
getting the food to the front lines and the fuel. That's
gain
what
a foot of line because the leaders way back there in the bunkers didn't know what the fuck was happening on the front lines.
Why are we talking about war though? Like, how's that relevant?
Wait, hang on 1 second. I'm gonna hop off and I'm gonna put Radical up, okay? Because I don't want more than 8 people on the panel.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, come down and get me some food, Grace.
That was the entire point I wanted to talk about.
Nino, we can talk some other time. We got a good panel here. We got a good panel. Please.
I'll blip off, Grace. I'll blip off. Because Nina can't.
Okay. All right.
She's got enough.
Only men that have power, and that's not true. They are the predominant power, and that's as nature intended.
Who's getting off?
But that's the entire point of patriarchy: is that they are the highest position of power.
That doesn't mean that women have no power. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that
I didn't say that.
They play a very vital role. They have a very powerful role to play.
Okay, I didn't say that. I'm saying there's an imbalance of power.
Okay, so can we do this then? Wait, Jeno, can we do this then? Like the patriarchy is
turn your music off.
This dumbass.
What is this intro music?
This fucking guy.
Radicals, turn your fucking music off.
What's wrong with you, bro?
Look at him. Turn your music off, dude.
Love's a nice touch.
Oh man.
Okay,
unmute
yourself.
We don't have that much time, so can we get a little quick here? I got like maybe 10 more minutes.
By all means, address any of those points.
He's.
Oh shit. Okay.
So can we agree that so can you guys just like come to an agreement? A patriarchy is that men are in more higher positions.
I have a great definition.
Does that work for you guys both? Is that wait? Does that work for you both?
Yes, but I would say they don't have the.
Wait, what about Nina? Does that work for Nina?
Just in charge.
Sure.
Okay. It's just because if you guys are gonna talk about something, I feel like you both have to at least have the same.
I don't have a lot of time.
That's helpful, SpeakeaZy. But the difference I'm saying, so we know what the difference in what we're saying is too. She's saying that under that system, women have no power. I'm saying under that system, women.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all.
In charge.
You're straw manning me. I didn't say that.
You're implying.
Let's move on.
Strongly.
No, you need to say no. Let's not get caught up in this. Can you stay focused and can you say what you actually want to ask me?
Address any of the points I made. Over to you.
No, we're just trying to establish. You want to address my points when it comes to Patreon? Ask your fucking question.
I'm empowering you as a female. Speak. Address any of the things I said.
What are you asking me?
To address any of the comments I just made, if you were listening.
I wasn't listening,
And
so
you
I'll just bring
respond-
up my definition because it's
Alright,
better
this
than
is
all
a
the ones you guys were
counterproductive
using.
waste of time. I only came up
You
here
can leave
to-
if you want. That's
I like
fine.
SpeakeaZy.
No, you
and to
were
wish
just
Grace
trying to
well.
establish
You're
what
clearly
your
not
questions were
interested
just
in it.
directly
No,
related
you're
to what
very
patriarchy
disingenuous.
is.
You're very disingenuous. You're pretending you don't hear
Really
what I'm
sounds like
saying.
you're being.
No, you really. I just told you several times what my
We had
thesis was.
Ryan come in
Who's
here
What my
playing
whining?
point is.
music
It has to
multiple
be.
times
What the
while you're
fuck is
talking.
this?
You think I can
Any
hear
of it.
everything you fucking
Over
say?
to you,
Can you
sweetheart.
just
Address
say what
any
your
of it.
definition
You
is
have the
then?
floor. You have the floor.
What is your question? I don't know how to
You have
answer
the
your
floor.
question if you're not going to tell what your question
You
is,
said your
motherfucker.
time was limited. You have the floor. Say anything you like.
To you? I don't give a fuck about what
Anything.
you're talking
Okay,
to you.
I think
Gino,
she
why
wanted
wouldn't
to talk
you-
to Grace anyways, right? She wanted to talk to Grace,
Yeah.
you know? So let it, like, I think they
Grace,
were
I wanted to
addressing-
mention the fact of, like, I feel like
addressing
there is a
then, like,
really
people
weird
can, like-
aspect.
Here, I
Grace,
posted it. I
that-
posted a definition in chat because this is way
Oh
better
my God,
than all the
this
stuff
is
you
such a
guys were
mess.
saying.
Okay,
I know it
sorry.
is. I understand.
Go,
But I think I bet everyone here can agree on this. I bet everyone can agree on this
Joker.
definition.
Hold on. I want to ask Grace. Again. I don't have a lot of time. Yeah, we talked about this. I don't have a lot of time. But Grace, why did you say that the father is should be the head of the household because of anatomy?
Well, I think I'm saying by nature, if a man and woman are married and they're going to have a family together, the man is the, like, if you're going to talk about it in sexual terms, the man is the penetrator and the woman is the receiver. So obviously he's the aggressive dominant one and she's the submissive receptive one. And it's just the physical manifestation of the reality between men and women.
Why
so
should
of course,
okay, so with that logic, does that apply to their children, or like, I don't understand that.
well, children are subject to both the
Our
man
parents.
and the woman.
Okay, but okay, so then they should be equal, right? Women, so they shouldn't be the head of the family. They should just be the head of between men and women, right? Because of the only reason you're saying
well,
anatomically. Or,
should they be the head of the family? I guess I would say in general, they are creating something with the woman, which is a family, which is children. So they should be the leaders and sort of make the decisions about the family. But of course, the women are generally more in charge of the kids in day-to-day life. And I don't think the woman has to ask, the wife has to ask the husband everything about the kids. But in general, the big decisions he would make. But I mean, women take a receptive role to their kids. They're empathetic. They listen to them. They... You know,
so the women should be the head of the family then.
Why should women be the head? Why?
Well, you just said that because
are we even speaking the same language? Are you listening to what other people say?
Wait. Why are you
She answers her own points and addresses things that no one said. Then when someone makes a point, she doesn't fucking.
Hey, maybe just shut the fuck up and you'll actually
Well,
understand what I'm
don't mute
saying.
me. If you want me to leave, I'll leave. But don't fucking mute me. I was in the
Please
middle.
leave.
I kind of want you to leave.
Please leave. You're wasting my time. I don't have that much time. Please leave.
Chill.
No!
Yo.
Hi, bitch. Yo, Grace, you should bring on Hayat's Vadim. He's got a huge channel.
Screen?
Okay.
By the way,
Hell yeah.
for
What's
people
up,
who
Vadim?
can't
Good
see
to
it,
see you,
because I
buddy.
do have him.
I
don't have it on screen, luckily. He just showed his deck. Just for anyone in my chat. I don't have anything on the screen, so they didn't see it. Fucking idiot.
He didn't show it. He didn't show it. He didn't show it. He didn't show it.
Tell me if you guys saw that.
He didn't show it. I clicked him off before.
Power trip for him, or what? Like, does he get something from that?
He's ridiculous. That's a foreigner. All in all.
Grace, I hope you know the community.
No. I sorry, what?
He's talking about what he thinks is strong.
I just replayed it. There's nothing. It's just his pants, and then I moved him. That's it.
Wow.
Okay, so we don't have to restart the stream. But
Good
I'm sorry. So,
Grace.
oh, I'm used to it. I'm porn bombed quite a bit.
I've seen a lot of dicks on your channel, Grace.
Yep.
So, like,
You know,
why do you think there should be resistance to like change in society? Like, you have your idea of what a family should be, and it has changed in the past. But why do you think it should stop here? Like, no more.
Are you asking me that?
Oh yeah, whoever wants to answer.
Wait, resistant to change? I want change. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I feel like
Wait,
that was more of a question for Grace.
before we keep going with this, I
Yeah,
just
I
want
knew it was
to.
for me.
I know Nina has only a limited amount of time, but I just want to make sure. So Ryan is. I'm just gonna move people. So Ryan is on Nina's side. I don't know, like if you guys are pro or anti. Like, can we just organize this a little bit?
It doesn't need to be teams. Let's just talk. Why do you have to have a side?
Okay, well, generally people take a position on a debate, but okay.
I'm
This isn't a
probably
debate, so-
on both Nina and Ryan's side. Just
Well,
so you
wait.
know.
So Nina, you said because women are in charge of children that they should be in charge of the family. Was that your point to me?
Well, I was trying to go with what you're saying because I didn't really feel like you said that anatomic. Now I feel like I'm like weird about this, but I want to I'll ask about a different thing, just to move away from that aspect. My dog is freaking the fuck out. Hopefully you can't hear him or her. But you mentioned masculine and feminine traits, and I think that there are masculine and feminine traits physically. But why do you think that there's masculine, feminine traits that have to do with behavior? Because to me, I would imagine that those are socially constructed ones. If you're taught to lead, you're gonna be able to lead better.
Well,
my dog is gonna. I'm listening.
Sure. I would say there's two things. I would say there are socially constructed masculine and feminine, not so much roles, but like things like pink and blue. That's like complete social construct. And gender is a social construct. It is a construct of how we present ourselves in society. It's not a physical reality. But of course, that's extremely strongly tied to your biological sex. And your biological sex does influence how you behave. Like, masculine traits come from what testosterone makes you do, and feminine traits
What is a masculine trait?
For example, aggressiveness. That comes from testosterone.
I'm pretty aggressive.
Yeah, women have testosterone too, but men just have more testosterone. Way more.
Okay,
and
so then why does it matter? If it comes from testosterone and women have testosterone, why does it matter?
Because obviously men have much more testosterone and women have much more estrogen.
Okay,
and so,
but there's plenty of women that have more testosterone than men, so...
Right, I would just say... I don't know the science. I don't think that's exactly true. I think men have it in a exponentially higher than women. But even if that was true, I'm not saying that there aren't anomalies. And actually with the patriarchy, I am not saying that most men are fit to lead women and children. A lot of men have a lot of problems with leadership, and they're very... I don't know, I would say feminized. And the same for women. Most women would not be at home and just totally ready to go cook and clean and take care of kids all day. It's been a...
You don't have to be a leader to be a good mother? How could you lead your children?
No, here's what I would say. So both sexes have both of these traits. Of course, women can be great leaders like Queen Elizabeth, but men are just generally better and they have much more of it. And of course, men can also be very empathetic and nurturing, but women just generally have much more of those traits because they have more estrogen. Way more.
But what are you basing that off of?
What do you mean, what am I basing it off of?
Nurture has nothing to do with estrogen.
Can I ask?
Well, I don't know the exact physicality, but the
so
masculinity and femininity.
You're wrong then?
Well, but I know it's true. I don't know exactly how it works with estrogen, but I know that it's true of masculinity, that is related to assertion, dominance, aggression, violence, etc.
Are you talking about masculinity or are you talking about testosterone? Because those are not the same thing.
Testosterone is the physical sort of manifest. It's what causes
but you said that
masculine
women and men
traits.
Both have it.
Yes, and men and women both have testosterone in their bodies, but men have it exponentially more than women.
People also have control of themselves, so they can
specific.
change their behavior regardless of their biological makeup, right? Like, people have power to make choices. So, why should one small thing about you mean oh, okay, I have to behave like man because this is my body, right? You can choose what you want.
To follow up on that, I think we might agree that there are going to be these differences on average. At the end of the day, even if we had a fully egalitarian society, we still might see some disparity in the emergence of these different traits. But so what is you're describing that these traits do have some disparate, right? Or some disparity between them among men and women biologically. Maybe that's true. Then what's the prescription? Why does that necessitate patriarchy then? Why should that produce patriarchy?
Well, if you define patriarchy as a system of organization where simply all we're saying is that men are the leaders. We're not saying that men are better than women. We're not saying that women can't have extremely important roles, just that men generally are in charge.
No, patriarchy does mean that men are better than women. That is just
okay. So that's the crux of the issue. Do you think that somebody who's a good leader is better than somebody who is not a good leader, who's somebody who's a follower?
What? I'm talking about patriarchy. Patriarchy
you
says
just
that women
said
can't be. No, patriarchy says that women cannot be leaders. It doesn't matter how good they are at anything. Doesn't mean how much testosterone a biological female has. It doesn't matter. All that patriarchy says is that if you got a dick, you got at everything better than one that doesn't have one. And
that is
why
absolutely
it's
not
and
true.
Stupid. Okay.
No, you're missing. Okay, so
where that's not the case.
I also don't agree with that.
But the definition of patriarchy is simply a system of organizing society where men are generally in charge. That does not mean just because. Look, I could say me and my brothers.
Trans men in that, because then maybe we could get on.
I would not say trans people of any sex are like mentally stable enough to lead. So no.
That's an
But-
insane thing to say.
That's
By
an
the way,
insane
that's a
thing to
really
say.
insane.
I would say
statement.
generally people with mental illnesses are not going to be great leaders.
Yeah,
Probably,
right.
but they might be
leaders
able
might
to.
have.
Be careful
mean,
with the 2S here.
Well,
Well,
I guess
it's
unfortunately.
considered
Has there ever been,
an
like, a
illness,
different
gender
system?
dysphoria, right?
Yeah,
Is it
gender
not
dysphoria
considered a
is-
mental illness?
Has there ever
It
been
is.
like a different
No,
system?
it's a
to
condition, I don't
patriarchy? It's
know.
just been the same thing forever.
Okay, mental
I think it is
condition,
considered
fine.
illness,
Mental
but,
condition.
But regardless, like a lot of.
I don't
like,
think somebody with
leaders might have, like,
schizophrenia
depression
would
and
make a
stuff,
great leader
like,
either. So
Well, I mean, that's a much more severe mental illness.
Okay, being trans is not the same as being schizophrenic. That's really
Yeah.
offensive.
well, it's a
And
mental
to even make
condition.
Gender
Yeah,
Okay, so
dysphoria.
Or
is
somebody with
ADHD.
depression. Somebody with depression or ADHD.
So ADHD people. Okay, so ADHD people.
Have you
cannot be
seen
leaders.
Ryan? Have you seen Ryan? You think he'd make
What are
a
we
great
talking
leader?
about now?
I don't
I
think
do
so.
make a great
I
leader.
mean, I think I'm a better leader than you are, and I have ADHD.
Trans individuals cannot.
Well,
have-
okay. I mean,
Hey,
I'm not saying it's
my mic
they're
on?
excluded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead.
you're just
It is. We can
quiet.
hear you.
Yeah, thanks for talking over the very first thing I said. Yeah, just to
a little
let
quiet.
you know, there are. Oh, okay, wait. Hello.
Much
Hey,
better.
Yeah, you're good.
everybody.
You're good. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, first of all, trans individuals don't necessarily have to have gender dysphoria. They don't necessarily have to have the what you're talking about, like a condition like that is the case. I just want to kind of like delineate that. But I wanted to ask, because I don't have a whole lot of time, I wanted to ask you, Grace, is there a time in American history? I imagine you're American, right?
Yeah.
Or Canadian. All right.
Born
So
and
is-
raised.
Is there a time in American history where you did think that patriarchy was oppressive to women, that women were getting like fucked over as a result of what was going on due to,
Yes,
patriarchy being
actually,
a thing?
absolutely, yes. I would say during
So-
the 1950s, I would say that because of the instability created by World War II, that the American public wanted to make things very, very stable and secure. And so they had this insane culture where women had to be these dolls in their dollhouses, vacuuming and cooking. And it was very, it was cartoon character because everybody wanted stability. And I think it was oppressive of both men and women. I don't think men were trying to hurt women. But I do think it's kind of insane to take a full-grown
Okay.
adult woman, lock her in the house she wasn't locked,
Sure,
but like
sure.
to
So
say
I get-
that's normal it's not normal.
Oh yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying, and I agree with you on that. That was an example of that. I guess my first question, really going somewhere else, but my first question is, did you think that it was going on before then, or it was just like 1950s was like where it started? And then just when did it end, if it like started in the 1950s?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's patriarchy. I would say I still think we have a patriarchal society, and men are
okay.
generally in charge of things.
Would
so
you
I
agree?
would
Would you
just-
agree? Would you agree that decades ago it was much easier for men to get away with domestic violence in America? Like, do you think that is the case?
Domestic violence. I mean, the thing about domestic violence is, I don't know, to be honest with you. I think people way overplay that. Like this 50s guy comes home and beats his wife because she didn't make dinner the way he wants it.
But was it easy? Well, was it easier? Because really where I'm going with this is that, well, first of all, it no doubt was. There weren't even laws well established about those things.
Laws or a new
I don't think.
Wait. This is just like, I just want to get out like kind of the gist of where I'm going with this. It's like, yeah, this shit undoubtedly. I mean, there's a lot of other examples that we can give of ways that I think you would agree things were bad for women decades ago. And it's like, just like with racism,
not really.
Like
in a way that
I'm almost done. Just
okay.
like racism, we're still dealing with racism, right? So like, it's just like, where is the cutoff? There's we clearly would still be dealing with, at the very least, significant reverberations of that patriarchy that was going on decades ago.
Okay, well, the domestic violence thing. First of all, I'm not sure, like. The hyper criminalization of that. Okay, a lot of the time, people who are in domestic violence situations are participating. The women are participating. They go back to that guy, right? It becomes a cycle of abuse where the women are also abusing the domestic violence reporting system. That is true a lot of the time. Battered women's shelters are full of battered women who are going to go. They're going to go back to the men who battered them.
Give me some
you don't know the data on this.
Really
like you literally just said you don't know the data, and then you just say that you know data. Shut the fuck up about that. Come on.
I'm not saying I know data. It's just I know abused women, and I.
It's true.
I don't think he was talking about that. I think that's actually quite inflammatory and just sort of distracts to the point. He was talking about like progress. Has there been progress since then? And has it
well, also women now abuse domestic violence and rape laws. They I mean, not all the time, but that is something that women abuse. No, it is not. It is not rare that women accuse men of rape and they did not rape them.
You don't know that
because
it is not rare. That happens all the time. I don't know, like you see it. You see it in mainstream culture.
Are you that dumb? Like, are you serious?
You see it in mainstream culture. Women obviously.
When? Give me a mainstream culture example.
I talked to a woman the other day who came on my stream who said she was raped by a guy.
That woman you berated while she told you her rape story? Yeah, I watched that. That was fucking disgusting, Grace. And that's not an example of you.
She got drunk with a guy. She got drunk with a guy and went home with him. And then she said he raped her.
She told a story of when she was like 20, 21. How old was she?
Yeah, 21.
She was 21. She was out of the bar, and this guy bought her like a ton of shots, took her back to his place, and then gave her orange juice that she thought was spiked. And then she woke up, or she said no like a bunch of times, and he continued to have sex with her and go down on her, all this stuff. Well, she said no, and you said
that's not what she said. That's actually not her. That's not even her story. That's not even her story.
That's absolutely her story.
No, it isn't. First of all, when he went down on her,
a little mixed up, but
when he went down on her, she said no, and he got off of her and went to sleep.
I think she.
That's what she said.
Part of it, yeah.
That's what she said.
Anyway,
the
story is relevant.
2 to 10% of rape claims are false. Is that a lot, or do you not care about actual statistics?
Okay, but they also say 70% of rapes are not reported. Okay, so
you just
how
don't
do
believe
you?
In anything? So you can just say nothing.
Statistics can be misleading.
What do you
I think
believe in?
What do I believe in?
Is rape underreported or overreported then?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Statistics are misleading. People say 70% of rapes are unreported, but how do they know they're unreported if they're unreported, right? It can be misleading. Data can be read both ways.
No, that doesn't make any
sense. Surveys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, so then they're reported. So then they're reported.
No,
that's not what it means.
When you say reported,
so we call people up randomly and we ask them, "Hey, have you ever been raped?" And then, like, let's say 20% of people say, "Yeah." And then we look at the reporting, which is when
but you don't know if they've actually been raped. They're just saying they've been raped. So you don't. So that's evidence, but you don't have any evidence.
The questions are more nuanced than just have you been raped.
I think it's really easy to have it like a criminal prosecution when it comes to fake claims. Do you think that's a really easy thing to do?
Do I think it's really easy to have criminal prosecution when it comes to fake claims?
On a fake rape claim.
You mean is it really easy for
like criminally prosecuted for fake rape claims?
It may not go all the way to them going to jail, but their reputations are ruined, like almost permanently, as soon as a woman accuses them of rape, even if there's zero evidence and it's not true. That is
sometimes
biased
you just end up
against
on the Supreme Court.
It may not always go to court, but the damage is done by the time.
Sometimes you end up on the Supreme Court when you get accused of rape.
Rape, the fact that we're talking about female cases 90% of the time, don't you think that illustrates something about the imbalance of power?
Fair. Thoughts?
I'm sorry, I got distracted by something.
What is traditional thing? I haven't heard that. David, keep going. Yeah, I didn't hear David.
Women are usually victims of rape, which I think might illustrate the imbalance of power and sort of men's entitlement to sexual gratification and to take.
How many rapes do you think that are reported as rapes are literally like a guy taking a woman out of nowhere and forcing himself on her, and she says no?
I think the majority are from.
I think the majority. I think a lot of it is sex regret.
I need
Sex
to
regret.
I don't think so.
Okay, Grace, do you think that a child is raped if it's their like uncle that is like, oh, I want you to do this with me, and then they don't know what they're doing? Is that raping them?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so then why are you relating it to just getting like beat up into a court? Do you think getting drugged, and then not being able to fight back necessarily? You're not necessarily like you're not getting pulled into a.
I wasn't really.
It's
saying
somebody
that.
that you're comfortable with, but
I wasn't talking about the means of the rape and like how it happened. I was kind of saying like most of the victims are women. Do you think that might illustrate that there's an imbalance of power in our society as it is?
So, David, why do you think that might be? I mean, I'm not even sure if that's true, but why do you think that most victims of rape would be women?
Can we be a little bit more accurate? It's that most perpetrators are men. It's not that most victims are female.
Because I thought actually
victims of rape, especially in the prison context, that are male, but the perpetrator is always male.
Okay, why is
the perpetrator? It's like 95% plus. Yeah.
I mean.
Why?
I don't know. I guess because there's sort of an ideology that men have the right because they're in the power. Like, as we've been discussing, like patriarchy, men are in the power seat. So maybe they feel like they have a right to take what they want. Maybe that's kind of indoctrinated into them through growing up.
What kind of soy boy cuck? Oh my god! So you think men are like men think they're better than women, so they go around raping them? That what you just hate men? Men don't do that. I don't think most men even find the idea of rape sexually exciting.
Who are these people that you're talking about that are jumping on a bush as raping women?
I think it's extremely rare. But I think it does happen.
You literally just said that was the majority of people.
Is incredibly rare.
I wasn't talking about jumping out of fucking bushes,
just said
guys.
That's the majority of people who rape people.
I wasn't
so we're
talking
going
about
off of what
bushes.
she said.
Yeah, I'm saying what people consider rape. What people consider rape, I do not consider rape. So when people say that there's this many rapes or whatever, I would not say that's rape.
Okay, so let me ask you, Grace. So I was dating a guy at one point, and I did not. He wanted to have sex every single night, multiple times a day. I didn't want to. I was like, no, I didn't. I was like, no. But he would like make my life like a living hell if I said no. Do you think that I was kind of getting raped there?
Absolutely not.
Really?
You could have.
Why?
Well, I mean, first of all, what does dating mean? Were you going to get married to him? Secondly, you could have left at any point, so you were completely free. You can't be raped if you're completely free.
That is not
so
true.
that is a great look into your ideology. I can't wait for you to have an abusive relationship, and you're going to be saying the same thing.
How can you be raped if you're freely with somebody? You could have dumped him and moved on.
Ruin my life if I say no?
He would have ruined your life if you said no? What does that mean? How would he have ruined your life?
Shit to me, all my family, he talked shit to all of our friends. I didn't have a good friend group myself. So yeah, he took advantage of the fact that I was vulnerable in that position where I didn't like all of my friends were his friends. So if I didn't have sex with him, he would literally be a catty, annoying bitch, and he would like pout and be super annoying and then talk shit about me.
Okay, but
I'm curious.
He wasn't. Look, I could see that maybe being an abusive relationship, but he wasn't forcing you. It's not rape. It's not rape.
That's what I. But how do I avoid that? How do I avoid that?
Hold up. Y'all talking at the same time. David trying to add in here too. So let David and then Grace go back. And
go ahead, David.
Nina, you know.
Like, I mean, why are you framing this as like Nina's fault as well? Like the guy, he was just following his nature or what? Like. He did nothing wrong in that scenario?
If a man is treating you badly, it's your responsibility to get away from him. I'm sorry,
so
it's your responsibility.
It's responsibility to not treat somebody badly.
You have to do what you can do. I'm not saying he did anything fine.
I can do, but
he certainly didn't rape you.
Why is it my fault? Why isn't it his fault?
But are you calling it rape? I don't know what we're discussing here. Maybe he was an abusive person. I don't know. It
could be a form of, I'm not going to like prosecute him. I'm not trying to like go to the law here, but I'm saying I don't think that I didn't consent to it. It was very much coerced. So we can have that argument, but that's not what the point that David's talking about. And I think he's right when he says it.
Well, this is what I mean when people who say that they've been raped, it's not real rape.
No, we're not talking about that. Is it my fault? Or is it him? But maybe he shouldn't be an asshole.
And also,
why are you blaming me?
Instances of,
I think it's your fault in the sense that you could control it and you could have gotten away with him and you had sex with him so he wouldn't talk shit about you. I don't know what to tell you. How is he going to ruin your life? Talking shit? You had sex with somebody to stop him from talking shit about you?
Nightmare.
Okay, so then call the police on him. I don't know what. Call the police on him then.
For what? Because people are going to treat.
Is he doing something
right now? You bitch. Are you not understanding that? The way that you're treating me right now is exactly the way that the police would treat me. So why the fuck would you think that I would call them?
Was he doing anything illegal?
No, what are they gonna do?
Was he doing anything? Was he doing anything illegal?
Move on from this, guys.
What was he doing? I'm trying to understand the situation. You said he was going to talk shit about you. That doesn't seem like a reason not to leave a guy. I don't know what you're talking about.
My point is that it was why you're not being empathetic to her situation and you're defending some random guy that was a dick. Like, I don't really understand.
I'm not defending him. I'm not. I don't know anything about what he did. I'm just saying she wasn't raped.
Call the police on her.
Like,
on him.
Well, what was he gonna do if he was literally coercing you to have sex and he was threatening you and blackmailing you or something? Then you call the police. Right?
And what are they gonna do? They're like you.
But also,
if you have proof that he's threatening you, if you record him,
no, he would do it in bed while we're in bed. Do you think I should record him?
Well, how do you get you into bed with him? How did you get him into bed?
I have to do some crazy. I was living with him.
She brought it up. I can't question her if she brings up a personal. She brought up a personal story.
Yeah, no, I know, I get it, but I think now it's like getting personal. It's
she made it personal. No, she brought up her own personal story. I'm not even judging her. I don't know the situation.
Well, you were.
You are absolutely judging me.
I'm not defending this guy. I don't know anything about him. She called it rape. I'm saying that's not rape if she was freely with him. Now she's trying to she's explaining to me how it wasn't free. I'm saying, okay, let me understand how it wasn't free.
Okay,
I can pull it back to David's question. This scenario where like, I think to David's point, this seems like an example of someone who, regardless of how you characterize it or how she characterizes it, this is someone who felt more entitled to sex than they were, and they were willing to cross boundaries in their relationship in order to get that sex because they felt so entitled to it.
Okay, well, if he's an abusive guy, then maybe you have.
It's not. We can remove the word abusive because I know it's triggering for you, Grace. Like we don't have to use that word. Like I agree with Nina, but like that it is absolutely. But we're talking about someone who, regardless of how you characterize it, they were definitely crossing boundaries, and they were doing so because they felt entitled to have sex with this person, even when that person didn't want to have sex with them.
Well, I don't know if you were like living with him, but you were freely sharing space with him, right? You chose him, and you could get away from him.
You're focused on this one personal thing.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Can we make more of an abstraction?
You're literally a rape apologist, and that's fine.
Let Mark talk.
A rape apologist because you lived with your boyfriend and he wanted.
Stop, Grace. Stop.
Because I think it is now, and you're saying that
it's
not.
Yes.
How am I a rape apologist? I'm not even defending this guy.
Everyone chill for a second.
Everyone chill
for a second. Hold up, bro. Hold up.
I have another question.
Hold up. We're talking over each other. So let Mark go. Then you go next. Traditional culture.
We're gonna do
I'm gonna unmute you guys, but don't keep talking over each other. It's getting crazy. I can't even hear you guys.
And the hypothetical is this: do you think that a man should be having sex with a woman who doesn't want to be having sex with him in that moment? Personally, I can answer this really easy for me. I would never have sex with a woman if she didn't want to have sex with me right now.
You're right, it's personal, so it's a bit of a weird question.
But what is the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Generally, when people have that relationship, sex is a part of it.
Do you think that a relationship changes this dynamic? That a man should have sex with a woman who doesn't?
Each relationship is different. You can't compare yours to everyone else's.
No.
To be fair,
I think he's making a good point. Let her answer.
Do you think that a man? You have an idea of a man. I know you.
Okay.
Do,
okay.
Go ahead. You have an idea of the responsibility the man holds in society, in a relationship, in a family. Do you think that a man should be having sex with someone who doesn't want to be having sex with him?
No, I do not think so. And I don't think most men would, but I do think if you're boyfriend and girlfriend, so you're, just hear me out. So you're not married. Okay, so everything's fuzzy, right? You're living together, but you're not committed. There's an expectation of sex. I don't know what their relationship was like, but if she freely chose to live with this guy and not have him be committed to her and not report him for anything, I don't know. Maybe he was an abuser, maybe not. I don't know the situation, but all I'm saying is she had the freedom to leave and she didn't. So how?
I know the situation.
Well,
okay. Well, I'm only going off of what you gave me.
Situation. We're just talking about a hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
So
let's stick to the hypothetical.
So if you hypothetically live with that person,
Yeah,
then
so there
then you would change your opinion on that, like that like you should have sex with them if they don't want to have sex, or I mean the question still stands that he said. I don't understand where.
I think
in a romantic relationship of some amount of sexual activity, right? So I think that there would be a problem if a man found himself in a situation where he wanted to have sex with his partner and his partner never wants to have sex with him. That does create a problem, right?
He should communicate it. He should just talk about
it. I don't think if you're boyfriend and girlfriend, you as the girlfriend have the right to just refuse. You have the right, but then you should break up. You should break up because there's an expectation of sex, and if you don't want to have sex with this person, then what are you doing together?
Let me ask you again. Like this is kind of the same exact question, but you're living with your partner. Do you think that they are obligated to have sex with you?
I don't think boyfriend-girlfriend partnerships without commitment make any sense at all. Are they obligated? Nobody's obligated to have sex.
You're together.
I think married people have an obligation. I think married people have an obligation to have sex with each other. Yes.
Okay, so you think that if your wife or a boy or husband does not want to have sex, he should have to have sex with you?
I mean, I think it's an issue of communication, but I essentially my thing is
there's not a communication. They're saying that they don't want to.
Okay, but the reason depends. It's important because if he doesn't want to,
would you want to have sex with somebody who says that they don't want to have sex with you?
I mean, I believe that the Catholic view of marriage is that sex is an obligation that of course you should both participate, but like once you sign up to be married.
I'm not asking like your Catholic values. I'm asking you.
Well, I am Catholic.
Do you? Okay, I understand that, but I'm saying you as an individual right now in this conversation. Mm-hmm. Do you think that if your partner your husband does not want to have sex with you, he should be obligated to have sex with you?
Yes, I do think so. Yes, and vice versa. Yes.
Okay, so you would be
an obligation
with fucking somebody that does not want to fuck you.
To be fair to Grace would also say that in a healthy relationship where both partners are glad that they're in it, they would regularly want to be having sex with each other. This is
you don't know. You can have a normal relationship and not have sex in it, man. Like this, people are different.
Sometimes men and women when they're married, sometimes they're tired and they don't particularly want to have sex, but the other person wants to have sex because it gives them that intimacy and they need it, and they owe that person sex. They do. If they're married.
Wait a second. Traditional culture. Wait a second. Traditional culture wanted to say something earlier. He looks like he's very ready to say something. What do you got to say, buddy?
All right, so I had a question for you, Grace, because it sounds like you're very up on this idea that like patriarchy is something that's completely natural, right?
Yeah, I would just call it that. I wouldn't even call it patriarchy. Yes.
So, are you familiar with the existence of matriarchal societies all over the ethnographic record?
I know there's a couple. I don't think
there's not a couple. There's a lot.
Well, I mean, if you want to, like, I think there's modern matriarchal cultures. For example, I think Italian, Black, and Irish American culture are very matriarchal. They prize the mother. They have this Madonna whore complex, and the fathers are undermined.
That's not a matriarchal society. Matriarchal society.
Yes, it is.
No,
in effect, it is. I'm not saying like literally it's in the laws or whatever, but patriarchy isn't in the laws either. I'm just saying they prize the mother and undermine the father.
No,
and they're
Italian,
Irish, and Black culture in America is fucking dysfunctional. It's a problem because the father is undermined.
That's not why.
Okay, so you understand what? Maybe I need to define my terms here. Matriarchal.
Okay, if we're gonna get into this, I'm gonna be honest. I don't have time to get into this. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. Anytime, anywhere, Grace, I would love to speak to you. And obviously, Radical Coder. Nice to meet everyone here as well.
Nina,
sure, thanks.
My chat doesn't know where you stream, so make sure you say where you stream.
I'm twitch.tv/Nina. As you can see, NEEINA. I stream every day. I'm actually on day 120 in a row.
Wow.
Nice.
And yeah, I'll be live sometime during the day tomorrow early. So yeah, fantastic to talk to you. I hope to talk to you again. And of course, love to see all the friendly faces. And glad to see your actual face, traditional culture. I know we've spoken before, but we've never seen your face. But thank you all for having me.
Later.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
Finally, she's gone. I hate that girl.
Does Sternfire want to put their cam on, or Sternfire, tell me if you're like from my chat or something? You've been sitting down there for a while. I'm just not sure who you are, so I don't want to take too much risk. Put in the chat who you are, Stern. Sorry, keep going, guys.
Grace. So my question is because I've been studying this for quite a while, and I've come to the conclusion that matriarchal societies more often than not end up being more functional and more adaptive than patriarchal societies. So what do you say to that?
Well, can you name one? I'm not familiar.
I can name 10.
Well,
More interesting. I mean, instead of naming them, I mean, you can do that as well. But can you tell us characteristics that you think feed into that being more adaptable and whatnot? Like, I'm more interested in that.
Well, he said he could name. Wait, I just want to hear him name one. I would like him to name one because he said he knows many. I
want to hung up on that.
Trobriand Islanders, Tuaregs, Yagan, Alakaluf / Kaweskar, all the Pueblo Indian tribes. So that's Hopi, Zuni, all the different Keres bands, the Jamez. I don't know.
So you're just reading off of a list online, but you don't.
Why don't you believe them?
I know. I've studied anthropology for the last 12 years.
Okay. Can you take one? Okay, so you know some. So I don't know anything about them. Could you explain how they're more functional?
Yes, I would say that typically in a matriarchal society, and I mean a real matriarchal society, so this means that the family line is traced through the female. Does not mean that men are denigrated or what. Like this is why I say like you can't say modern this or that. Dysfunctional cultures and matriarchy, because matriarchal cultures, they arise sort of at a grassroots level organically over thousands of years. And typically what these societies do is that they will end up actually having traits that are more adaptive in that they meet the needs of both men and women better than the average patriarchal society. So you look at many of these societies have had their suicide rates have been calculated, and they tend to be very low. So like the Pueblo Indians have a very low suicide rate. The Tuareg have a very low suicide rate. The Yagan and the other like far South American Tierra del Fuego Indians have a very, very low suicide rate. And they seem to be, it seems as though something about their culture, something
okay. But if you say successful, these are very, very small tribes of people, and they have not made their way, and they have not succeeded on a global scale anywhere close to a major country. So whatever, yeah, maybe they make some, I'm sure weird societies exist, pagan tribes exist, right? And they make it work, and they're successful in some ways.
The Tuareg people of the Sahara Desert number in the millions, and they almost brought down the government of Mali about 10 years ago.
And it's run by women.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just don't believe you. So the women are in charge of the family?
The family line.
The women are all the leaders? The army, the military is made up of women? Is that what you're telling me?
The military is male.
Oh, okay.
Society is
So what do the women do? What do the women do then? Are the women political leaders? Are women the chiefs?
Oh, it's going
to women are the chiefs more often.
The women are the chiefs, and they lead a male military.
More often than not, yes. They don't have to. I mean, the chiefs don't necessarily have to be one gender or the other in Tuareg society, but very often they are women.
Well, shouldn't they be women if it's matriarchal?
Sorry, I'm missing. Sorry, I'm just missing the name of the society you're talking about.
Tuareg, Tuareg. They live in the Sahara Desert.
And they live. Oh, so this is like a small tribe.
No, this is a very large tribe. This is
okay. A couple million people is not large. I'm talking about like major countries, major continents.
They have infrastructure and technology advancement and everything like this.
No, they're a very primitive tribe, and they're better off for it.
The metric he was saying was there's a low suicide rate.
Is what I'm just trying to be clear so everyone knows what you're talking about. And women lead this tribe is what you're saying.
Yes, it's a female-dominated society. It's a matriarchal society. It's a very
okay, but the military is male, and essentially in a society, the military is the ultimate enforcer. So the military.
Okay, what about in a society? You know, there are societies which don't have militaries. The Nicobar Islanders, who are also a matriarchal society and also highly adaptive, are completely unwarlike and do not have a military.
And also just having like foot soldiers and stuff being at the command of primarily female leaders would still like speak to a matriarchal structure, right?
Well, to be honest, I mean, if that's true, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not like, I guess I would just say I would think that a matriarchal society wouldn't work because not that women are bad and men are good, just because men have the traits of leaders and women generally don't. That's all I would say, and not that being a leader is any better than anything else. But it's interesting.
I don't know if you believe that. There's another matriarchal society.
I'm just curious. Sorry, I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be modding, but I'm very actually like super curious about this. I've never heard of this tribe. So in this tribe, like the women do the hunting, the women do the fighting.
They're not hunting. They're in the Sahara Desert. They're herding. They're herding. Some animals, like the camels, are herded by men. The goats are herded by women. It's a division of labor that sort of tries to be as fair as possible to everyone. And most importantly, you know, they don't really have time to mess around with like rigid gender roles because they're in the desert. They're trying to survive.
So all the heavier labor is dominated by women, is what you're saying.
The heavier labor is done by slaves. So to be a Tuareg is to be.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's the only time matriarchy seem to work is when there's slaves involved, right?
No,
I don't think that defines it.
This is actually unusual among matriarchies because most matriarchal societies don't have a caste system like that at all. So like you look at most of the other societies, and by the way,
do you think like the Spartans were a matriarchal society?
No, the Spartans weren't a matriarchal society.
Okay, a lot of people that use these arguments that you're using say they are. So. Like
I
don't know. Okay, sorry, I'm not supposed to be in this debate. I was just very curious about this tribe. No, I'm gonna have to look it up.
I'm gonna hop off. I just did a 3-hour debate, so bye guys. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Grace.
Okay. Like there's a lot of slavery in the historical tradition around the Tuareg, so there
is.
That's true. So they're probably only a caste slave system because of the environment that they exist in.
I think there's slavery in our culture as well, to be honest.
Sorry,
like currently or previously?
Guys. Am I? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm just gonna bail. I really wanted to talk a little more with Grace, but I suck at getting into these I don't usually hop into these 8-way conversations. So thanks for hanging out. And by the way, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, I totally thought by your name that you were going to be some sort of alt-right chud. and you came in and what you said really blew my mind. So I just wanted to say that's cool.
I'm not. Yeah. I have a hard time being fit into any sort of political framework. I'm interested in the truth, and that's going to piss everybody off.
Yeah, you don't have to be tribal about it.
I hear you. Well, I liked what you had to say in the short time that I was hanging out with you, and good seeing you, Ryan. I'll
absolutely, always a pleasure.
You guys all have a good one. Okay, later.
You too, man.
You too, bro.
You guys know that was the infamous Creationist Cat classic YouTube channel? Maybe some of you guys don't know. All right, fair enough. I recommend it. Anyway, wait. So what is everyone? What are the positions here? I feel like all the.
They're just trying to persuade.
I feel like SpeakeaZy might have to join in instead of just being moderator at this point.
Well, I'm just wondering. So, what was everybody's exact position, for patriarchy or against it?
Sure. So I didn't really speak to that. So my definition when I think of patriarchy, I look at the Wikipedia definition, which I think is dope. It's patriarchy is a social system in which positions of dominance and privilege are primarily held by men. And that seems to be the society that we live in. It seems to be that dominance and privilege are primarily things that are associated with men. I think 90% of CEOs or at least Fortune 500 CEOs, 90% are white men, and at least 80% of all CEOs I think are men, something ridiculous like that. So I think that we can move closer to a world where it's more egalitarian, that more positions of leadership are fulfilled by women, and that there's more opportunity for women to take these positions, and that Grace's assumption that the idea that women could be in these positions of power at large blows her mind so much that I think that really speaks to this kind of I guess we'd call it a patriarchal realism that we all seem to live under, where we can't even imagine a world where things aren't distributed in this way. And I think even if there are some biological differences at the end of the day, I think that we're nowhere near reaching that parity of disparity, I guess. I don't think we're anywhere near that, so we should be striving towards that access. But yeah.
Could I ask you a question then?
Mm-hmm, for sure.
So because you said more of the CEO, you mentioned a couple jobs that men are dominated in, right? And you'd say
CEOs mainly, that's the big one, because that's an authority figure.
You say would you also want more women to be logging workers, fishing workers, aircraft pilots, roofers, garbage collectors, truck drivers.
If they want to be, sure, but I don't expect like sorry.
So there's a lot, right? So like when you talk about like people in power, like think about a guy who owns a construction company. Mm-hmm. So like he usually worked years in that construction trade that he's in, and slaved his ass off to become an owner of the company. So
guys, can I stop for a second?
When it's a 99% dominated,
this is a debate channel. Where's the debate? It's not a discussion channel. It doesn't say Zoomer discussion.
Well, I'd rather have the conversation, but it's okay if Ben.
Okay. But can I just make a suggestion?
I was trying to join.
This is my brainchild.
Go, but you're free to leave if you don't want to be here.
It's my fucking channel, David.
Oh, okay.
Come on, fucking off.
I still think you should go.
but people tell me that on my channel and in my own family all the time.
Should I mute him, guys? Should I mute him?
I enjoy a little bit.
What's the common denominator there, Ben?
So, no, but wait. It's just a thought, just to be creative, and I'll let it go. I get it, but maybe at some point, if there's a little tension between two people, you could blip everyone else off and give them 5 minutes and have them go at it. You know what I mean? Just to create. So we can move in the direction of debates. But if you want it to be an after party channel, that's okay too. But I just, you know what I mean?
So what? Okay, so say this.
Like
again.
I saw the thing about the matriarchal society. It could have been like where traditional culture and grace just kind of go head to head, 5 minutes or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying I want to move it in that direction.
That's a good idea. If you want to, do the Sean Connery thing.
Can I just yeah. So something like that. But Ryan, I think, knows the concept. Yeah, because you were on the first Zoomer debates, right?
Yeah, I debated Caduceus on trans
issues. Being a little quicker, a little more topical, a little less serious.
Yeah, but that was like much more organized. Like you guys had like clips and stuff to play. Like there was a whole like segment structure. I don't know if we don't have
and
that.
Guess who was supposed to organize this? The black guy over there.
Yo, you were supposed to help, bro. We did pretty good here, guys.
Stereotypes are alive and well today. You didn't have anything organized or prepared.
Yo, Ben,
you're basically saying you want
in this
less
format that you're talking
discussion and just more like outrageous takes and just entertaining things.
Okay,
that would any meat.
Is that David? Yeah, that would be that would be a critique. So I would love to talk about debating. It's a little bit meta, but I think there is room in the debate sphere for something that's a little less, you could say less purist, right? But a little more legacy. You know what I mean? Legacy TV, sort of like we only have this much time. We use clips. There's an argument to me. I'm not saying blood sports have no place, but I think there's also a place for something that's a little more fun, a little more sort of, I'm just saying I think there's a place for it. Maybe
I guess we have it going to do what comes naturally to them. They can't force anything, right? Like they're just going to say their opinion, and that's that. And
what's that?
They say it. They're just going to say their opinion the way they like, surely, rather than act in a certain way.
Well, I think Ben.
Well, I mean, are you not aware that there are media formats that put people in certain situations, like game show?
I'm not Ben fancies himself the director.
So if David Murray's on a game show, he's just going to sit there and pontificate with his fucking microphone in front.
I was here to have a discussion, but I didn't realize it was like an entertainment thing.
Well, we are having a discussion. David, why are you such
too much time with you guys? All my friends left, so now I have all the time in the world.
Well, welcome back. Nina, what do you think about what do you think about this idea of having little debates? That was supposed to be the idea of this channel. But if you want to run it as an after party, I left it up to like a little lighter debates, a little shorter debates using clips and so forth. David is upset about it. He finds it's very.
I don't understand the.
He needs to change his panties, I think, and come back.
Well, we were gonna actually play a clip of. We're gonna play a clip of Sean Connery.
I mean, we can feel it out. I'm just saying, I'd like to either figure it out one way or the other because we did set up this channel. We
want to do an example of it.
Yeah, all right.
Clip?
Yeah.
So here's an interesting clip. Barbara Walters interviewing Sean Connery in relation to his Playboy interview about the slap. Yeah. And Stu, do you want to make little teams and we'll come back and we'll have little teams? Just fun. Okay. I mean, no one has to go crazy.
Explain the teams thing. I want to understand.
So I would say I'm pro Connery.
Oh my God. Why is my mom calling me?
Tell her I said, hey.
Oh, she's right here.
You dickhead.
I just had her in the back.
Yo, guys.
During the debate.
Guys, don't be so mean, bro.
She needs a ride. I'll tell her I'll give her a ride. I'll Uber that bitch.
So Ben, are you suggesting that like you play a clip and then people pick a side on that?
Yeah,
clip?
just for fun, not like,
then they
oh my
spend, like,
God,
5-10
I've committed
minutes.
to something. Even if
I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm against
you're
Connery's
anti-Connery.
support of abusing
Obviously, we
women,
can take a look at you and say you're against the
Okay,
masculine. So how about the other guys? You want to line it up? We want to line it up.
What
Would
are
anyone
you
just
for?
just
What
for
are you
fun?
for,
Just for fun.
traditional?
It doesn't mean you're committed, right? Nobody cares about the internet, right?
Yeah,
Traditional
traditional,
culture.
what
Are you
for?
pro or against the sort of like whatever you'd say, like a chauvinist approach? Would you take a side or no?
Chauvinist approach. What do
You know, a kind of like, yeah, women when they get out of hand, we've got to smack them.
You want us to put an act
Well,
on?
I'm
Is what you're
against
saying,
that.
right?
Okay, so
he's
you're against it.
He'll be against. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd be against.
David, how
and what
about
about
you?
David? He's against.
I don't want to play an act, man. I just came here to chat to people. I didn't want to.
Okay, so you want to be an
part of their
observer? Maybe
show.
you could be in for the Q&A, or you could be a moderator. I'm
I'll
just
see what
saying we could
happens.
try it just for a few minutes and see how it goes. We'll assume Nina's on my side. How about that?
It's the funniest
I doubt it. I doubt it, Ben.
Oh, I bet. Let me tell you, every one of these, like Sean Connery, they don't care what it costs.
So we
They
got
don't care
one
whether
for
they
Sean
agree.
Connery's take. I'm gonna see if anyone in my chat has Sean Connery's take. I think.
Hey, and
another
also another thing,
maker-
Sleazy and Coder, tell your chats. It's fine. You can
I'm not
co-stream.
streaming.
Tell your you're okay. Tell your chats to come mix it up with our chats, and we'll
been.
tell our chats to go mix it up with your
Yeah,
chats.
I
Because
have
this
been, I have
echo
been.
chamber shit has to go. It has to go. I don't like it on modern day debates when Destiny's there, and he doesn't. None of his chatters are on the modern day debates chat, but thousands of them are on his chat. I don't think that's right. Do you
They
guys?
never leave
We could
GGG.
debate that. We could debate that.
we could debate.
Maybe one day.
I mean, I think there's something about forcing everyone into a stream prior to co-streaming that was actually healthy. You know what I mean?
It makes some noise, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of clash is good. I mean, why
I
does
felt
everyone
earlier,
want to
though,
just...
like one of my criticisms from that show that was on earlier was I don't think anyone's actually listening. They're enjoying the catharsis of like saying their point, but they would just instantly shut down anyone else's view. I don't think that's actually very healthy, and it kind of defeats the point of.
You mean in chat, or in chat, or are you
basically
saying
both
on the
as
panel?
well on the panel and chat? Like people just want to
Right.
type their shit and say their shit, but then they switch off listening after that.
Yeah,
it's
but
like this
isn't
dump
it-
opinion.
Okay, but then David, wouldn't that be arguing for a highly formal debate? There are highly formal debates where it's 10 minutes, rebuttal.
Sure, I just
10
think
minutes.
earlier
Could just be arguing for people to listen more.
because there's so much contention. I just didn't think it was actually really doing anything. It was people shouting at each other, and no one was listening. I just don't think.
So,
it was,
but
like,
wouldn't the
doing-
solution to that, if you want pure ideas, like a Jordan Peterson won't submit to a blood sport debate except when he's being interviewed? Wouldn't you argue that maybe there should be a channel that's more purely intellectual, in which sides are? But people don't find that as interesting, right?
Sure. Okay.
There's a mixture between personality and rhetoric and
Yeah,
straight
this is-
intellectual.
It's the
Probably nothing more interesting than people sorting out how they're going to run a debate channel during a debate.
Right.
It's just the
It's interesting.
polarization
It is
that
interesting.
kind
It's
of,
meta.
pissed me
So-
off.
You could go fuck off if you
So,
don't like it, Ryan.
David,
might
David
soon.
is.
We got a really good
conversation.
turnout though.
Yeah.
For like a brand new channel. We had like in the 40s. That's pretty good. Ryan, you've never had any in the 40s. Speakeasy maybe once in your life.
Buddy, I just
Not
had
never.
it last night, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Oh, when you're covering me. Oh, yeah,
My
okay,
guy,
okay.
I
No,
get
no, no.
more likes on all my videos than you. Don't get
Oh,
I
this
get
started
tomfoolery
up.
raids.
There's a reason why I'm over here, bro. Don't forget that. I love
Now
you
look,
too,
David's
bud.
getting frustrated because we're not talking about substance. We must come back
No,
to the
do your
substance.
thing.
I like
David
the
is going
substance
to
too. I'm here for
start
the
pouting.
substance.
I was just thinking, you guys are creators and I'm not, so maybe that's why we have difference of opinion on it.
No, I like your
Well,
take, David, honestly. And I am creative.
I actually think, David, I actually kind of agree with you. I think there should be different non-competitive debate formats, like where
Here we
if
go.
you really want to be intellectual, that could be done in a certain way,
I just think it's a healthy
all the way
tool
down
for
to like kids
exploring-
having debates with other kids, in which it's just really funny and it's about, Oreo and M&M's,
Juan.
I think it's a
Juan.
useful tool, debate, to like understanding and unpacking an idea. But unfortunately, a lot of the time people put too much emotional sort of investment into it.
Thumbs
So
up
if I
with the
attack
mic,
your
buddy.
idea, then you'll feel like personally attacked, even though
Yeah.
it's just an idea. And I think actually that stagnates any reasonable discussion. And people are just like, no, fuck you, no, fuck you, no, fuck you.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
can
like,
be.
what's
It
the
can
point?
become that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think actually we could debate this. You believe in the Enlightenment, that people come together and through rational discourse they will come to see the truth. I actually don't think that's how history works.
I mean, how else have people gotten that? Like, well, I was going to say how those
Hey,
people.
Juan, what's happening?
Yeah, I was kind of talking. So yeah, but
I'm just saying hello. Is that okay? Oh, I forgot. You're the anti-Hispanic Hispanic. I thought Hispanic people were
don't
friendly.
put that shit on Hispanics, bro. Stop that.
Well,
Fuck
other
it,
real Hispanic people
no,
say
that's
hola.
fine. Don't do
Como
that
está
shit, man.
usted?
Wait,
You just start talking like an
Ben
autist
gets hot
because you're a
like crazy,
destiny
bro.
Hispanic. You're a destiny Hispanic.
Yo, Ben, or Juan, sorry,
Juan, talking about my
ethnic people.
Juan, are you for Connery or against it? You think that we should be able to smack a woman if she's getting a little out of hand?
Anybody, no one should be putting their hands on anybody. I'm baffled that anyone.
He learned from his mother, just like you, SpeakeaZy. My mama told me X, Y, and Z. My daddy didn't tell me anything.
With my mother, me and my mother just barely repaired a relationship. You know nothing about me or my culture.
Ben just leaves. He's like, "Fuck this."
No, I accidentally pushed the button.
Wait, do it again.
I was having a good time. All right, so I take on all these bitches, and then Nina too. Let's do it.
One at a time, or what?
Well, we can give a. Well, let's just try to have it be fun. We'll do a 1 minute, 1 minute intro. You guys can each do a minute. Let's just see. Let's just knock it around and see what happens. Please, you're a creator, right? You're genuinely a creative guy. Sometimes you just gotta bang it around a little bit and see what works and what doesn't. If it doesn't work, okay, let's just try it. All right, here's the clip. Right? Can you guys watch the clip? It's an interesting clip.
You gonna play it?
I'm gonna play it.
Good.
You said you had the clip already.
I do have the clip, but
typical fake black person,
bro. How do I share the clip? Which one I click?
Do you know how to do it? You know how to share? Oh, you don't know how to do that? Oh, because of StreamYard, right? Okay, so present. You see present down there? You got to set up another. Tell him how to do it.
Oh, right here. I see
he doesn't
it.
know how he wants to show the clip.
I see it. Present.
Go to present.
Yeah.
Go to share screen. Go to Chrome tab and then select the Chrome tab that has the video on it.
Okay.
Like you have the video pulled up in Chrome.
And then you can choose from how we're presented on it. You can just present the thing or.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Then add it to stream.
But full size the video.
Yeah, full size the video.
Full size the video within the.
I'm new back in.
You have to add it to the stream. Right. So you see on StreamYard. It says add to stream on the little box. It says SpeakeaZy. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But you have to
full screen this.
You got to press that little. Yeah. That's it. That'll do.
Does the friendship mean a lot? Friendship with men.
Yep. There we go.
Oh yeah, I like that. I think that's one of the pleasures of golf as well. I'm not mad. I don't like playing golf with women, no matter how good they are. I really don't.
Your wife plays golf.
She's a very good golfer, yeah.
You don't like to play with her?
With her, no.
Why not?
Because I don't like playing golf with women.
Why not?
I like the company of men better at golf.
Why?
It's very difficult to explain. It's just it's more pleasurable.
All right, how about that? How about SpeakeaZy? Why don't you stop right there?
All right.
Let's flip back on. So far, anyone have any thoughts about that?
What do I do here?
Everybody see those different little figures down there?
The layouts, yeah.
Yeah, you could choose whichever layout. I would choose the second one from the left. Gives you the most screen space for everybody.
Word. Okay. Perfect.
And then you can just go right back to presenting. You know what I mean? Okay, so he prefers golfing with men. No one could have a problem with that, right?
I would say I have a problem with it. I think a lot of men and a lot of women tend to find comfort being around other men and other women.
So you have no problem with a male exclusive golf club?
Oh well, that's a little different, right?
Why?
Wait, you mean like the club doesn't allow women in, or it's like a group of guys who go golfing and they don't allow women in their group?
Women have their own club, and also mixed clubs. Why can't that be?
I'm not inherently opposed to it, but I think that it's probably better not to segregate the golfing experience this way.
Okay, so you're saying by law, you're saying that men can't choose.
Well, it would be kind of. I mean, you could say like by law might be
you're
be
a
overstating
totalitarian
it.
dictator. And
people argue for women-only spaces all the time. I know what the reason is for that. What I'm saying, if women can have their only spaces, why can't men have theirs? I don't understand.
Are you opposed to single-sex colleges like Smith College in Massachusetts?
Potentially.
Potentially. Okay, so you're not going to answer.
I'd have to think about it. Yeah, I think.
Well,
I think probably
you're not petitioning the government to shut them down. I know that.
Well, I mean, even like historically black colleges like allow white people in, right? So it's kind of like this kind of system. Like it seems like it probably like being like even if like men are the minority at a college, like it's probably good to like allow them in, right?
Okay,
I don't know. I mean, I'm saying, can people choose to form?
Yeah, you don't have to hang out with women if you don't want to hang out with women. Like,
yes,
that's
you
fine.
do.
No, okay,
yes,
wait.
No, you don't.
Name an institution that has survived in America that's all male. Name an institution.
We're talking about groups of guys who want to go golfing.
Every single one of them down. They've shut every single one of them down. The Citadel, the Boy Scouts, they shut every single one of them down.
No one's shutting you down when you say you want to go golfing with the boys, dude.
Listen.
No, I'm saying when I want to have a male space. Tell me what the male space is.
Hey, this is the question.
It's online.
Should there be let's just go off of what Sean Connery said.
No, there's plenty of women in here.
Should there be allowed to be male?
And you too, David. You're a bitch.
Should there be allowed to be male only golf clubs? That's let's base it off this.
Now, I know the reason for it. The reason they shut down every male only institution is because they say, men, if women are excluded from these clubs, they won't have a chance to network with people who have more power than them. I think that's ridiculous. Well, you shouldn't force men. What?
It's probably true though, right? Even if you say it's a ridiculous reason, like that's probably like the like that is how it would play out practically, right?
Yeah,
well, I don't know. You'd also be excluded from connecting with women. I want to penetrate the Kennedy compound. I'd love to go golfing with Ethel Kennedy if I couldn't because she was in an all-female club. I mean, you don't think that women are access to power as much as men are? Of course they are.
I don't think so. No, not in America. No.
Not in America.
That's simply not true.
Have as much access to power? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You don't think that the way to get to you're saying the CEOs tend to be overwhelmingly male, but they
not
also
the CEOs.
tend
I mean legislators.
Wait a second.
Like
okay, but they're all married. They all tend to be married overwhelmingly.
Yeah, but their wives don't make like political decisions for them.
Oh, they don't make decisions on their behalf. You don't think Ethel Kennedy is an extremely? You don't think so?
They can be influenced by them, but at the end of the day, like they're not the ones making the decisions. No.
Maybe
okay, but we're talking about two types of power. We're talking about indirect.
Well, I think we were talking about golf clubs.
Like, we're talking about golf clubs. Is Nina still gone?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay, I'm just gonna put her down.
Like faded out was because there's less nepotism in the culture now.
Let's see.
What's nepotism? All male?
Like how you get a boy out. Like if you know someone, then you let them in to get a job, sort of thing. Like. So maybe there's less of that these days. So it's not like a gentleman's club where it's like, yo, come over and I'll get my cousin a job.
Oh,
so,
you mean if the club's excluded ethnicity?
No, just like because there's less nepotism now, maybe there's less reason to have these gentleman clubs where it's like a bit of an inner circle. I don't know, just an idea.
Well, no, they were broken apart. They didn't voluntarily.
Okay.
I mean, so, if I understand you correctly, right? You would say that. Because I agree to a point that men should be able to congregate on their own, right? Because when you put women into the dynamic, it changes the whole dynamic.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I taught in a boys' school. It's totally different than a co-ed school.
Let me finish my fucking thought.
Okay, I was just throwing something in there, Juan. Oh my God, what a little
just
baby.
Because you're loud doesn't mean you're right, bro. Like just so.
Finish your point.
But there's something to be said where men do exclude people. This is a human trait. It's not even a men-only thing. But generally, people who have the power tend to like exclude other people. One of the ways they do it is by doing that, and that's not right either.
No. Oh, okay. Yes, ethnicities. Yes, that can happen with the groups of people who are separate. Men can't exclude women from their lives. I mean, that the only guys like Ryan can hang around people? Exclusively with men.
Don't worry, I don't.
Most of the rest of us have to. I mean, most of the rest of us do have women in our lives. And I'm telling you, if I'm saying I want access to the Kennedys, I'd go through the women because they're the ones who are going to be easier to, charm and, connect with my family. Absolutely. Robert Kennedy's not going to give me the time of day, but Ethel Kennedy might show up outside and I'm clamming right in front of her house and, how are you or whatever. Women are absolutely. I just think it's ridiculous to say that women are the way to
So do you find it hard to arrange like
let's find it. So Ryan, let me ask you this because Ryan,
wait, David said, okay,
Wait,
I know that you're Hispanic, but that also
Ben, he has a
doesn't
question
mean you
for
can
me.
interrupt everyone. David
stop
said,
with the Hispanic shit, bro. This shit is getting annoying.
Wait, chill.
¿Cómo estás?
What were you saying there? What were you saying there, David?
I was basically saying, like, you guys seem to be like, oh man, we need a space for guys. Like, what the fuck? Like, can't you just ring up some buddies and sort it out yourself? Do you need to be like spoon-fed that by some sort of institution?
Yeah,
well,
why does it have to be like enforced?
Okay, I taught in a boys' school, and I went to a co-ed school. I really think there are real things to be gained by single-sex boys and girls schools. And there's a like for boys, there's so much less of a focus on competition. For girls, attention. For girls, of course, there's a way in which it doesn't allow the boys to just dominate them always, which they would naturally do.
Well, that's not true in like elementary school and stuff. Like we don't see
elementary school,
or girls like doing much better, right?
Elementary school, I don't think this is a necessity to separate, but in high school, because the testosterone kicks in. I mean, boys.
I think I can agree with you. There probably might be some.
Girls get better grades, but boys tend to dominate.
So I can agree with you. There might be some benefits that emerge from like having an all boys school or all girls school, but I don't think those benefits outweigh the social like harms of segregating on like school on sex that way. I don't think it's worth it.
Oh, okay. So you're in favor because you're a totalitarian. You're in favor of now abolishing same-sex schools. Okay, and probably private schools too, right?
Not popular
for hell yeah, dude! Private schools are crazy.
So you're a Stalinist. You're a Stalinist. Great.
Let's go.
So,
yeah, sure.
Go to North Korea and see how it's going. Go to North Korea and see how it's going.
Bringing down the Iron Curtain.
Wait, we have to be serious here first.
No, he is a Stalinist.
Ben.
No, he's not being serious. He's not being serious.
I'm not a Stalinist.
Allow me to make an argument against the idea of gender segregated schools. I don't always think that gender segregation necessarily needs to always be bad. There are times and places where you can do that and still end up with a positive result. Across the world, there have been many societies that have had gender segregated peer groups, age grades. You find this all over like New Guinea and places like that. But typically what you will find will be that will end up having a detrimental effect on the ability of men and women to get along later on in life. So typically, yes.
Yeah, I think to some degree, because I did teach boys, so they I mean, of course it wasn't a boys boarding school. That would be more extreme, right? So typically they did have sisters and their mother at home and neighborhood friends. But I would say there's a way in which it can create kind of like proto incels, I guess you'd say, like, because, but I think that's there. What I'm saying is it's not. There is also a way in which it's interesting because I didn't realize this. Boys are, when they're with other boys, they're not as hierarchical, so there's not as much bullying. Strangely enough, when boys are with other boys, it tends to be, kind of a boys' club, not in a negative sense, but there's a sort of masculine warmth of everyone sort of, and there are certain advantages, like, for example, me as a moral theology, I can be more frank with boys about sex than I would feel comfortable being in front of, mixed sexes. And I think that would be true of, the girls' school too.
Well, you understand though that, so now countering that though is the issue again of, I'm going to have to keep on going back to this because this is where my training is, the issue of like cross-cultural studies, because a lot of what you said does not actually work at like the ethnographic level. Because if you look at the beautiful thing about ethnographic studies is that we have actually like a series of just sort of natural experiments with all different sorts of things that all different sorts of human societies have tried. And generally speaking, what they found is that there's not, when you have a society where boys and girls basically cooperate and are together, and you don't get this sort of rigid demarcation into male spaces, female spaces, you actually end up with people getting along better, less hierarchy, less bullying, typical. And this is something that has been studied by anthropologists.
All right, let's have a discussion about studies, because that's what this is really all about.
Just wait a second, Ben. Jerome here and Mark haven't given their take on this set, so let's let them have a spot. So Mark, you go first, and then Jerome.
Point. Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Great
realize
job,
that what
Sleazy.
Ben is
I love
describing right now is just the tone that exists within the male-only space when they're alone, segregated from girls. That's all he's talking about. He's not talking about the society as a whole. He's talking about the dynamic that exists between the boys. Yeah. And that's accurate.
And it's very important for boys to experience that, especially boys who haven't connected within their families with their fathers. Like creating those spaces can, here I'm going to get controversial, can like can lead people away from homosexuality, which I don't think is a positive outcome, towards more of a connection with masculinity. I mean,
wait. You think that having gender segregation will cause you to be less homosexuality?
I don't think there's any evidence for that.
No, I think that. Have you heard the term Princeton rub?
It's actually not bad to be gay.
Wait, Jerome,
I would not wish homosexuality on any of my sons, but I mean, I would.
Okay, then don't send them to a gender segregated space where they're going to start playing Soggy Biscuit and Princeton Rub. I don't know if you know what either one of those are, but
okay, did you get that from your studies? Those terms from your studies?
Jerome just had a point. Wait, Jerome just had a point to add to that. What are you saying there?
Okay, so basically, he was talking about how if you have like a unit of all men, like away from women, that would prevent homosexuality. Well, my response is, what about prison? Like guys, even straight guys resort to fucking each other in prison all the time.
That's not homosexuality in the way we usually mean it. It doesn't. You don't turn gay, but you're just. It's a substitute.
Yeah, but
and it's also
it still happens. It's a male-only space, dude.
Yeah, it happens, but that's not homosexuality in the sense that when you leave,
like it was said, I don't think it's actually a problem to be gay, though, obviously, right? It's not a natural dynamic to only live with one type of sex. So a lot of the guys, there's actually quite a lot of.
You don't think it's a problem to be gay? Look at life expectancies. Look at disease. Look at disease. Look at I'm not saying I'm judging these people, but I'm saying it's not something you would desire.
To the new generation, it's not a problem to you, maybe, but you'll die, and someone else they won't have a problem with it. So
no. Actually, I will reproduce, and homos like you will not reproduce, and we will then win the demographic war.
That was
good thing gay people don't only come from two gay people having sex, right? They come from a mother and a father, like most people.
They come from recruiting, grooming, like you do, Ryan.
If only.
No, I'm actually a centrist on this, but I don't think anyone is going to argue that anal sex is healthy for you. It's not.
Let's see what the new guy thinks.
No, it's not healthy for you.
Wait, let's see what Matt thinks. What do you think? What side of this are you on? You think you're for segregated spaces or against it?
I mean, I think that there can be a balance. Like I grew up, for example, in the church. They had situations where there were groups with just dudes that were separated and women, but then it's also healthy to have both of them combined. Despite, I think Ben was talking about how usually in the male spaces they still have mothers and sisters, which is true, but it's also healthy to be in contact with other women, as well as it's also, I think, healthy to be in groups that are just with men and groups that are just with women. So I think both. It has to be balanced.
I have a similar take to this.
I think that's true.
I agree with that 100%.
But our society doesn't allow, largely doesn't allow.
Because I don't. I really have. Men tend to act differently when they're by themselves, and you need to be able to do that as well as learn how to interact with the opposite sex. So I don't understand. This feels like there's a very either or type of thing, and I don't think that has to be the case.
Well, that it is the case.
I'm sorry.
In our society,
no, I know
it's okay to have, for example, it's fine to have all female gyms, and I don't have any problem with that because they don't want men looking at them. But you can't have all male gyms, and that's wrong. That's just flatly wrong.
So into my point is.
And then if people want to go to those, they can go to them. If they don't want to go to them, they don't have to go to them. What's the problem? Why do we have to be totalitarian Stalinists like Ryan?
I'm actually open to there being these private spaces, but I think depending on the context, like the thing about golfing is as the one example, like private golf clubs, and to someone made the point earlier about nepotism and stuff. It seems like a lot of times a golf club is going to be a place where people are going to network, and a lot of these networking
male and female,
exactly, and
women do more networking than men do.
Okay,
they're natural networkers.
Okay, but what you're saying is that they're going to create these spaces where women are excluded from, so they can't network with these people. When it comes to a gym,
wait! I'm going to shatter your argument. It costs a lot of money to belong to a country club, right? So should we let everyone into every country club? Because that's really exclusive, right? And it's skewed towards whites.
Go because they wouldn't fit in. It's kind of like the culture that's already created.
But that's the same argument that's used for
I mean, I will say to what you just said
to segregation.
To your point right there. Wait, Ben. Can I respond to your point? Can I finish my thought? You didn't let me fucking respond to it. You made a point. You made a point, and then you want me to respond to it, right? Okay. You talked about how.
I don't want you to respond to it.
Clearly, you just want to make points. You just want to ramble on and talk the whole time in the show that you invite all these people onto. I know better.
That's what Ben does every time he's on a fucking panel.
I know.
Juan's a victim of Ben Thorpe.
So to your point about the private clubs being very expensive and how you talked about segregation stuff, this is a de facto way that segregation can be enforced as well, where white people are going to be more likely to be able to access these clubs than black people because of lower
classism.
But race in
Barack
race
Obama's welcome to any country club. He's on Martha's Vineyard.
If you live in America, then race and class are very intertwined because of a history of racism.
Yeah, but Ryan, it's called reality. There are people on top.
No shit, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Reality.
And
what
we cannot provide a country club for every Juan Rivera who waltzes
You're basically
into
saying that's the problem.
Thanks. I'm saying that is a problem regardless of whether or not you have a solution to it. I'm saying that is a de facto way these things work out. I'm not even making a moral claim about it. I'm just describing a reality. I'm talking about what's real, Ben. Okay, I'll yield.
The fact is,
and you're saying we need to have this utopian Marxist style.
I'm not saying anything except for what I'm talking about. What
people can't enjoy the
it doesn't have to be fucking Marxist.
Later. I'm talking about what it is.
I'm going to give a hot take. I'm going to give a hot take.
Jump to the most extreme shit when somebody.
I'm going to give a hot.
For the fucking point.
That's Sleazy, and then I think Sleazy, you got to. You said you got to swing and dip.
Hold up.
Don't let it go too long, Sleazy. Let's go back to the clip.
Ben fucking likes to get loud. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're fucking right, Ben.
White people beaches and non-white beaches, because non-white people they leave a mess and they like playing a lot of music. White people like it quiet.
For the fucking hell of it, why not?
I understand that that's a hot take.
Your country club. I just want to say
I feel like a lot of non-whites come to white beaches and
I'm sorry we like to have fun, Ben.
That's true.
It's called having fun.
Fine, then you have your.
Ben, you're just
saying shit, right? Loud. Shut up.
I've got a take here. Like, if you do go to a same-sex school, say an all-boys school, and that's what you're used to, then it kind of makes sense that's why, as an adult later in life, you kind of seek these spaces and you go to the golf club and you're like, oh man, we need more male spaces. It's because that's like what your whole life is. But if you don't have that and you see women as not like an other, like an alien thing, and just quite
you're committing a fallacy, David. You're committing a fallacy. You're saying if someone's used to something, therefore they're going to want to perpetuate it. That's assuming that what you're used to is what you're going to like. A lot of times people.
Okay, Nina wasn't here.
Maybe it worked for them.
Is it too selfish to ask? Can I get a summary? I had a family crisis that I had to deal with.
No problem at all. So what we were listening to is Sean Connery there saying like he wants to play golf with only men. So what we were talking about is like should we be allowing only men?
Why would that be a natural thing to say? Is he gay?
Yeah.
Like, why is that sexist? If you said I enjoy having men,
that seems a little gay.
Wait! I'm trying to get Nina to know.
Using homophobia now.
All right, let him talk.
Wait, Nina. What the question was is like, should we allow for like only boys' schools, only girls' schools, or is this like this is damaging for society?
A good question. And I'm not really very familiar with going to an all boy or girl school. I think that segregation in that way, when it comes to like gender segregation, I think is probably not a good thing. But I can be moved either way.
A lot of girls who go to Catholic schools or private schools have really good experience.
Catholic schools, absolutely not. Like religious-based schools like that.
So there should be at least time. I think.
So we're just going to be anti-Catholic, Nina?
Ben.
We should ban Catholicism.
All right, so let's publicly, since we're public, go ahead, say something equally anti-Muslim right now.
We should ban all religion.
I think private Muslims.
So go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead. Talk about Muhammad.
I'm sorry, real quick. I'm actually going to go.
Muhammad right here on the internet. Go ahead. Say it.
My final words. Nina, always a pleasure. SpeakeaZy. I appreciate you, man. Really, Ben.
Oh, you're going to leave now that I came back?
Yeah, I know. I'm just too intimidated.
Because now he has to say something anti-Muslim and possibly endanger his life or leave.
I don't think anti-Muslim just not to like the religion.
I think we should all draw the all draw pictures of him and post them everywhere. I think it's hilarious. Okay, bye. I love you guys. Well, some of you. All right, bye.
Okay,
some of you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Let's keep it
going.
So
what I'm saying is, hold on. I'm sorry, I was making a point. So I'm just making the case for it's probably not the greatest. I do agree it's not the greatest to have people separated all the time, but there should be some time because the sexes can really express themselves best. Also, like men act differently when there's women around. It's just going to happen. It changes that.
Who would be arguing that men and women should be separated all the time?
Both of those things. Let me finish my fucking point, dude. Both of those things should be explored, and I think that it's healthy to explore both things.
All right, and see what works.
Okay,
right. See what works.
I've got a hot take.
I think they both work, though. You're making it's not black and white. Dude.
Okay, Juan. So I'm arguing that men and women should be excluded forever. Okay, so do you understand how reproduction works, Juan? Have you ever, asked your mother where you came from?
I know what you're fucking saying, dude. I'm not. I know that you're not saying
men
that.
and women are going to mix.
Okay, is Ben the only Is Ben the only one that's like 100% on for the for the segregation in schools with boys and girls and all that? Is he the only one that's on for that?
Probably. In high school, I'm saying just in high school. I don't think colleges need it.
You don't wait. So you think that it's not going to be a culture shock in college?
Well, I mean, it depends. There's boarding schools that are single sex, and then there are day schools that are single sex. A day school generally.
Talking about college, or are we talking about high schools?
No, high school.
Like high school preparatory schools.
I think there's pros and cons.
Like if you're going like to kind of like a college situation, but you're only with boys, or like you living at home and then you're only going to school.
And there are single sex colleges, except the male ones have been dismantled by the attacks of feminists.
That's not true.
Yes, they have. Look at the
no,
history
my
of the
sister went to the Claremont colleges. There's 2 Claremont colleges. One of them is an all girls school, and one of them is an all boys school. But they're all part of a greater campus.
Well, okay, but I mean an exclusive male.
Oh,
the last
like
one was
not
the
the
Citadel. Okay, look at the history of the Citadel.
No, the school itself is an all boys school. So
there's a lot in the UK.
I mean, only
just doesn't know what the Claremont colleges.
Weirdly, a lot of politicians went to Eton. You guys might have heard of it, but like a lot of these single-sex schools, a lot of powerful, aspiring politicians go to. Then they get into power, and then because they have quite like a weird experience compared to normal people, they then sort of create rules that probably lead into patriarchal sort of effects, right? Like,
well, that's the elitism.
If a guy's never really hung out with a girl, he might other them. Like if he went to a same-sex school and then became a politician, he might have a different viewpoint.
Yeah, where did Mike Pence go to school? Because he won't even like sit down and have lunch with a woman. That guy's fucking crazy.
But David, isn't the obvious problem with a school like Eton if we're going to be Stalinist? Eton is an elite, hyper elitist school in which families, right? I mean, that's the bigger problem than the single sex aspect.
Yeah, it's a problem because everyone that goes there feeds into politics. But
what's the solution to that problem?
We're
all going to go to Eton? No, we're not all going to go to Eton.
Don't make it single sex, so people have more of an understanding of all of society rather than just half of it, and they don't see women as aliens or others or to be.
Okay, but you haven't in any way solved the problem of elitism.
No,
which is a far greater, more
one step at a time.
Okay, and then everyone in Britain is going to go to Eton. Okay, and that's going to be feasible.
Well, he is tempering it, right?
I was kind of explaining why we got here, right? Like why it is patriarchal, why it is male-led. It's because all these guys, when they're babies, grew up in male-only environments, so they're not familiar with women. They don't get it. They see it as a threat.
Okay, so babies of the upper class in England are in single-sex environments. What planet are you on?
They get sent away when they're quite young to preparatory schools and then boarding schools, and then they just grow up with boys only. So maybe sure at university or college they can interact with women, but because they're not familiar with it, they find it quite hard. So they stick to their boys' club, and that just goes on into adulthood, and they become kind of like a weird, one-sided human.
But the vast majority of them get married, right? So they do.
Sure, but they might have quite an unhappy marriage.
Oh, they all lead unhappy marriages, and that's based on what? Did you go to Eton? No.
Ben, you understand that like
you wouldn't be here if you went to Eton.
Hey, Traditional, before you go on, you said you had some studies. Can you like?
Oh, no
studies, I would like to look over those
studies
that you were talking about.
No studies.
Yeah. Well, if you conduct the study the right way and it's actually scientific, you have proof. Yeah.
Okay, I think
that's a separate argument. Let's go on to the next clip.
Let's move on to the next part of the clip here.
We're trying to zoom.
This is gonna be better here.
Guess what? 40 seconds in.
Interview, which may come back to haunt you. You know what I'm going to say, right?
No.
Okay. You did an interview in which you said Not the worst thing to slap a woman now and then. As I remember, you said you don't do it with a clenched fist. It's better to do it with an open hand. Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I didn't love that.
I haven't changed my opinion.
You haven't?
No, not at all.
You think it's good to slap a woman?
No, I don't think it's good. I
think it's bad?
I don't think it's that bad. I think that it depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. Yeah.
What would merit it?
Well, if you have tried everything else, and women are pretty good at this, they can't leave it alone. They don't want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. They want to say it again and get into a really provocative situation. Then I think it's absolutely right.
To give her a good slap.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if she gives you a good slap?
Okay. Before she gets into this next
part. Right, that's the meat of it right there. I totally agree with
that. That's fucking horrible.
That looks like really weak. That looks weak. That looks like a weak man speaking.
So I think that if you can't dominate a woman with your mind, like you gotta put your hands on a woman like she's a fucking
you're taking
child.
A fat L, right?
You're a fucking beta.
Okay, so both you and Nina agree that men should dominate women at times. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is
he's saying if
you
you're
just
gonna,
say do it verbally.
If you're winning an argument,
not even verbally.
Do you think that you're dominating?
So I'm just
saying.
Do you
want to say yes or no with that?
The men. So what my point is?
Wait, Juan.
You if you can't dominate a woman, I mean, can we be honest and say?
I want to know. What do you mean by Juan? What do you mean by dominate? I assume you mean like you can't be more.
So
assertive.
I just mean generally like I think women like the man who leads and takes charge.
Yeah, like assertive, right? So you're not saying like.
Yeah, I don't mean like fucking like abusive.
Okay, so both you and Nina.
Okay.
Both you and Nina think that men should be assertive.
Yeah, assertive.
No, I think that if a man wants to be assertive, like maybe they're right on a certain situation. If you're like having a conflict and you cannot win that conflict without being physical, you're a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Because she's beating you.
Okay, so
because
then
she's
you
probably
think that
making more
all
sense or something.
physical violence is just being a bitch. All wars, all physical.
Someone's being irrational. Putting
Are you
your
gonna hit
hands
me
on
because
them.
you're gonna be so fucking dumb about this? You know that's not what we're saying.
Well, but that's Lena. There's something called logic, right?
What did you say?
And so if you say something which implies something else,
some?
yeah, I'm using logic. The logic of what you said is that if anyone resorts to violence, they're a bitch, right?
That's not what we said.
Ben,
that's what Nina said. Oh my god!
No,
I said
Ben,
the reason if you're losing an argument and then you resort to violence, yeah, you're a fucking bitch idiot.
What if you're winning an argument and you resort to violence?
Wait, just to be clear,
what we're talking about.
So
what about it? What about it?
Wait, Ben.
He was talking about when he's winning an argument and the person
happening in the clip,
won't stop being provocative.
Yeah, he's talking about like she keeps egging on.
Yeah, but you know what he means by that. You know what he means by that. If she has the last word, like.
Well,
yeah, just fucking
no. You twisted what he said. You lie.
Wait, everyone, chill.
Just walk away.
The question would be, wait.
You don't have to put your hands on anybody.
No, dude, chill. Stop talking while I'm talking, bro. The question would be, is there at any point, is it okay for someone or a man to hit his woman in a relationship?
Now,
say a man to hit his wife. Let's just use this.
SpeakeaZy. Let's be more organized. Give me, if you would give, I can absolutely win
being
this.
very organized. I think you.
But someone else can. Someone else can. You need to be more assertive.
That's what I'm trying to do. So chill. Okay. So chill. So
just tell who can talk.
Yeah. Wait. So
because otherwise,
wait. Chill. I'm gonna mute you for a second. So the question is there at any chance, or I mean at any time, is it okay for a man to hit his wife? And we're gonna start with Mark because he has not talked, and then I'm gonna go through the list here. So we're gonna go one at a time and let everyone hear the take, and then we keep it open. Then we can cross each other. You know what I'm trying to say? So relax. Go ahead, Mark.
First of all, to be fair to Sean Connery, what he said is that he lets the woman win the argument, and then he disengages, and then she's still like intentionally aggravating him, and then in his opinion, at that point, it's fair game. I disagree. I think that's like pretty mentally weak to be like, oh my God, I can't handle this woman saying things are in my ear. Oh my God, I just need to swat her away. Like, that's a bitch move, in my opinion.
Yeah, but he's not talking about like a debate.
Wait.
Channel.
Well, he's clearly talking about an argument between
he's
him
talking
and a woman,
about in a relationship.
and the woman's needling him, and he's a little fucking bitch. So he snaps and he smacks her because he can't handle a woman talking, which is pretty fucking pathetic, in my opinion. I can handle an infinite amount of women talking. I can even handle you talking, Ben, and I'd never smack you in the face, even though you probably deserve it, right? I just think that's a bitch ass move mentally.
Okay, so what you did right there was being extremely rude to me.
Wait.
But no one's going to push back.
Ben, you'll have your time.
You're gonna have your chance. David, your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you like respect someone, you should never use violence. Like when you hit your mother, like you shouldn't ever have to resort to that if you truly respect them. But unfortunately, people end up in relationships that end up not being very functional, and then they just turn into a bit of a prick.
All right. Now, traditional, your turn.
I could see in self-defense, that it could be a situation where like you're defending yourself, where perhaps the alternative is that she has a knife out and she could kill you or something like that. Other than that, I'm not convinced that there's a case where it's acceptable.
All right. Ben, just because you've talked the most, I'm going to go to Juan first. Go on.
Fine. You can BDSM me.
I pretty much. So I pretty much made my point, but I'll say it again. Yeah, there's no need to hit somebody. I mean, if basically what he is trying to get across is he feels like the man, he needs to dominate whatever it is he's trying to get across. But you can do that without physical violence, and actually is better and healthier. And I think a woman appreciates it more when a guy just controls his emotions of the moment, walks away, and gets that energy out in a different way. There's better ways to handle shit, and physical violence, especially somebody you care about, is not gonna.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. We got it. You're just repeating yourself.
Ben, chill out, bro.
Can we just keep
Hold on,
I'm trying to help.
Don't yell. You're
basically,
yelling.
I'm with traditionalist unless she has like a weapon out trying to threaten your life. I mean,
okay,
what
so
is
unless it's life threatening, basically.
Pretty much.
I got you. Okay, cool. All right, Jerome, your turn, buddy. What do you think?
So if you get into an intense argument with your wife and you resort to hitting somebody, that does not solve anything. And I wouldn't even say that's domination, because like if you have to resort to hitting your wife because she beats you at an argument, then you're giving her more power. And she could also like send you to jail or something, or like you can get into some serious consequences. Because if you hit her too hard and like she gets like seriously injured or hospitalized, well, he can be like charged for assault or something. So yeah, violence is not the answer. So.
All right, Mad, you got the floor.
Yeah,
buddy.
I think the point of being the husband, at least if you're looking at it in a traditional sense, is for you to ultimately be the protector and provider. As a protector, you're supposed to feel protected. So if you hit them, then they're not going to feel that, and kind of takes away the point of, especially Ben. I believe he has a Catholic sense. I'm not sure too much how they think. I'm more of the Christian denomination. So yeah, in no point, unless obviously it was life threatening, should you hit a woman or your wife.
All right, Nina.
I think my position on this is pretty clear, but I agree with pretty much everyone that we've said. I'm sure Ben's going to say some unhinged shit. Doesn't matter. But I think that the points that have been said. The points that have been said are pretty clear. I think, yeah, it is some pussy bitch shit. If like, okay, you're gonna let her win the argument, and then you're gonna get mad when she's like, "Oh, I won the argument." It's like, okay, what? Then you're not being like the bigger man, so to say, by letting her win the argument. If like she says one thing to you and then you beat the shit out of her, I think it's the most cowardly thing for a man to do, to beat the shit out of their partner. And I think that goes the other way. Also, like in terms of it's pathetic for somebody to beat the shit out of the partner because what they like lose an argument. But I just think it's so goddamn cowardly, because it's like, okay, so we're having a conversation here, and then like I am right, but you can't handle the fact that you were wrong, so then you hit them. Like, it just seems like a pussy bitch shit thing to do.
Yeah. Would you agree with everyone else that, like, if it was life threatening though, like, yeah, it's probably good to hit?
Oh, absolutely, protect your life. Of course, you
Yeah.
should protect your life. What, you're gonna let her just kill you? That's
Right.
insane.
Okay.
So now
Ben,
I'll prove all of
the
you wrong.
floor is yours, buddy.
I'll prove all of you wrong. People say things like, a man can never put his hands on a woman or on his children in violence. That's obviously not true. Anyone who says that is a moron. They should qualify that by saying in most cases, which you've all admitted to, except some of you say it said those phrases, but no one would argue that in extreme situations. Now, it's not just self-defense, but in the like, if your wife's about to do something crazy that's going to endanger, like driving crazy is going to endanger your life and the lives of the other people in the car, you absolutely have a right to put your hands on the wheel and do whatever you need to do in that situation. Or even indirectly, if someone's out of control emotionally and is creating a really dangerous situation or one that can cause financial harm, you have every right to correct her in that situation. Definitely. I'm not an advocate of, and women know that. I hit my kids a little bit all the time, and they, it's totally normal.
You know, I know you're a kid. Did I talk to her about it?
Sure, you can hit. I'll hit her right now. But I'm not saying like, but normal touching.
I'm sorry?
Touching your, never lay a hand on your kids. Of course, you hit your kids. I slap my kids on my sons on the ass all the time. Okay, but you're saying that you're going to do it right now.
Is there a reason?
Kick them. I play rough. That's what men do with their kids.
Ben, could we acknowledge that hitting
totally normal.
Hitting your
you
kid?
Say you shouldn't. You can never lay your hands.
Hey, let him ask the question.
Hitting. But would you acknowledge that hitting your kid and hitting your wife are two extremely different things?
Yeah, I think it's very. Yes. I would agree with you that if a relationship, which should be equal, basically, like goes to violence, it can only happen a few times, and I have been in that situation, and I always make sure that she apologizes for it. And if I don't get that apology, it's over.
Then you hit her again?
No, it's over. I just walk away. In other words, she has to say, like, I brought that on me.
Doing this thing that he does,
and then she apologizes to you for making you hit her.
In other words, she says, "I'm sorry to put you in that position." Absolutely, and my kids too. And my kids too. I always make them apologize.
Wait, you make your kids apologize to you?
Yeah, when I'm forced to hit them, which has happened a handful of times.
Okay, give me a situation where you've been forced to hit them.
Just to be clear, Ben, when you're saying hit them, you don't mean like punching them in the face, obviously, right?
It's
like,
not.
when you
Well,
say
let him
them,
describe what. Let him give me a situation.
Yeah,
let him describe what he's talking about.
Okay, my daughter Grace, who's a nice girl but is a little whacked out. We were traveling on the highway, and she opened the door. Because she was,
how old was she
being crazy. 7 or 8 years old.
Oh, okay.
And I did like make sure to say to her, like physically, that like this, you can't do that again.
Physically?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not going to incriminate myself, but yeah. So yes,
through
violence.
Or did you like
through violence? Through violence.
Right. What did you do?
Well, Nina, we can talk about it later, but I will not incriminate
right now.
myself.
What did you do?
Oh, I
you
spanked
really
her.
Think that anything is gonna? Okay.
Because she put her life in danger, and I know she was just being curious, but I mean, she put her life in danger, and I would absolutely do that again.
You didn't have the child locks on?
Sometimes
let's get off child. Let's get off children.
Kids shouldn't be opening doors of cars that are traveling. I would fucking do that a million times, Nina. Rather, I guess you would say, "Well, go ahead, open the doors."
So you think there's no other way to? You know that spanking is actually like worse for kids, right?
Yeah.
I think excessive spanking, excessive. Yeah.
It makes them afraid of you.
Oh, you read a study, right? You
know,
the other problem, I'll just say this thing, and then you guys can all cope and read. The other problem with this philosophy,
coping and read, is you not believing in studies.
I can't finish. So SpeakeaZy, do women ever get shut? I've been muted like 80 times by you. Can this bitch here be muted once in a while?
Wait, finish.
I wasn't talking.
An unlimited right to talk over me.
I'm not talking.
Wait, no, wait.
I would like to make one point, and then you can read. Okay.
You make like 47.
Wait. Let Ben.
You don't want me here. I'll leave.
Let Ben make his point, and then I think
my point is that there's something here that's called ideological colonialism. Now, what you're doing is you're using a very white Eurocentric, hyper modern standard and you'd have to condemn every society throughout history, and almost all non-European societies, which feel
wrong. 100% wrong. No, you do not.
So I can't finish my statement.
Wait.
This guy won't let me finish my
What are you
statement.
basing that off of? Why would I have to condemn them?
Absolutely.
Because you say they're all committing child abuse and spousal abuse.
Yeah, I will condemn the people that do that. Sure.
Good. Okay, so you can condemn all
those people. Hold on.
As
You do this shit all the fucking time, and it's really fucking annoying. So those previous societies,
colonialism, and I think it's wrong.
We're all talking over each other. Chill.
Yeah, I think
Juan, you got like a crazy loud mic. I don't know how you do that, but that's crazy, dog. Guess
those previous societies did not have access to the information we have now. If you look at the studies, and it has a good enough sample size, it's been studied the way a study should be conducted, not something that someone pulled out the ass, and it shows that. And you look at the study, and you still like, oh, I'm still gonna fucking deny this and still hit my kids. You're a fucking psychopath. A sociopath.
Okay, so but we can talk about studies. I'm happy to talk about studies.
There is bias in studies, and a lot of times,
what studies come up with is what the scientists want the study to sell them.
I'm curious too, because I mean, I think Juan, you're Hispanic. I'm Puerto Rican, and in the Hispanic community, and not just Puerto Ricans, but we make jokes about how our parents used to beat the heck out of us sometimes for doing something stupid. And it's not necessarily an abusive thing. Like, I love my parents to death. I'm extremely close to them. So I'm curious to understand more of what, if there is a level of abuse that can be implemented when hitting your child, or if it's just all any sort of contact that's not out of compassion, and how that exactly relates to hitting a woman or hitting specifically your wife. Because I think that they're two very different things. Your wife isn't necessarily there to be disciplined by you. Just as your children, when they're growing up, there's certain things that they do that they have to learn from, so that they don't commit those mistakes again. But they're too young for you to explain complicated concepts to them. So, you handle those two things differently. So I was just curious.
I agree with that. By the way.
100%. So what the study
wait.
to show.
Wait. So this is good. Wait. This is good for a second. Wait a second. So we got Mad. That's
my homeboy Mad should be up with me. High five.
We got Mad here. So is there anyone else that thinks it's okay in some situations to spank children?
I think they were directly asking.
You think yes, Jerome?
Okay, so
yes?
So here's my response.
Just wait. I'm just doing something quick. Just you can give your response right after this. I promise.
That's
you think yes? Yeah. Mark, what are you thinking?
Yeah. I think my threshold is going to be lower than mostly the people on the top, but I think it's appropriate in certain circumstances.
So you think it's appropriate in circumstances? Okay, perfect. So here we got two.
Now look, we also have minorities on the top with me, and I am blacker than you and more Hispanic than Juan Rivera.
Okay,
and it's all white people down the bottom.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Just wait.
Your fucking
I'm gonna let it be two at a time, two at a time here for a second, just so that
and these people are going to reproduce, and these people are not. So we will win. Demographically, we will win.
You have no idea what my sex life is.
Juan, I can only imagine.
And so right now, just because
until I get in shape,
just wait. Juan, chill. Okay, let me do. Okay, Juan, I'm gonna bring you right back in. Just chill.
This is fun. You guys think this is kind of fun? Kind of spontaneous.
Okay, so
yeah, but I
David is upset.
Here. Okay,
he's just gonna sit there and sulk.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
I'm a little bit sometimes. Nobody cares. You're not gonna learn to solve the world's problems.
Ben, you're annoying. Okay, it's not because people are mad. It's because you're annoying.
Let's stick to the debate here.
Nina, is it wrong if I say that I think you're an attractive woman?
Can we just focus, please?
Is that okay to say?
Can we just focus?
I think you're very cute.
I don't care. Let's focus.
Okay, Ben, she's not interested, Ben.
It's weird you're saying that because you're kind of trying to bring it to a different level.
Okay, yeah.
You respect the people on the panel.
David, you're gonna start us off, buddy. You're gonna start us off, okay?
What we're talking about, hitting kids?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's not. It's like a failure of everything else, right? And I think most parents would regret that they had to do that. I don't think it's like, oh, at the bottom of the list of like solutions there's hitting. It's just like a fucking impulsive emotional reaction. I don't think it's like okay, but it does happen.
All right, can we respond?
Yeah.
All right. I would say, since Matt said it, I would say it's a tool. You have a toolkit as parents. That's the last tool you should use. But in certain situations, like a kid who cannot, just like a dog, and even training animals, violence is very, very risky because dogs are sensitive. But of course, sometimes that is necessary. So because I think parenting is about love, I wouldn't remove anything from the toolkit other than something that's intrinsically immoral. But you don't love your children if you're not willing to hit them. That would be my...
It sounds like you were really concerned at that moment. She almost fell out the car, and you were overcome with emotion, and that was your reaction.
No, we finished the trip. I didn't pull the car over. We finished the trip, and I may have hit her. I may have hit her too hard. I may have hit her too hard, but I really wanted. She's and she respects it to this day. She says, "I totally deserve that." Now you could say that's brainwashing.
That maybe she's afraid of you.
She's not afraid of me.
It will get too personal if we go into this, won't it?
How do I know if someone's afraid of me?
Yeah.
How do you think I know?
I don't know. How would you know?
How would I know if someone's afraid?
I'm asking your opinion. You could say no.
Because they wince when I walk by. I mean, I've hit her like a few times.
Does
in my
she
whole
wince
life.
when she walked by?
No. And she'll hit me. She'll hit me anytime. You want to watch her hit me? What is the big deal about hitting? What is the big deal about hitting? What is the big deal? I'm not talking about taking a baseball bat to another human being. I'm talking about a slap on the face to say, cut it out.
Violence and the trust that you have with your parents when they're going to hit you when you're
I've thrown my son against the wall when he absolutely deserved it, when he was
Wait,
engaging in
but Ben, they're arguing.
Since you're a person who reports everyone, go call the cops right now. I'll tell you my address. Is that your kink? Is to get people thrown in jail who are trying to be loving parents? Then go for it, bitch.
Am I doing that? Am I doing that?
You are. Yes, you are. You're constantly making legal
I'm currently calling
you
the
shouldn't
cops
do
right
that.
now.
And men hate women like you. Men absolutely fucking despise women who are constantly making legal threats.
Ben,
my dogs.
They're making an argument.
Oh, you don't want to listen, right? Yeah. Block out the truth.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you are. You call it sexual harassment when I said I thought.
Am I calling the cops or am I?
Chill, guys. They're making an argument, Ben, for why it's not good to beat your kids. You have to make the argument for why it's good. You can't just say you do it, right?
I think it's too personal, man.
That's what
he's emotionally invested in this, right? Like it's not going to end well.
Oh, David, this is the oldest trick in the book. Okay, so what I'm saying comes from an emotional place, whereas you are what? A robot who doesn't have emotions?
I'm not trying to make you out to be someone. I'm just saying maybe this isn't like a healthy discussion.
You're being a bitch.
Okay,
a man can make an argument. I have emotions.
If you feel comfortable talking about it, that's fine. But I kind of read that maybe you're getting a bit upset.
You're trying to be a mother figure here. Son, calm down. Fuck
I'm not
you.
trying to be anything.
Fuck you. Yes, you are. Fuck you.
I want to say.
It seems okay. I think he's being reasonable. I don't know why you're being so weird about it. He's being nice.
Oh, anyway, so well, here. No, I'll give you the perfect example.
How dare he be nice?
What you do is you do a mental health check-in. You stop someone who's making an argument because they're emotional, and you go, "I'm doing
who's
a
mental
mental
doing it?
health."
Me or him?
Just hold on a second. No, this would be the extreme of this. You go, "I just want to do a
doing it?
No, I'm saying this is a passive aggressive. This is a passive. Dina, can you shut the fuck up for 1 minute?
Who is doing
We're
it?
getting off track
and
here.
SpeakeaZy will never mute her. He won't fucking mute her.
The question is what's
no?
The benefit
I want to
to
finish.
getting
Just talk about this one thing.
Go ahead.
If you're talking with someone and there's a back and forth, and they say, you know what? I'm just going to do a mental health check-in. Are you okay right now? You don't think that's a passive-aggressive thing to do to someone?
I didn't mute you. SpeakeaZy did because you were talking so much, and then
you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Okay,
I'm saying
he's trying to answer that part. He's trying to answer that part, Ben. He was
He has no capability of muting me.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't cut you off, but when you were cut off, I was like, maybe this isn't the best discussion. Maybe we should move it somewhere else. And then
right, but you're why don't you let me be in charge of me?
Sure. I was just checking in, man. No, it's fine.
Right, the check-in. It's passive aggressive.
No, it's not. It's caring.
Yes, it is. Oh, a grown man can't handle his own emotions. David, what's the worst case scenario if you don't check in with me? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I'm a grown man. I've got 6 kids.
Hold up, everyone.
Usually people don't get upset when
Mad. You tell us, bro. Why is it? What's the benefits to spanking children?
Right. So I don't have the modern day scientific explanation that Bill Nye would have used to say why it's good to hit children. I have more of the old school and the view, which I think is even held in the Bible in Proverbs, but it's something along the lines of when it's better for you to learn not to do something and be scared of the belt than to learn the hard way and do something that could potentially harm you in your future or even get you killed. So, for example, if let's just say that there's a 5-year-old who, I don't know, picked up a cigarette and I don't know, just something wild, right? Just for the purposes of this conversation, and the parents hit him, then that will stay in his mind longer than if the parent were to say, "Oh, don't do that," and the child will be probably less afraid to do that again. Now, with that being said, I'm not saying that the only way to raise a child is to hit them. But what I am kind of not necessarily advocating for, because I'm not even a parent yet, but I would like to be someday. I am saying that through my experience of my parents and a lot of other parents, again, I have been with all sorts of communities, specifically, of course, the Hispanic community, and also with Black people and white people. And so I do see the differences of children typically who aren't hit and children who are. Usually the ones who are spanked are more respectful to their parents versus the ones who aren't are less respectful. This is not all, but that's to say that it's not all the time. I've also met kids who have been spanked by their parents who are completely disrespectful, which usually sometimes includes the lack of father in their household, versus children who haven't really been spanked but are still respectful. So of course that's just one of the factors within household. And how
can I give you guys an example, a real life example that happened right out this window? There were two little kids. I would say one of them was 5 and one of them was maybe 3 or 4. They had no parents, and this is a very
love of God, don't tell me that you spanked somebody else's children.
Very fast road out here. Can I finish my story, Nina? God. Would that be okay? Oh, okay. I can't finish my story. All right, Nina's having a crisis because I started a story that.
Go ahead, Ben.
Can't
just go ahead.
Tolerate.
Just go ahead.
No, I'll wait until
I'm just reacting to it. Come on.
What is the reaction? How is that not rude?
It sounds like you were beating some other children, but if that's not the case, continue.
How does it sound like that? I just gave their ages. How does it sound
matter.
Like I beat them?
Why are you so personal? Just continue the story. If that's not the case, then just fucking say your story, my guy.
That's right. Say sorry now.
You got it, Ben. Go ahead. You got the floor.
So I assumed that they were walking ahead of their parents because there's a sidewalk over here, but I saw one of them running out on the road. Okay, and these cars are going 50, 55 miles an hour. And I went out there. I wasn't. I was wearing my pajamas, but I went out there and I was like, guys, what the hell is going on out here? Of course I'm not going to touch them, but I was like, where are your parents?
You checked in with them.
I mean, it's crazy. You've got like a 3-year-old in the middle of a highway, basically. Well, you think it's funny, David. Okay.
So you guys have a response to the,
and they were minorities, so I guess your point would be good riddance, right, David?
Do you guys have a response to like what Mad was saying earlier about like children who get spanked tend to behave better and stuff like this?
I'd just say does the means justify the ends, I guess.
Well, okay, but if we're talking about means justifying the ends, that's not what I know it's like kind of a meme now, but that's not what the research shows.
Okay, we can talk about research.
Like I said,
that's how you figure out.
Wait. I think actually Mad, the founder of the Patriarchy, and Nina are at loggerheads because Mad says, I am drawing upon the wisdom of my culture and my experience and the Bible. I think those are way more valid.
Where's the echo coming from?
Yeah, what is that? Is your daughter watching something on a TV?
Porn? Grace?
No,
it's the stream.
It sounds like the stream is blasted.
It's literally me and your voice.
Yeah,
we can each mute and figure it out, but I don't think it's that bad.
No, it's you. We know it's you.
It's horrible. Let me see.
It's not me.
No,
Wait, can we all hear it?
Maybe it's me. Hold up.
Wait, let me check it because I can't hear anything.
Wait. Oh, it's you. How'd that happen?
I don't know how that was happening.
Interesting.
Is it happening?
You got a low level.
It's still. Yeah, it's you. It's you.
Someone's got a TV on in your house somewhere.
Let me see.
In another room.
No. There's no. I'm the only one here.
No. It's
me.
SpeakeaZy.
Yeah.
Oh.
We figured it out.
It's your girl getting banged upstairs by the neighbor.
I mean, it's clearly my voice and your voice, so I don't know why you think that.
No, it's not him.
It's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, I think it's.
Is it mad?
I think it's mad.
It was mad.
Wait,
it was mad. Oh, I thought it was me. I thought it stopped when
I
I
thought it
muted.
was you.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, did you guys just mute at the same time?
It must have happened like that.
Is it happening again?
Let's just all talk at the same time. No, sounds good.
There we go.
Well, what the fuck was it, man? What was it?
No, it's
I guess
fine.
it was just not. I just need new little headphones.
I
see. It's all good.
Yeah.
White
So
noise.
okay, so I wanted to respond to the point that, what was your name, Nina? That you made. Like I said, I'm not claiming to have all the evidence towards that happening. I am talking more personal experiences, and like I said, that's not saying that. That's why I specifically said, and I was specific when I said that. That's not the only factor for a child to be good, right? Like if there's a
Sleazy,
drug
blip
addict
me and
parent,
David down so they can talk, and then we'll blip back up.
if there's a drug
Yeah, and
addict
I'm gonna
parent
get the others in too. You're right.
But
who beats
let
the
them
heck
do it
out
too.
of-
One on one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
Keep going. No, you're good, Matt. Sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. No, it's fine. I just want to know where we're at. But where was I at? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like if it's a drug addict parent who's beating the heck out of their child, then of course that's not going to solve anything. And I would say to the other end as well, if there's a parent who's not hitting their children, just being nice, that's not necessarily going to solve things either. So that's why I'm saying that's one of the factors. But there's a lot more to being to correcting a child than hitting or to not hit. That's it.
The reason that I'm on the camera here, as a response, I guess, like, I absolutely agree with you that there's a lot of things that come with not spanking your children. There's actually one of the better ways to do, like, timeouts are one of the best ways to correct behavior, because hitting a kid is a very sharp, painful experience where they're not understanding what they did wrong, really. They're just getting hurt. So again, it makes them, for one, afraid of you, and also it doesn't encourage positive behavior. It's just like, I mean, maybe if you saw like somebody like reaching for a cookie, you give them a little slap, that's fine. But if you're like seeing like, oh, you drew a crayon on the wall, and then like after it happened, this doesn't even work with dogs, by the way. And then like after it happens, you like you bend them over your knee and you spank them to like be like, oh, you did this or whatever. That doesn't really work when in a kid's brain. It's not really something that is effective of the way that they think. It doesn't really track. And again, that doesn't even track with dogs. Like if you see a dog pees and like you can do like the, did you do this? But if you immediately like, you know, snoop boop them or whatever, like the myth of putting the dog's nose in it, that's not real. That doesn't actually work. And and as much as I don't think children are dogs, obviously, if we're going to even go to this barbaric way where we're looking that like physical violence is going to be helpful, I don't think that's the case. And none of the science says that it is either. What is the best for disciplining your child is in some way a privilege thing, which is kind of funny because I've looked at it like this, where it's just like, oh, well, you're able to keep them away, or like put them in a timeout and then reward them. Like it's so much work, you know. It's obviously a lot easier to just give them a little slap on the bum or whatever. But like it is the most effective method to actually deal with your children, and I do think that you shouldn't hit your kids because there is a lot of evidence that it makes them scared of you, especially if like you're maybe not even like the main character. If you're like the dad and maybe you're out of the house all the time, maybe you're in like a very traditional home where the mom's with you all the time, and then like the dad comes and like you barely see him and then he hits you, like that is known to like really fuck up that relationship with both men and women, of course. And I just don't think that it's, as much as the best way to do it is a little bit complicated, I don't think that it's unable to be done. I don't think that if you're like, it's not like it just takes a lot more work, and I think that you can be a better parent if you don't hit your child and understand that the results are better as well.
Right, like I mean, I'd be curious to look more because I've seen studies in the past. I don't remember, you know, the specifics. I'd be curious to see where the studies were taken, who they got the studies from. I don't necessarily think that it. And I say this because
Revlon
there
actually
are.
had a really good video on this recently. I can send you that just because it's obviously a combination of things.
Yeah, like I said, yeah, I'll definitely, like I said, I'm not neglecting that there is definitely isn't a better way. But like I said, I think that if, for example, and I'll go back in the Hispanic community, at least, you know, in the environment that I've been in, there are kids who, you know, I've seen grow up too and who grew up to be great people. And just generally back then,
I wonder in the Hispanic community, is it like, because like, I don't know how you grew up. Did you have like a lot of family?
In my household specifically, it was me, my sister who's younger, and my father and mother.
Okay, so you didn't have like a gigantic extended family, like a
No,
lot of
no, no. So that's what I was gonna kind of come to is that, for example, my father. So my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and my father would work, and so sometimes it was mostly my mom though who would sometimes hit me, but my dad would come home, and you know if there was something more serious, and he'd hit me too. But I wasn't like even with those things. Of course, maybe right after they hit me, and then probably like the span of like the hour, or depending on what situation it was and how bad the situation was, because I wasn't a holy kid, you know, so to speak. I wasn't necessarily afraid of my parents. You know, I would respect my dad and I respect my mom and I love them to death. Not to say, right, I'm not saying that they were perfect parents, but they were great parents. And to this day, I still have that strong relationship with them. So I think,
but
like I said,
when you were thinking about misbehaving, though, did you fear, like, it was the only reason you didn't misbehave that you were afraid that your parents were going to hit you?
No, well, I mean, I'd still misbehave sometimes. Like I said, that's what I'm saying.
No,
like,
but when you had that moment in your head, though, like, we're like, oh, what if I do this? What is the consequences? What were you afraid of? Were you afraid of them punishing you? Like, oh, I'm going to get grounded? Or you were afraid of them hitting you?
That would depend. For example, there were in school. I'm still small, but I was a small kid at school. So sometimes like there were people who attempted to try and bully me, but I was always kind of a kid who was willing to fight, and in some cases kind of look for fights. But one of the things that would stop me, you can say that one of the things that would stop me was, okay, I'm gonna get beat up by my mom. Also, I'm probably gonna get this taken away from me. I'm gonna get suspended, and I'm gonna get in a situation that. So it would be not just the hitting aspect of it, but there'd be multiple things that would be better for me not to get into, because my mom and dad would also have talks about why certain things would be bad. So it's not like they'd hit me and expect me to understand,
they would like talk to you about
the situation. Yeah. They talk about situations, and again, especially depending, because they wouldn't. It's not like they'd hit me like I pushed a kid and they punched me. Like that never happened.
Okay.
But yeah. So it was like more
that
to
makes
it than
sense.
just him.
It wasn't more like I don't do this because I said so type of shit. It was more they punched and they explained to you, is what you're saying?
Right. And usually, when it was those because I say so, those situations didn't really involve hitting. Like Hispanics are usually seen as people who are kind of aggressive in a lot of aspects.
Did she do the sandal?
When the mom, sandal was more about.
Yeah.
I just wanted, because I know Mark was trying to add in something earlier when he was saying that he thinks there's some like times that it's good for us. So I was just gonna, I don't know if Mark, you're up, but you can.
Well, actually, like Mad's personal, like history is a really good example, because he has like a range of influences, right? It's not just like he got in trouble and then like he got beaten, and like his experience with his dad is like this looming figure that comes around and hurts him occasionally. He's got like a whole lot of different kinds of experiences, and he also has like positive interactions with discipline, where like they're explaining why it matters and like why like it's a good idea to follow the rules and stuff. Like, so he has a holistic experience where like technically there is some violence, but it doesn't characterize his entire relationship. And I think what you see is that the more the violence characterizes the relationship, the more unhealthy it is. And the more the kid feels unsafe in their home, the more negative an impact it has on the kid in terms of their overall lifetime. So like, it doesn't necessarily matter how often the kid's hit. It matters like how frequently the kid feels unsafe in the home. It matters how like frequently the kid feels isolated from the parents. Those are the things that end up having a really negative impact overall. Like chronic stressors. That's fair.
Yeah, and so I think Nina was trying to get into the point too of the studies also show that kids tend to be more aggressive. And
what happened to your mic?
What? But they said it was too loud. Does it sound
No,
muffled?
you just sound like it's really. Yeah, it's really muffled.
Yeah. It's either too loud or muffled.
What were you saying though?
He sounds different, right? I think he's just trying to fix his mic.
Yeah.
But no, I absolutely agree with you what you're saying, Mark. I think that you had a very reasonable way of looking about it, and I hope that that wasn't mischaracterizing too bad.
Yeah, I think it like translates pretty well to dog training. Like if you have a dog that you're trying to train them properly, you're not trying to hit them, trying to do everything right, and like it mostly gets across, but like then maybe the first time you take them out in public, they're like not paying attention, and you like hit them on the nose or something. Like a very, very small amount of violence can be like a very strong signal. But if the rest of your interaction with the dog is like very positive, very according to best practices, you're not gonna like scar your dog because you like tapped them on the nose a couple of times. But if all you do is these negative corrections and you don't have these like positive relationship building experiences and you don't have like clear communication to the dog about what it's supposed to do and how it can go about doing things correctly, then you're going to have a traumatized dog. I think it's very similar, where you need to understand that if you have an overwhelmingly positive experience with these occasional notes of negativity, you're not going to see the same kind of damage as if you have only these negative experiences and then like a void of neglect. I think some people will like hit their kid and they'll feel really bad about it and then they'll withdraw. And that's like far more damaging than like, spanking your kid once and then being like, hey, I'm sorry, you were like really being out of hand there. You understand why we can't do that? Yeah, it's not a big deal. I still love you, buddy. Let's go fucking finish the thing we were doing. That's a really different experience than just like slapping your kid and then bouncing or like throwing them in the Harry Potter under the stairs, closet. Like it's such a different experience if you have like a parent that's not just being negative. I think that
is that usually the experience though that comes with discipline like that? So I think that's why people are trying to get away from it. But I think that I agree with what you're saying. So the point I was getting, I think Nina was trying to get to before. Oh, fuck, the phone's gonna die.
Oh no.
Fucking I have to charge my phone. I got my charger. But she was saying too, like people tend to be more aggressive if that type of punishment is used like predominantly. And you do see with us, we're like he was saying before, Latinos and blacks, they kind of seem more aggressive, and that's the primary thing we use. I got to get my fucking phone charged. Hold on.
Okay. Want to move on to Jerome?
Yeah. Okay. So I do think there are times where it is necessary. So basically, my take is that, well, look, kids are dumb when they do dumb stuff. I'm sure we all know this. So like, let's say for example, if you catch your kid, like let's say he's like out playing in the streets, or he's playing with a knife, or he's like even beating up the neighborhood kid. Like yeah, sometimes you can like discipline your kid. You can tell them why this is bad, why you shouldn't do this. You can give them all the reasons. But the thing is that no matter how much love and respect a kid have for their parent, you're not always going to take them serious. If you're always going to be like, you can be nice and you can sometimes you can even scream and raise your voice, and that does work sometimes. It can definitely frighten the kid a little bit, or that could also develop, or that could like encourage the kid to develop like a rebellious stage, because kids are little shits. Let's be honest here. Like sometimes you tell your kid to do something, and they'll be motivated to do the opposite just simply because they can't, because they don't like being told what not to do. In my experience, and yeah, I'm talking anecdotally from here. I did grow up like my parents were quite strict on me, physically speaking, and it did actually make me like I stopped being rebellious because I was scared of the consequences. And when I say rebellious, like simply I'm talking about stuff like doing a lot of stupid stuff, like stuff that could potentially harm me, like playing with sharp objects, going outside in the streets, messing with some certain dog as a kid, because I know obviously as a kid you don't know that better, because obviously your cognitive function is not fully developed yet. But sometimes I do think that you also want to keep your kids safe too. Kids, like the biggest threat to them is themselves, because kids are like sponges. They see stuff, they absorb it, and sometimes their worldview will be based off of what they perceive at an early age. Sometimes I think it is best to like keep kids safe, from like harming themselves, even if it means with some physical abuse. I think I'm now obviously I think we like I'm not saying there's obviously a big difference between like just beating your kid every day just as like a power trip and like to install fear. There's a big difference between that, and then sometimes like I think there is like appropriate like circumstances where it is necessary to like hit your kid, but I would not like if there's other like if there's like other strategies, like other recommendations on how to like discipline your kid that doesn't resort to doing that, and I would happily hear that. I would happily take the time to hear them out. But from my experience, and I also most of my friends that grew up from middle school, they also told me that their moms or their dads also hit them a bit, and right now they're still functional. They're still like perfectly like good productive members of society. So I don't think hitting your children like when it's appropriate should be demonized to such an extent. I definitely think there's a big I would definitely draw a huge line between like actively hitting your children every day and times where within moderation. But yeah, that's my take on it.
Can I ask a quick question? What do you think in terms of frequency? Like, and this is not just directed at you, this is kind of to everyone. How often do you think it seems reasonable to hit a kid? And then how often do you think, okay, this is getting too much? Like, obviously something's going wrong here. Probably shouldn't be hitting the kid.
Well, I think that if your kid is doing something stupid and you told them not to, and they remember what you said, but they choose to ignore like your lesson. They choose to ignore you anyways, and they still keep on doing stuff like playing in the streets, playing with a knife, messing with the kids. You tell them everything you can, and they still choose to like ignore you. They still choose to like not listen to you. I feel like sometimes, yeah, I think that there's like appropriate times to hit them, but like if it's like every day, like if it's all like small stuff, like if you're hitting your kid because he's not doing the laundry, or he's opening the door for like a stranger that you don't know, I feel like, yeah, if you're gonna hit your kid over that, that's a bit too fucked up. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there's like a like if there was a line, right, and then there's like it's like in the law, like you see the same thing. There's different there are different. How do you say it? I'm sorry, the words just completely went out of my mind. But there's different levels of based on different things that you do. So, for example, like it's exactly what he was saying. If you're hitting your child consistently for everything, then everything's wrong, and they're absolutely going to be terrified. Like to even look at something or look the other direction, they're expecting somebody to to beat them up. But that's why. That's why, of course, you also have to have talks. Like if he did something that wasn't that big of a deal, you just have to talk with him. Now, if he did something crazy, then that's usually when the involved.
I just personally think that showing leniency towards your kid, like there is sometimes a bit where it becomes too much. Like you kind of do have to be strict with your kids, and sometimes it does involve maybe like a little like snack or something. And I don't like using like that, but sometimes. Like there's no win-win situation with this. When it comes to kids, there's going to be always complications. There's always going to be like hardships and blah blah blah. I know I'm explaining this very cliche, but that's pretty much objective reality from my point of view. So
I have a question to kind of like mix up something here. Oh, David, you've been wanting. Go ahead, sir. You go first,
I was about
buddy.
to say, I feel like it's like a last option, right? Like it's just out of desperation often. But maybe some parents, they see that it's quite effective when they did it in that desperate moment, and then the next time around they're like, actually, that was kind of easy just to get their attention and make them learn. So maybe they lean on it too heavily rather than actually developing a bond and some sort of back and forth through conversation. Yeah, that's it.
I just have a question for the side that's like for spanking, right? I had recently like gotten to a talk with this it was actually Hunter Avalon. Nina, it's funny you mentioned Hunter Avalon earlier. I actually got in a conversation. I got in a conversation with Hunter earlier, and like I was just, this was actually just, instead of a debate, I was kind of just picking his brain about it. And he directed me to a new study that has shown that spanking on the butt for children actually results in a sexual stimuli for the children. So if you guys were to like know this was concrete evidence, would you change your views on spanking children?
I think,
and then like the other, you guys can like just give your take on that. But go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I think the problem, and maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not, but the way I'm looking at it is sometimes there are studies that's why very skeptical, and I don't want to seem like a conspiracy theorist because I'm really not. Like I'm not somebody who believes in the flat Earth and that 9/11 didn't happen. But I do think that when it comes to studies, though, there are a lot of biases, and that includes, you know, whatever you're talking about, whether it's right wing, left wing, whether it's the Green Party, the Yellow Party. There are certain things that they take data from specific places and from specific people. Not to say that the data in itself is wrong, because it may be very accurate based on different things. The thing with that is that I think that generally speaking, for example, like getting spanked on the butt and that, like I've never heard
just
that
to
before.
be more clear, sorry, you can finish. Just to be more clear, so what the study says is that girls that enjoy being spanked during sex have reported that when they were younger, their punishment was spanking. So this is like how they did this study.
But it's not indicating at the time when they're spanked as a child.
Right, so like they're connecting the fact that their fetish of being spanked on the ass is connected to the fact that they were spanked on the ass as a punishment as a child.
That doesn't necessarily mean when they were kids.
I know this. I'm just explaining to you what the study says. I just thought I'd throw some more into the conversation here.
I think it correlates to girls that have like daddy issues or something. Wouldn't it be like a relation? Wouldn't it be like a relation or something? Because I've heard a study that girls who are like into like toxic men or something, it usually traces back to how their dad influenced them in their childhood. I'm pretty sure that's what I read on actually.
I mean, maybe it goes full circle to what we were talking about originally of like, should you hit a woman? And some girls do unfortunately enjoy like that dominant sort of relationship, and they subscribe to that patriarchal sort of.
Well, there's plenty of men that also
wait a
like
minute.
being
I'm sorry.
It's actually it's actually funny you said that, David, because the next part of the clip we were gonna go just the next part of the clip. She asks, "What if she hits back?" And then he says, "Well, that could be a different thing. Maybe she enjoys being hit." So like it's kind of touching on what you just said there, right? Like, do you think that is a case where women like enjoy being punished this way?
Sure, yeah.
Wait,
we're talking
about the clip of Sean Connery?
Sean Connery's next line.
So after,
but he didn't imply that.
No, he does 100%.
Yeah, I can show. I can show you.
It's
so
the next
here,
line. It's not something he's already said.
I'll put the clip.
Right. So it seems like he didn't hit her because she liked it. It just.
No, he's changing the subject.
Yeah. So like here, watch. I'll show you here.
I guess remember this is very old as well.
To give her a good slap.
Yeah, absolutely.
What if she gives you a good slap back?
Well, then you get into another area. I mean, then maybe she's getting to like it, then it becomes something else. I don't know. But seriously, I think that it's the last resort. He's not going to do it because he wants to do it. Huh?
Right. So like I was saying, he's saying that some women maybe are hitting back because they enjoy it. Do you think this could be a case? And if this was a case, do you think it's okay in that case?
I think he was just trying to be cheeky.
Yeah.
Like, he was Bond. I think he's just trying to be cheeky about
the whole
it. Like, he's like,
in my eyes, might just to be controversial and get some sort of news time, right? Like, I don't know why he was saying this, whether he believes it or not, but remember, he's a celebrity.
Yeah, that's true. No, I agree. I agree. I was just kind of like maybe trying to open the question a little more. What if a girl like was used to this and wanted this? Like, do you think this could be a possibility at all?
Yeah, but it's like super unhealthy. So I'll share my personal experience. I had this
go ahead.
girlfriend.
I'll just give it. I'm moderating. Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
And like her idea of like conflict resolution, like if you'd have an argument about something, would be like she'd be like, "Oh, you should like fuck me really hard or like hit me and stuff," and she's into it. But like when we're having a conflict, like I don't want to solve it by like engaging in some sexual fetish stuff. Like that just seems like super unhealthy. And I'd like try and get her to be like, no, like if we have an actual argument, if you're actually upset with me for something, like we need to actually like talk it out. Like this isn't a viable conflict resolution strategy.
It's like a temporary leap of absence. It's like a distraction from the main problem.
Or like a way to like pave it over. Like she didn't want to deal with it at all. So she'd be like, well, we'll just like have some sex and then like we don't ever to talk about it. And it's really frustrating because like there's no resolution and it's like also really unhealthy and questionable.
But you seem like you were really reasonable about like wanting to hash that out. Like, would she fight you? Like, to be like, no, just fuck me. Like, would she really annoying about it?
Like, just like a super complete dismissal of like an actual conflict resolution.
This is an anecdotal story. I thought you were giving an example of a story you heard. My bad. Gotcha.
No, that was just like my personal struggle with like a girlfriend who did want that as a
so this actually happened to you.
I think that's really fucked, and it's valid for you to feel like that was really fucked up, because that sounds really fucked up.
Yeah.
Did you
So
guys
I think it
surrender?
happens, but I don't think it's like something that works well. It's been
I mean, it feels kind of similar to the story that I was saying, that obviously our girl Grace was very dismissive of. Where it's just like, if you're gonna like manipulate somebody like sexually, like, come on, like we know that's not like okay, right? You know, like that's not something that you should do. That's not a good relationship thing. That's not something that is going to I mean, as I'm sure you're more than obviously aware that doesn't solve any problems, you know?
Yeah, and I think especially like anything sexual is like extra complicated, and there's like so many connotations and so many complications getting brought into it that it can be like really dicey to I think that like you can get away with like some pretty messy conflict of interest and like maybe like perfect execution of ethics when you're talking about like having a barbecue or throwing like a dinner party or like going to the pumpkin patch or something. Like you can have conflicts around this, and someone can be like really salty about the fact that they're going to the pumpkin patch, and it's like, okay, it's not going to be the end of the world. But like sexuality, when you wrap that into it, I think that like there's a much higher bar for where your ethics and your communication and conflict resolution have to be in order for it to not turn into something really horrific. I think that people are just like intrinsically more touchy about that.
Well, I just think that honestly, I just think that the West since the Victorian era has never been able to get their understanding of sexuality right. Like the Victorians completely screwed us up. We still haven't gotten out of their domain, and we still have this just bizarre like mixture of fascination and disgust towards sex.
Do you mean
it's
like
religion? It's religion. It's religion.
No, it's not religion. There's plenty of world cultures. Every world culture has been religious, and most.
Okay, but which one is the Western one?
No, he's saying specifically Victorian England, and I think there's some pretty strong evidence to support what he's saying.
It doesn't make any sense.
Is what you mean?
I'm sorry. By the way,
wait. Sorry. David just asked a question there. Go ahead, David.
Do you mean like the Victorians made it taboo and like unspoken, like dirty acts?
So Victorians really affected pretty much everything that we believe about sexuality. Even today, we still haven't gotten out of the Victorian framework. I mean, as much as we like to think that we
what
have,
did they change?
We're so they changed. So they created this notion that you still see all over evolutionary psychology, which, by the way, is complete garbage pseudoscience.
Yes.
But you see all over it is this notion of basically like sex as being an eternal struggle of like male competition over women. That sex is something that women have and men want. This Donald Simons, he's the guy that I think coined that phrase. He was actually a post.
So how did it work? Wait, how did it work before?
How did it work before?
Well, just for like a
well, you're
quick
saying
overview.
it changed it, so I'm curious, like, how did it work before?
The attitude changed. So like nobody before the Victorians believed that men had a higher sex drive than women because it's false. And the untold amount of damage that is done by that belief has actually been to ruin the way that men and women think about each other, and it creates the society whereby women essentially, which justifies basically the male commodification of women.
I do have a question.
I'm just asking, are you saying that the sex drive in men is not more than women?
Yes.
That's just so provably false in terms of even
right,
trans men.
What science do you base this off of?
I base this off of ancient wisdom that goes back thousands of years because nobody before.
You're just trolling. Got it.
Okay.
Let's
make something a little bit more approachable. Okay, so
why can't
in
you have
medieval
I'm going to show you King Kong's in New York right now. I'm going to show you. I'm going to turn on.
But like, why do you guys know it to be true? If I'm going to turn it around,
So we have like a pretty clear idea from medieval Europe that the general attitude towards sexuality was much less taboo. Sexuality was much less gated or siloed away from the rest of society. It was typical, even in the houses of incredibly wealthy people, that there would be one bedroom that an entire family would live in. And like these are people who are obviously having like 5 to 12 children each. There's like no chance that they're not having sex like very casually out in the open in terms of at least in front of their family. Like these are things that became like incredibly siloed, and a huge amount of stigma was placed on them. And a lot of this is happening during the Victorian period.
By the way,
keep
in mind that like 1/3 of children born in the Middle Ages were illegitimate, so which is not that much lower than it is now.
I do have a question. Like, what would be what's the point of talking about like the difference between what sexuality was back then and now? Like, is this a morality debate, scientific debate?
Because we're
like,
trying
like,
to.
what's
because
the
I'm
goal?
trying. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm trying to get to the root of the problem with Western society, and I think this plays a huge role in it.
Why do you think there's a problem with Western society?
Because
is it like the patriarchy thing?
I think that the way that gender relations are a huge part of it.
What's the problem with Western society? We're the richest, strongest country in the world. So what is the exact problem when we're talking on a world scale?
Because we're maladaptive and we're not able to meet the needs of our members.
Are you a Russia simp or what?
There's different metrics to success as well. Like there's happiness.
Okay, so, but he's saying
he's
specifically
wait. So
Western.
you're saying a fallacy. If you're saying that because I don't worship the West, then that means
no. I just want you to explain what the problem is.
The problem with Western society is that Western society fails to meet the needs of its members.
I absolutely
all the
agree with
stuff,
you. Capitalism
all the
fucking
wealth
sucks.
that we've accumulated, unless you're a capitalist. Are you a capitalism simp?
No, I absolutely agree that we should be giving people like free healthcare and shit. So is that your grievance?
Come to Canada.
My grievance is that modernity.
Don't you dare brag about your Canadian shit.
Modernity has been a disaster for humanity. And every time it spreads, it continues to be a disaster for humanity.
I'm sorry, what is it?
We reached our peak as hunter-gatherers, and it's been downhill ever since. That's my position.
So why don't you go back into the forest?
It's hard to say though, isn't it?
It sucks starving to death though.
What exactly? I'm just curious what you mean by this. I'm just curious what you mean by like our peak was hunter gatherers, and
when people died at like 20.
No, I'm like literally all Nina. All you're doing is you're recycling like.
So you don't like modern medicine.
Easily disprovable. Neoliberal lie.
No, wait. I'm asking you simple questions. You're not answering them with any answers.
You said the peak is hunter-gatherers. What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Peak is hunter-gatherers because
what do you mean by that?
Hunter-gatherer societies were best able to meet the psycho-emotional needs of their members. Hunter-gatherer societies.
So that's how you measure the success of a civilization, or
so for example, would you say that right now, like one of the most successful places are like tribal areas or like Alaska versus
right now the most
that tribe you just talked about with
slaves.
Wait, that tribe you brought up earlier with slaves, right? I just have a question. That tribe you brought up earlier with the slaves.
Yeah, the Tuareg are not hunter-gatherers though.
Are they better?
They're not hunter-gatherers, you're right.
Oh, they're not hunter-gatherers?
No, they're nomadic pastoralists.
They're in a very low state of existence. I mean, they're very primitive, as we would call them.
Okay, you know that island.
Are they better than the iPhone?
Have you ever heard of that?
You're talking about Sentinel Island, where they shoot the motherfuckers with bows and arrows?
There you go.
Those guys are living their best life, homie. Let's go shoot some arrows.
Maybe he's talking.
Traditional. Are you familiar with this tribe? It's actually really famous that like only eats meat in Africa. It's
the Maasai.
Yeah, the Maasai. They still exist, right? You know that is the case, correct? Do you know what their average lifespan is?
I know that their average. First of all, they're modernized. Now, I'm going to point out
they're not. No, they still live. No, they're not. My entire point is that they're not.
I'm going to show you how lacking in nuance the neoliberal worldview is.
I'm just trying to.
Instead of talking over me, how about you just listen? Maybe you'll learn something. The average lifespan of the Maasai is about 45 today, given the lack of any sort of modernity in their traditional culture. The fact that it was traditionally 45 is not a bad thing when you consider that infant mortality was traditionally high. Infant mortality is entirely the reason why life expectancy figures in the past were low, because the weakest members of the weakest 50% did not survive infancy. If you survive infancy, then chances were you lived to old age and you lived a much, much healthier life than people do in our society today. You can go to any of the scholars that are serious about the discipline. Any paleodemographer will tell you that what I said is accurate. Studies have been done over and over again on hunter-gatherers that prove that once you factor out infant mortality, The life expectancy is roughly the same in their societies as in our society. The main difference is that those people that do make it past early childhood end up being much healthier, having much fewer diseases, being much less sickly than the people that
and live much less long.
It's interesting.
No, you're literally not even bothering. Like you're so marinated in neoliberalism.
Wait. Traditional.
You did
Real
just
quick.
50% of them only live to like start living older life, right?
Right.
50% of them lived to be less than 1, and the other 50% on average lived to old age. And obviously,
so it'd be better if like 50% of our kids were dying. I'm just wondering if it'd be better.
Yeah. You're talking about loads of different metrics. Like there's life expectancy, there's wealth, there's
okay,
happiness.
But what
wealth counts 0 for
what SpeakeaZy was saying. You think that's okay to have 50% of people that are, if people 50% of babies born in the United States was a thing, do you not think that would be a problem?
The reality is that if we still had a pre-industrial level of mortality, then none of us would be alive, because as people do start surviving,
it seems like we're doing better now, huh?
No,
I'm glad I'm alive.
No,
I mean, 50% of babies born in our society are not dying.
People have less purpose. I'm going to include myself in this. I don't think I would be able to live in a hunter-gatherer society, but that's a problem with me. That's not a problem with the society.
No, but okay. So with that being said, like, what would be your solution?
Is that what you're trying to say?
What would be my solution? I mean, I don't have a solution. I'm fairly fatalistic about the way that things are right now. However, I do think that it's very clear that all the markers are there that what we currently enjoy now, I'm going to put enjoy in scare quotes because it's a miserable dystopia that we live in right now, but what we currently live in is actually a very weak, crumbling society, and that just as every other civilization in the past has fallen and in a very horrible, violent way, so will our dying Western.
Well, to be fair, our civilization, and we're talking about America, is actually very young. So I think we have a lot of time before we're worried about the civilization crumbling. If you know anything about history,
obviously.
Most civilizations that have the power that we have do not crumble after 500 or 400 years.
And also,
the rest of the world doesn't even take us seriously.
We 400 years yet.
I just have a question. If we never like went past the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, do you think like no diseases would have ever evolved that could have like wiped us out? Maybe ones that we, thank God, we had technological advances for.
No,
we were like disease immune. There were diseases density high enough to actually get susceptibility to any major pathogen.
Sure.
So we were like free of disease. Because like you only saw
we were
like,
all dead.
your family, and then like maybe every couple of months you see like maybe another person at a distance, but you can't trust that person, so you like stay 100, 150 yards away. So there's no disease knocking us out because we're like tiny population density.
Okay, so I'll tell you what the reality is that there were certain sorts of bacterial infections in certain areas like malaria and things like that. Theirs would have wiped out. A large part of that 50% of infant mortality, that's what it would have been. Once you survived infancy, you didn't really get, viral diseases weren't really much of a problem because they require large population densities to spread. If a place is very thinly peopled, then you're going to get.
Then they would just wipe out the
diseases at a minimum.
Okay, but my question is this, right? Because you're talking about like a society that's better, and then you're talking about how like these societies have been wiped away, but the society you're talking about has also been wiped away. So how would you say that morally, because that's essentially what we're talking about, we can't stop statistically be a better nation, because that's obviously not true.
I don't think they still collapsed though. Sorry, you go on.
Everything.
But they collapse. So like I don't necessarily think that whether you
every society is finite.
And I think like
the world is finite. Where the Earth is going to.
I agree.
Wait, hunter-gatherer lifestyles too. Like a lot of like you think it'd be better if like the world was lawless, is what you're saying? Like tribes invading other tribes, killing all the men, raping all the women.
That's not. See, again, it's like everybody just believes
a lot of raping.
Wait, you think that never happened?
No, just not a lot.
That's what never happened. That the cartoonish view that all it was just violence and chaos. No, that's
no, not that all it was. But I'm saying that you think it's better when this was available to happen more often.
Yeah, and in the
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced the world 10,000 years ago was more violent.
Let's think of the Apaches. Do you think if we lived like the Apaches did, this would be a good lifestyle for everybody to live?
No, because the Apaches were not an adaptive society.
Oh,
They were before
not
the
every
white people
society in the
came.
ethnographic record is adaptive. There's plenty of there's societies that are worse than ours. The Munduruku of South America, they're a lot worse than we are. They're one of the worst societies.
Okay, so you agree that adaptation is important to a society to exist, right?
When you're saying best and worst, like, what do you mean by that?
The problem with our
society
society is we can't adapt.
When you're saying best and worst,
we lost adaptability for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're not adapting to our environment. We're not making things to. Yeah, we're not making things that doesn't adapt to our society.
No, what we're making is mutational load.
Western society is literally the most adaptive society. That's hilarious that you would say that.
Explain to me how.
No, it is because we're winning. We're
okay, what do you mean now? Okay, because now I can order food.
Western
now
society
I can order food on my phone.
Bro,
Yeah,
we're talking
that's the
over
fallacy of
like
success.
the 18th Zoom clone. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Western society is fucking kicking ass.
It's great for people that are on top, but there's a lot of people that are having a shit time.
Yeah, but
but even for the people on the bottom, even for the people on the bottom,
don't talk all the same time. Wait.
Even for the people on the bottom, I think.
Wait. Let Mark keep finishing what he was talking about here.
Oh, no, I'm not saying much. I'm just saying, like, even the people on the bottom, we got like millions and millions and millions of these people on the bottom that are, incredibly wealthy by access to material wealth, right? Like, there's never been.
I'm talking to a bunch of boomers right now. Like,
I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying that it's.
I mean, you want to go return to
win,
monkeys. So I don't know how much.
I'm not saying that this is something that proves society on a moral level. I'm just saying on a physical adaptation level, we are incredibly effective and incredibly powerful, and our access to resources.
Yeah, no, he's
vast,
absolutely right. Like, we've
right?
utilized food, like even like McDonald's food, as much as it's like as cheap as it is, we've been able to utilize it to have the perfect amount of like calories to like be able to sustain somebody.
McDonald's
which is not healthy for us, but
you're right. We're making
okay, no, but we were able to develop it to have like the right calories for a very cheap price. Do you think that hunter-gatherers can do that?
Do I
Maybe
think
the biggest
hunter-gatherers
mark of
can
success
have
is that
Additional,
everyone's
you don't let her finish a point.
No, they're
Oh my
good.
god!
Wait.
Your diets are actually good.
Still keep you alive for a day as opposed to no food.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry, say that again, Jerome.
Oh, I was basically saying McDonald's can still keep you alive for a day as opposed to no food, regardless of how junky it is.
I think it keeps you alive for like 60, 70 years if you don't eat too much of it.
Yeah.
True that.
Yeah, like this whole like we should go back to like hunter like this. We should go back to whole hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Just like blows my mind that you would even think that like. I don't know, like what you're literally here on a call on the internet talking to us. This wouldn't be available in a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. You even said you would be dead and wiped away in a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Why is this a thing? But you still think this would be better?
Because I'm interested. Because I'm interested in
The man's wearing a tie.
even if the truth is not advantageous to me.
I don't think you're saying we should go back there either, right? You're just saying, in your opinion, there were.
No, I'm saying that inevitably what we've got will collapse, and I think it will collapse soon.
Sure.
Based on what?
And
are you an anarchist? Like a true
there's a lot of
anarchist?
internal conflicts, right?
No, I'm not an anythingist. I'm a realist. I think that any of these sort of like political attempts to like, we can have politics.
It falls somewhere, whether you like it or not.
That is like
yeah, you have to be something. Okay, well, wait. Let's figure this out, guys. We can figure this out. We have to figure out what he is. I think he's an anarchist. So let's like ask him questions related to his political values.
Collapsed doomer.
What do you think about? What do you think about borders?
Yeah, when he said collapsed boomers.
No, traditional. What do you think about? Wait, hold on, guys. Let's
Why are
figure
you
this out.
ganging up like little kids? Like, let him speak for himself. You're doing like schoolyard bullying. Like, what the fuck?
No, I'm asking questions.
What do you think
about borders?
What's this? Like,
what do you think about borders? Yeah.
I think that obviously.
Do you think countries should exist?
Within traditional societies, there were tribal territories. There were territories that would be used.
So, pro or against borders? Because tribal societies, there wasn't really like distinct lines. It's just you had lands, and then you kind of had like your territories. But do you?
Yeah,
like
I think some sort of demarcation is inevitable.
Okay.
Some sort of demarcation of boundaries is inevitable. Does that mean borders, as we think of as like modern nation states?
That seems like that's what you're saying. What's your opinion on freedom of? Do you think you should be able to go across borders?
I think
you
that
can go into other people's lands.
If one has alliances with another tribe or something like that, I mean that could be, obviously that's strategically, it's often been such that tribes have united and had alliances with each other that allowed for people to cross borders and things like that. I think that every society at every level has some.
What do you think?
So the answer is yes.
Right. Within like your tribe, right? That we're talking the hunter-gatherer tribe. How would they divvy out who gets what? Would there be like a leader at the top, or would everyone get their fair share, or what?
Well, typically in a more and there's exceptions. Occasionally you get like stratified hunter-gatherer societies like they had on the Pacific Northwest.
I'm asking you. I'm asking your situation that you want to live in.
You're
saying that you want to live in a hunter-gatherer, but I want you to describe that.
The situation that I think is best for humanity is one wherein the bands are very small and therefore they're egalitarian, because their small size means that everybody more or less knows each other.
Why would they be egalitarian?
It's the natural state.
You're kind
so
of
like they never come together. They never come together.
I didn't cut them off.
All these little tribes.
No, I'm saying within. You're saying within the bands that they'd be egalitarian, right? Like you'd have like bands.
Yeah, within the bands they'd be egalitarian because of the.
Okay, why?
Simply because of the fact that in order to that this level of cooperation that would be needed at a day-to-day level to procure resources to live on would be best procured if we had small bands that were egalitarian. It's just simply the way that works out.
The way it works is they have a gift-based and prestige-based social economy, and they don't have a conception of personal property. So no one owns anything. You just get you get bickering at you until you give away the thing that you have. So like no one owns anything. They just get like, they have a blanket until they get socially pressured enough to give the blanket to someone else. And they have like a communal gift circulation economy. It's garbage.
Okay, so some society, you're talking about a certain specific.
Well, how do you get these things?
Well, people make things and then they give them away because it's like a gift-based economy. And your like social prestige is based on how many gifts you've given away recently.
Less individualism.
But
you're describing a nomadic society. Are you nomadic?
In all tribal societies.
Doesn't somebody eventually have all the cows?
No, because if you have a bunch of cows, you can like get a whole bunch of prestige by giving a bunch of cows away.
All right, so Mark, here's the issue. It sounds like you know more about like anthropology and tribal societies than most of the people on this panel, but it sounds like you're sort of applying a one-size-fits-all, because you're saying this is a model that you see specifically arising in hunter-gatherer societies that are more developed. So I mentioned the Pacific Northwest coast as an example of a society which is more like at a higher sort of plane. It's larger groups of people, and it's sedentary. That's the sort of society where you get what you're talking about. You also get it in the Trobriand Islands. It's called the Kula Ring there.
There's also archaeological evidence, like dating back maybe like 16,000 years. There's some like higher complexity fishing villages, I think.
Yeah.
So,
you get into Jomon culture.
But
of Japan,
what I'm talking about is like even something you see evident in like, did you ever watch the black and white film about the Kalahari Bushmen? It's like one of those famous anthropological films. So like even in the Kalahari Bushmen, right? Like they have the same like in-group egalitarian communist. No one owns anything. Everyone's bickering at each other to share things, to like distribute things, and like things get distributed relatively evenly. But there's that scene like towards the end where the old guy has like this blanket, and I think it's a blanket that maybe he got from like one of the ethnographers or something. And he's like, "No, fuck you guys. I'm keeping this blanket. I've given away everything my whole fucking life. Fuck you guys. I'm keeping this blanket. I'm putting down my foot. This is where I own a thing." Like, and I think it's possible that he got that conception from the ethnographers. But before,
I absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing. Like ethnographer bias, it's the apple in the garden.
Yeah, but like,
the what?
Are you a communist?
Me?
No.
We might be getting.
I despise modern.
It kind of sounds like you want to be a communist, because if we're talking about like what Mark's speaking of, he's obviously relating it to the idea that they were tribal, the way that you seem like you want to be tribal, and that's like we share everything type of thing.
See, the difference is that Marx wanted to have communism.
Mark or Marx? I'm talking about Mark. Mark, the guy that was speaking earlier.
Yeah, sorry, my name's Mark.
Unless, are you Karl Marx?
Not that I'm aware of.
You should have just said.
Traditional. I do have a question though. I'd say that the question would be, what's the single, if not one of the most important aspects of that culture that you're talking about?
The single most
what do you think, like, what's the pinnacle of that society or civilization like that?
According to them?
What do you mean, like which society is the best at?
No, because like based on the, I'm sorry, I'm just, like extremely tired. So the way that you're talking about,
like your hunter gatherers.
Yeah. What would be what's and I'm asking, like, I actually want to know what about that is better specifically. Because you mentioned, for example, like the distribution, and she mentioned if borders are good, and you gave your reasons why. But I think that there is a little bit of all that in different societies today. So I'm kind of confused as to what exactly about that culture specifically is better, in your opinion, than what we see today.
Better physical health, better mental health, better overall well-being.
Better physical.
So let's just say,
is there slaves in this situation? I'm just asking. Is there slaves in that tribe?
In a small nomadic hunter-gatherer band? No.
Yes.
So with that being said,
slaves whatsoever in any of these
bands. You know how hard you would have to work to
it just kind of seems like a poor hunter-gathering. If it was a rich hunter-gathering band, would they have slaves?
There was if it was the
like one that had high end resources. And
yeah.
If it was one of
top
them,
tier of hunter-gatherer bands.
You guys want that to be slaves?
Yeah, but it is.
I'm curious on his
aspect. Society that is approaching no longer being hunter-gatherers, which is what the Northwest Coast, they would have slaves, because, like I said, they're approaching the level where they were almost at the point where they were no longer hunter-gatherers. So look at the Haida people who were a highly stratified society. Well, they had already figured out, they were still classified as hunter-gatherers because of the fact that they did not grow food, but they had already figured out how to farm tobacco. So they were on the verge of becoming an agricultural society when they were contacted by Europeans. And in that society, in that highly developed society that was like on the fringes of still being a hunter-gatherer society, then you would get the development of like a caste or a class hierarchy and a slave.
Oh, so it seems like the natural way of things would just go that way, right?
No, the natural way of things wouldn't necessarily go in any direction.
So what happened to the hunter-gatherers that didn't do that?
Would there ever be
they would probably become the slaves, right?
Like if it was just the way you wanted it to be.
Okay, but let's be real here. Let's be real here. Traditional. Let's be real here. Let's talk honestly. You know history. I know history. You probably know history a little bit better than I do, or significantly better than I do. But I know this history. So what happened? And let's say we're talking about Africa, right? What happened when one of the tribes that used to be a hunter-gatherer tribe met the white people who wanted slaves? What do you think that they did to the other hunter-gatherer tribes?
Well, it's interesting. The slave trade in Africa was overwhelmingly of people that were not hunter-gatherers. So, like West Africa was agricultural civilizations.
Why?
Why was West Africa agricultural civilization? Because they developed agriculture.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked. You said that they didn't enslave hunter-gatherer tribes, which I don't believe is true. So I'm asking.
Well, they did.
You're saying it's not.
The West Africans.
You said overwhelmingly that's not the case.
Hunter-gatherers and enslaved them. That happened.
Right. So if you're living in your hunter-gatherer paradise, right, and you have slavers going around that you know that you should be afraid of, should you industrialize to protect yourself?
You don't necessarily have to. The Kalahari Bushmen were in contact with the Bantu for over a couple thousand years.
Right, but you're in a whatever situation you're in, and you know that slavers are in the area. What do you do?
It depends.
I'm just curious. I'm very curious. Is there like agriculture and like homes in these in this
most of them are nomadic.
You're talking about?
You mean was there agriculture in a purely hunter-gatherer society?
So I'm asking you, in the hunter-gatherers, the peak of our society, you said that was our peak of our society.
Yeah.
There was no agriculture. There was no homes built. Nothing like that.
There were
homes, so like sleeping where like you could be killed and lions and tigers could eat you and this type of shit. This was a better lifestyle, is what you're saying.
No, like human hunter-gatherers are the kings of their ecology. They completely dominate their ecosystem. They're not getting eaten by lions. They're building like tree houses or like
I just asked
shelters.
that.
I'm just saying that like we're not getting mauled by lions. Like that's not happening. Everything's terrified of us. Everything's running away from us. We're hunting things down.
Keep in mind, there's also something called natural selection, and what ends up happening is that if you're a stupid hunter that doesn't do the right thing, you do get killed in a hunting accident. But what ends up happening is that, therefore, the smart.
Do you think that anyone that survived imperialism?
I'm not constantly interrupting you every 3 seconds. You can let me make my point. Now, what typically tends to happen, therefore, is that over time, you get selection pressure for people to be better, more successful hunter-gatherers. And so you end up basically having cases like the Native American tribes who used to be so good at hunting that they would be able to do the entire thing without making a single sound. Like that is something that gets produced over thousands and thousands of years of adaptation to the environment, which is what the environment pushes people to respond to their environmental pressures. And once you take them out of these environmental pressures and you create something ersatz in any way, you're actually undermining human fitness.
It's definitely shame we aren't in touch with
so the natural section. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, David. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say it's definitely a shame that we aren't in touch with our environment anymore. Like actual,
I'd agree with
plant
this.
life. Like we have concrete jungles. So it's like, and I think that attributes to unhappiness in quite a lot of ways. And I think what traditional was getting at is they had more sense of worth. Like they all had a purpose. And I think actually due to industrialization, we have quite an easy life now, and it leaves people feeling pretty directionless. Like, what should I do? I've got the freedom of choice, and like, I don't think it helps overall.
I don't think that's what he's saying, though.
I think traditional, though, is trying to find a purpose. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, maybe not.
I think he wants to. I think he sounds like he wants. I mean, I think you're both right. Where he's wanting to like return to monkey. It feels like he wants to just like go. You're like you've seen the movie Into the Wild.
So here's a question. So how come
he's wearing a
everything
suit and tie? This man's supposed to take his suit and tie off and run naked into the wild. I honestly.
How come everything's got to be a psychoanalysis? How about you deal with my arguments instead of about like because you're trying to.
Okay, well, do not feel that way. I'm just making a joke. I'm absolutely making a joke, but I'm asking, do you want that?
Now.
Do I want what?
I think living I think
I'm curious.
Living after the Enlightenment is probably was like better lifestyle compared to like lawlessness. Fucking.
I like having a phone.
Are you familiar with the phrase evolutionary mismatch?
Humans are humans are like naturally like.
I didn't expect to get along. I didn't expect to agree with you so much.
Path of least resistance. So like. The reason we've got to where we are is because this is always how it would happen. Like you say this is the downfall. This is us evolving. Like it sounds stupid to me that you think
you might need to die to evolve as well.
And it sounds stupid. It sounds profoundly stupid to me that you would think that the maladaptive mess that we've created is somehow.
It seems like Jerome wants to say something.
Wait, sorry.
Can I say something? Because I haven't said something in a while.
Wait, no, I think Jerome wants to say something.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jerome. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just basically gonna say that the whole natives, they lost their land just so people in the U.S. can have like a society to settle down in, so they don't have to live in the fucking woods anymore at fear of being eaten by animals. So I basically this I feel like you're definitely wanting us to de-evolve back to that kind of era, which is probably not a good era to live in personally.
Maybe I want us to evolve to that kind of era.
How would that evolve?
Evolution just means adaptation, so I don't think it's an evolution in that sense, brother. Because evolution just means to adapt. So you're adapting.
Do you want less
to
medicine
whatever.
or what?
So
you want more people dying of cancer?
What we're looking right now is an evolutionary mismatch. I don't know if you know what that term is, but that's a common term that's used in evolutionary biology for when any organism is no longer in the ecology that it ought to be in, that it flourishes.
Makes sense.
We're not in that ecology. We're like zoo animals, and it's creating all sorts of problems for the human race.
We've created our own environment, which isn't natural.
Yeah, we create our own zoo. It's horrible. We've created our own dystopia.
So, tradition, I agree that we are living in a bit of a dystopia, but I don't think your solution is going to work because And frankly, the way we live right now, we're too used to, and it's actually better in many ways. Is better than having to work all day in the hopes that your crop doesn't get destroyed by a fucking heat wave. So
hunter-gatherers worked less than people in corporations did.
Traditional. You talked about.
I don't know about that because when you developed the agricultural society, you literally had to work all day to make sure you keep.
Did I say?
And
harder physically? Do you understand? Farmers and hunter-gatherers are not the same thing.
Wait, though, can I ask you something? So because you talked about sexual selection, I happen to be writing about sexual selection, and so would you agree with me that sexual selection, natural selection, has made women mate with the most competent and most strongest leaders in that hunter-gatherer society?
In polygamous societies and many hunter-gatherer societies were not polygamous. In polygamous societies, you're correct.
Well, historical average is 3 to 1, isn't it?
Wait, why polygamous societies as opposed to traditional
why are we
monogamy?
mentioning that?
So wait, so you don't think that naturally women chose the most competent and strongest men?
I think in polygamous societies, typically they did.
Okay, so would you think maybe that like having the smartest and the best leaders, maybe that's what led us to this, and this is always going to happen because this is natural selection?
Well, if you're asking, do I subscribe to a sort of like a cyclical understanding of time? Yes, I think that it's clear that we do have, that civilizations do have sorts of rises and falls. This is like Ibn Khaldun, the great medieval Islamic historian, spoke about this, that a civilization will always start out in this tribal state, having what's called asabiya, or the strong sense of tribal solidarity. And over time, that strong sense of tribal solidarity will cause it to advance and conquer. But at the same time, the fact it advanced and conquered and formed an empire will then cause it to become decadent and weak, and therefore it'll end up destroying itself. It's the cycle that constantly repeats.
Don't you think
Okay, then why don't you let the cycle?
itself?
It's true. I agree a lot with what you're saying. I just don't agree with your solution to it.
I don't think he's saying we should go back there.
What's my solution? My solution is that there is no solution. I'm not proposing a solution. I don't.
You are, because you're saying you want to. You're saying you're idolizing the hunter-gatherer process, where you had to run all day in the hopes of getting a food, or hope you didn't die of poison berry or some shit. So yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a better. That's a solution to me. You're saying you're idolizing the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, right?
No,
am I right or wrong?
I'm saying that there's no way that I can expect that human beings today are going to willingly return to that. But the result of their unwillingness to return to that is that society is going to collapse.
So you don't think it's good that like if I like break both my legs, I don't have to be like discarded by my tribe and like I'm dead? You don't think that's good? Or if like I break my ribs, I'm not just left to hang
just be
because
like,
I
fuck
can't
this
keep
shit,
up?
I'm out.
You think it's better if like I would get left behind because of a broken arm? Is this
You
what
think
like
that's what
really
happens
you think that's
in most hunter-gatherer
what
societies?
the fuck you think?
You're just asking a simple question.
If you broke your leg, wait. If you broke your leg and it got infected, what do you think happened? You got to live?
There was
How
medicine.
did you treat infection?
There was medicine in traditional society. And by the way, the medicine traditional societies often
Traditional, I have to ask you.
Yeah, I don't think doing a fucking
You and me
dance
both know
around
the
somebody
answer to
was a
this,
fucking.
but I think you're not going to.
Like the problem is that all you guys,
No,
you guys think
traditional.
you're so smart
Let me ask you a
because
question.
You say
Let
like
me
a lot
ask
of snarky things without
No,
having
let me ask you this question because you and I both know the answer to this.
Looked into the way that
When a hunter-gatherer,
You must debate idiots on average, because
when a hunter-gatherer civilization is not able to get the adaptive food, what do they eat?
When a hunter-gatherer society is not able to get food,
what do they? And their people are dying. What do they eat?
Each other.
When a hunter-gatherer society is not able to get the sorts of food that would sustain them, they'd have to turn to like famine foods, which would typically sustain them less well. And yes, there was starvation in some hunter-gatherer societies at some times. It was not. Hold on. You already interrupted me. It was not as common as people that are doing this Whig history rigmarole like to think. Starvation was not something that was an actual threat to most people at most times, but yes, it did happen sometimes.
You don't think the
And-
buffalo almost
or cannibalism?
Have you ever heard about that?
Hmm?
Have you ever heard about like the buffalo almost going extinct?
Wasn't
Yes,
you
I
don't
have.
mean like when white people were here? You mean before?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying
Because,
to talk
we
about how
hunted
like
them
when
almost to
hunter
extinction,
gatherers don't have enough food, they will eat each other, and it seems like you don't want to. You good with that?
Again, like
You
you're
want that
acting
society.
like things that certain societies in certain parts of the world do is like this universe.
You want that.
Okay,
Do I want
hold
what?
on, Nina. You're making a mistake here where you're thinking that starvation
Mhm.
is a viable threat to hunter gatherers. But the reality is that life is so dangerous to hunter gatherers that they're never starving to death. They're always dying from something else first.
Theoretically speaking, yes.
So that's better.
Well, I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just
No, I'm
saying
asking.
that
No, I get the
Traditional
joke.
didn't. No, traditional didn't. Like he didn't disagree with that. So I'm just asking. Traditional, is that better? That
Is
like
what?
we just died from this different shit. It was better then.
Well,
I like.
It's your opinion, organ
I
trail.
like
we
being
die,
here
we
where,
die
like,
in every
there's
society.
no
and I
like
think-
crazy bugs and shit like fucking with me, and like I don't have to worry about.
All right, let's.
behind
I'll
me
tell you
and
what.
shit,
Let's try to
I like
let's try
this.
to
I don't have to
approach
fucking
this
depend, like-
honestly.
I mean, Loki
approach
sounds like
this
you're waiting for the
honestly.
downfall of humanity. Kind
Hold
of sounds
on.
like from the way you're
Yeah,
speaking.
basically.
Approach this honestly, because again,
okay.
all I'm seeing in every.
I definitely.
this is amazing. It's like all I'm getting is fallacies. All I'm getting is people
I'm trying to
talking
understand what you
down
think.
despite having
Which
not read anything,
fallacies?
not knowing anything, like assumptions that are
I'm trying to
completely
really pack in
false.
your brain and see what you're about.
Let's
Oh
no.
God.
Holy
How about
shit,
stop talking over me? How
bro.
about you listen?
Ben,
Fucking
don't
listen.
do it.
I'm
Chill
listening.
out.
I'm listening.
So,
Traditional. I'm listening. Tell me your opinion.
If the question is, and after all that, I'm kind of drawing a blank on exactly what the question is, even. But
We were trying to get your
opinion.
your viewpoint on. Obviously, I think we all think that your hunter-gatherer aspect of wanting to return to monkey is very silly, and we're trying to understand your political. Yeah, your political values based on.
I don't think it's silly.
I don't think I
the
understand it.
thing that you were trying to do. The last question was: is it better off to die in the way that hunter-gatherers died? I would say it's better off, given that the chance of death is 100%. It's better off to die in the way the hunter-gatherers died.
Yeah, do you want cancer or get like eaten by a lion? Anyway, this is
Yeah,
quite
what
an
do we got
uneven
here?
debate
I think this
because,
is when
traditional's the only
How old are you?
one
Wait,
that
how old are you? Honestly, traditional. How old are you? You don't have to tell us. I'm just asking. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
You don't have to answer. I have no idea. You look like you're like my age, like 30.
You look
Well,
like
roughly,
you're 30, but
you're pretty
talk like
close.
you're 20.
Okay. Right, so
That's
you,
cool.
you and I would probably be dead by now if we're living in your hunter-gatherer
No,
world, right?
it's
Die of
There's-
dysentery.
almost everybody, because of the weakness of the genome, because of the crumbling genome, because we're so weak now, almost everybody
crumbling
living in our
genome?
society
What does
would have
that mean?
died in infancy.
Is
in
Dwayne
our
Johnson weak?
tribe.
Well, that's like just how humans are. We don't die because we have like modern medicine. So I don't know why you want to return to monkey.
You didn't
Yeah,
say
well, that's a
return.
mistake because it dirties up the gene pool with all this.
He wants
Yeah, if anybody's
All of our
engaging,
purebred
hold on.
idiots.
So if anyone does engage in fallacy, why don't you point it out? You're saying we're engaging in fallacies. Which fallacies have we engaged in? Please enlighten us.
For starters, is the tu quoque fallacy. So the tu
SpeakeaZy, can you
quoque,
please mute him?
tu quoque states that is accusing the person of not having a valid argument because they're not willing to do the thing that they're arguing for. So like when I say that I think that a hunter-gatherer society is more adaptive, we say, well, why don't you just become a hunter-gatherer yourself? That's actually a fallacy. That's a textbook.
Okay, that's fine.
for
That's
debate,
fine.
tactic. And I would say assuming things that you're just pulling out of your ass.
Like
That's
what
a
though? What
problem.
specifically?
Like all
What
the everything, all the stuff that you were saying about like hunter gatherers. You don't
Name
actually have
one.
any
Name
documentation. You haven't
one.
re-
Name
I
one.
guarantee you haven't
Name
read
one.
any books about hunter
Name
gatherers.
one. No, okay,
Name
yeah,
one.
you could
You
guarantee.
learned about
you're the expert.
You have no clue.
Notion
You learned about hunter-gatherers in high
You don't
school.
know
What the hell are you
Okay.
talking about?
Please name one. Name one.
The notion that hunter gatherers died when they were in their 20s. That's an example.
This has been quite
that's
a
something
weird.
that
Sorry,
I said
to
it's
cut
a
in.
sign that you've not actually read development.
This has been
I
a weird
said
that.
discussion
You
because
You would have a nuanced.
I
take.
said that.
No, let David say his point.
traditional is the only guy here that's an academic on this subject, so it's kind of a weird discussion, like where he's just teaching us basically. We're asking stupid questions.
Traditional.
Wait.
Can I make a point here?
David, what do you mean by he's an academic, so he's the only one? What does that mean?
So he's researched into this more than us, I guess.
So have I for 4 years. So what does that mean?
Oh, sorry, you didn't tell us.
I didn't go to school for it though, so it's not academic.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't throwing.
What have you done for 4 years, Sleazy?
Read books? I don't think
so. Human behavior, natural sexual selection.
On the internet.
David, you're not saying that you're an academic. You're saying that he's the academic, right?
I was saying traditional.
That's what I'm saying. David said that.
Traditional is the academic. He's making a joke about it.
No, I'm not making a joke about it. I was saying traditional is well read on this subject.
Yeah, he's like, oh, why are we asking him stupid question? Because he's academic. But like,
it's like we're not going to be able to have an even discussion.
Everything I've said about hunter gatherers, I've researched this. So I'm
where have you researched?
We learned about hunter gatherers in high school. Like we learned about this in school. What are you even saying?
But to a basic level,
well, it doesn't really matter. I don't think we. I mean, the fact that he's.
Sleazy, where have you researched it?
My point is, I'm not appealing to authority. Yeah, right.
I don't think anyone thought that we were doing that.
No, but David seemed like he was asking me to.
I was just saying
that. Where have you researched it? Where have you researched where have you done your research?
Who, me?
On the internet, right?
Yeah. And
okay, right.
Do you think that colleges don't use the internet? That'd be very stupid to not use the internet.
They use in schools. Like,
are you? What are you gonna use a computer to like learn stuff?
No, Ben uses his caveman book.
He only reads the Bible.
You have to have it scrawled. It has to be scrawled on the like side of a cave to be able to learn anything.
This guy was talking
about
ancient wisdom. Are you guys
formal education right now?
We're trying to learn from traditional. We're trying to learn our caveman wisdom. Okay.
Okay, well, can I
give me 1 minute? Give me 1 minute with traditional culture.
They were
give me
so
1 minute.
They didn't know where the sun went. They thought it was the sun god telling them.
I like this idea. Let's do this for a second.
Yeah, I actually like this idea too. Wait, hold on. Let's all give him 1 minute with traditional.
Yeah, and then you come back and vote. Let's say you vote.
That's a good idea.
Okay, ready? Have you ever heard of something called golden ageism?
I'm familiar with the concept.
Okay, so some people like Trump is like the 50s, right? I used to be a golden ageist as a Catholic about the medieval period, which there's a lot of arguments, right? And I've heard you say some of them. That medieval culture was in some ways far superior to modern culture, right? More communal, more connected, more earthy, right? The problem with golden ageism, and I do believe there are a lot of things about hunter. I know the thing about they don't work that hard and things like that. Okay, do you know what the problem is with golden ageism? It's an absolute killer. Why did they stop?
Because they were forced to.
By whom?
By outside powers.
Outside of the entire society?
Yes.
What outside powers? Aliens?
No, it was other tribes that were not hunter-gatherers, or else in many cases European colonists coming in and destroying their society.
But they didn't resist, right?
In many cases they couldn't. They were at a lower technological level of development.
But if people don't want to do something, they can just keep doing what they're doing.
Many of them died as a result of their unwillingness to resist.
But for the most part, they were happy to regress.
You are wrong. That's not true. Hunter-gatherers
so
never want to stop being hunter-gatherers. They're forced to stop being hunter-gatherers. It's very different from peasants. Now, peasants, when you introduce them to the concept of like an urban civilization, they'll actually willingly leave behind the peasant life and do that because they don't like being peasants.
But all people were
hunter-gatherers are very different.
Is that correct?
All
people were hunter-gatherers.
All people were hunter-gatherers.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why didn't they stay hunter-gatherers?
Why didn't they stay hunter-gatherers? For basically for the reason that they discovered that if you do start cultivating crops, then you can have larger families and larger communities.
Okay, so they felt it was superior. They were sold on it.
Certain people within the society felt that it was superior, advantageous to do this, and of course those were the people that ended up on top.
Well, I could be a hunter-gatherer here on the coastline, right? Because there's like periwinkles all along the coast of the East Coast. No one eats them, but they're certainly sustainable. And I can live out of dumpsters. And I've done that before. Why don't I do that?
You tell me.
I don't think it's the worst life. I've led that life. But you can't really sustain a family and be part of society that way.
You can sustain a family and be part of society if that's what society is a hunter-gatherer society.
So why don't I mean, you say it's a fallacy to say, why don't you do that? You can do that. Why are you sitting there with a necktie on?
Again,
about it.
Well, I don't know. Were you here when I described the fact that more than 90% of people that are living today would not be able to do it because of weakened...
So, but that doesn't prevent one person from doing it, right? Or a group of people.
I'll tell you what.
That's what the hippies did. The
That's not
hippies.
one of the more than 90%. I don't think I'd survive as a hunter-gatherer. I think that's a sign of my weak genetics rather than the inferiority of hunter-gatherer society.
Well, you could find. I mean, if you were here on the coast, I don't know where you live, but if you're here on the coast, like you can certainly live off of shellfish, and simple fishing techniques. I think that would be part of that, right?
I don't know.
If you
I'm not sure if I could live off of that.
Well, of course you could.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess it remains to be seen.
But I think what the problem here is, I think that I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you, but I guess I am. I think that you are a melancholic personality type. Has anyone ever told you that? You have a longing for a utopia, and you're looking in the past for a utopia. I have tons of young men who tell me that, like, oh, Joe Biden, the Democrats or whatever, the Republicans, or we're all. I think that your longing is for heaven, and you're not going to find heaven here. And you're not going to find it in the past. And it's interesting to study these things, but I think that you're like, well, man fucked up, and so therefore I'm a victim of it, and I hate.
You understand
society.
that I'm a religious.
Are you having sex with women? No, because you don't want to bring people into this world. Are you happy to start a family? No, but this is your excuse for not participating in life.
No. You literally just failed.
No.
It's never going to be heaven, buddy. It's never going to be heaven. I used to think like, if we just were back in medieval times. There were problems in all of those societies. There never was a utopia, and there never will be.
Claim it was a utopia. Literally now
you paint it pretty much like a utopia.
So you psychoanalyzed me falsely. You were wrong. And then you
are you having sex with? Are you interested in having sex with women, having a family, and being a participant in society? No, you're sitting here on the internet crying and trying to justify not participating.
Yeah, Ben. Just to throw like a shot in the dark here, anthropologists fuck like crazy. Like, I'm sorry, you're just like, we drink more than any other group of academics, and we fuck more than any other.
He's sticking up for his fellow boys. I like it. I like it.
Good chance. If we're going by like average odds, like good chance.
Well, I'm asking this guy. I'm not saying Anthony. I don't think he's a typical anthropologist. I think he's someone who has a melancholic personality type. He might he might have a vocation to be a monk, to long for heaven. And I think that's a legitimate
guy and being like,
aspiration. But a lot of times people are, they're not looking through history, trying to find the ideal society. This is what people do. This is what what is your plan? When you figured this out now, then what? Now what are you going to do?
Yeah,
just cry for the rest of your life that we don't have a hunter-gatherer society? Is that your life plan?
He's making an argument that you've completely missed, and I don't blame you. I don't think he sold.
But there's no gospel here. There's no good news. It's the opposite of a gospel.
Wait, Ben, let him explain what the.
He's saying mankind failed. My dad failed me.
Wait.
And I'm sure he's got daddy issues as well. My dad failed me 8,000 generations ago. We fucked up and we're dead now.
No, this was going smooth before you got here, Ben. Chill out for a second.
This is supposed to be a debate club.
Yeah, that's right. I know. That's what I'm saying.
Ben, how do you feel about the fact that you look like Traditional's grandfather, and Traditional looks like it's John Zerka's grandfather or father?
Yeah, this is a more important
topic. I look like John Zerka's grandfather?
Nina, did your chat just say that?
You kind of act like that.
Well, he's a good-looking guy, so I'll take that as a compliment.
My chat said Traditional.
He's like an Armani model, so I'll take it. I'll be Zerka daddy.
Evolved Pokemon forms of each other.
All right, let's not roast each other. Come on, let's be nice.
Roast? That's a compliment. What the fuck, man? He's like the most desired man on the internet.
That actually looks like conflict that came out of a car fire.
Let's get it back on the rails.
I don't think traditional takes being called Ben a compliment, unless you do. Is that okay? Traditional?
I don't even know what just happened. I couldn't hear.
Traditional, do you think that I
did I win? No. SpeakeaZy, you gotta now let me. Did I win?
Jesus Lord.
Traditional, do you think that you?
No. Do a poll in chat. Do a poll in chat. Come on, it'll be fun.
Wait. Okay, we can do a poll, but listen, chill. Mark is trying to explain something that he feels like you missed with what Traditional was saying to you, so I think it's fair to.
All right, but just wait a second. But I want to get back to the format. Let's keep it fun.
Wait.
Let's do a chat, and then whoever wins gets to go take someone else on the next time. I'll take Nina.
Okay, so how do
just
I
kidding,
do
Nina. Just kidding,
I don't know
Nina.
what that means.
Okay.
How do you do a poll?
You're next.
Traditional's done the best job of explaining what his argument is. I think that like most of the things he's saying are
no, but let's do the poll and then the analysis.
So,
wait. Please.
Once you understand what he's actually
Exercise your
arguing
power.
for, you can react to it, and you can have any opinion you want on his actual argument. But I'm pretty sure you have no idea what he's arguing for. What he's arguing for is that when you look at the nature of a human being, and you place them in different environments, and you observe their level of interaction with other people, their connection to their family, their levels of stress, their dietary quality, the general health of their body as they age into 60, 70, 80 years old. What you see is in hunter-gatherer societies, it seems like people are thriving to a level that maybe we're getting close to today in some developed countries, but over the last 10,000 years of agriculture, we have been far, far, far short of. And it seems like there's, at least on a psychosocial level, not necessarily in terms of access to resources, not necessarily in terms of overall health, freedom from parasites, freedom from diseases, but
okay. That's
purely psychosocial level, it seems like people are really thriving as hunter-gatherers, and I think that's inarguable.
But he is saying that on the internet, which is the ultimate non-hunter-gatherer thing.
Fallacy.
You understand that it doesn't change whether or not he's correct?
But you like it here on the internet, okay? And we are
does he look like he likes it?
Like.
Ben, to be fair, Ben has made the.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Ben actually made a good argument for us.
Wait, Matt.
Right? No. I generally agree with what Mark said. I never got the sense. At first, I did, but then while he was explaining a tradition, I think was just kind of observing. Like he said, he's a realist, so maybe he was just considering. This is how it was. With that being said, though, I'm curious. What is there anything you think, right? Regardless of what anybody else thinks, realistically could still be applied even in a very modern society like today compared to back then?
No, he's despairing. That's the whole point.
No,
Look at
Ben,
his face.
let him answer.
Can you rephrase the question? I didn't quite understand what you're asking.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do?
No. That's not what I'm asking.
Let me see, Matt. Let me see if I can break this down. I think what Matt's asking you right now is he's asking, like, is there something you think, because you say like that hunter-gatherer lifestyle is like our peak of the human beings, right? So do you think there's anything we could do now to get closer to that to help us, or do you think we're just completely fucked? That's what he's like trying to ask you.
Yeah, closer, but more in the sense of, is there anything valuable that we can imply now? Like it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to change it back to the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, but is there anything from that we can still implement in a modern society?
You know what? My entire YouTube channel is based around the idea of like applying lessons and things that we can learn from traditional societies. There's an incredible amount that we can learn from traditional societies.
Give me one example.
I can give you nothing but examples.
Okay,
literally how the reason.
Just one, buddy. Just one.
The reason I came on is an example. The reason I came on this stream was originally to talk about.
Okay, I'll be greedy. I'm gonna ask for two then.
So relations between the genders is one example. Something we can learn. Another example is survival skills. Another example is traditional health, traditional diet. There's tons of them.
But you're giving advice. Okay, but who would want to be you? No one. You don't have a family. You don't have
Ben, shut
kids.
the fuck up.
You're not getting laid. Why would anyone want to be you?
Ben,
you're like
confused.
What are you trying to teach? Wait. You're saying you're trying to teach traditional. You're trying to teach. So what message are you? Okay, now hold on. What message are you trying to get across? You're saying that you can learn a lot of stuff. So teach us. You got some students here. Teach us.
The message I'm trying to get across is that the current maladaptive dystopian hellhole is not the only possible path for humanity. And
okay, I also hate capitalism.
Humanity is not beholden to follow the path of modernity, right. And that we are greater than the limitations that are being imposed on us by modernity, and that anything, as Bruce to the great
okay, so what are you teaching?
Anything that exists is possible.
So should people be going off the grid, or what are you trying to teach? I don't understand. You're saying you have a YouTube channel. What are you trying to teach? You're just trying to wake people up.
I'm raising awareness for the fact that anything that exists is possible, and many of these other societies prove the incredible diversity of possible things, possible paths.
So do you preach political change, or what's the
political
call to
change
action?
is useless. Politics is useless.
Okay, so what do we do? What do we do? I believe in everything that you're saying. What do we do?
What you do?
You radicalize me. What do we do?
As an individual, you can learn these lessons. You can imbibe these lessons.
I can just learn your lessons and then do
and hold on. And if you feel, as I feel, that
okay, I feel how you feel,
teetering on the brink of collapse.
Absolutely, sure.
You can begin to apply the lessons in your own life.
Should I do like some bombings of places, or what is the next step here?
Next stop is to try to learn from traditional societies to get our own.
Learn what?
Learn
how to come on the internet and talk about traditional societies.
I learn how you think, and then I just do nothing.
How to eat, how to structure your family, how to structure.
I mean, do I go into the forest so I have to live my day-to-day life? I'm at my job that I have to slave away. I'm a waiter here, and I've invested in your teachings. I have some money saved up, but what do I do?
What do you do?
You can eat a paleo.
Presumably,
diet.
if things get
there's no answer, obviously.
If and when things get
if and when.
Well,
so I did all this for a promise.
It's going to be a win, not an if.
I invested I watched all of your videos for a promise that you're not going to tell me what we do.
When things start to fall apart.
She's making a good point.
Win things. What's a promise?
Yes. Win.
Okay, but they haven't fallen apart. What do I do now? I've done everything that you've told me to do. I bought all your courses. What do I do now? I have educated myself. I watched all your videos. What do I do now? I have to just wait? You're telling me
she's a believer. Why should she believe? What is she going to do?
So if you become convinced that we are,
I am convinced that you were right. Yes.
Start applying the lessons of anthropology.
Okay, like what? What actual action do you want me to do?
Like end the world type shit. Like we have to build a bunker in our backyard.
He's waiting for it to all fall apart so he can pontificate.
So do you actually teach any
wait, no, stop. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, can I just get a straight answer? You guys can keep going.
Come on.
Is that what you're saying?
Is what I'm saying?
Well, what do I do? What do I do?
Yeah. I got answers. You want answers? Okay, here's.
No, I'm asking traditional. What do I do?
I know, but he's not telling you.
Does he have a name? Do we have to call a man traditional?
Let him cook.
What you need to do is you need to look into your genetic code, and then you need to be very, very, very selective with finding your partner, and then do some intentional fertilization and do some gene screening, and then there's a chance that your offspring won't be part of the 90% that perish when
things fall
traditional.
Apart. What do I do? I've done everything.
Sounds awful.
I am a true
sounds
believer.
like you just jump off a bridge.
I am interested in everything that your ideology. I am all with it. I am down with it. I have had multiple parts of my family members.
He's not answering the question, so let me ask him something else.
What do I do?
He keeps avoiding the question.
Survival skills at that point.
All right, Sleazy, can I get a moment? Can I get a moment? Me and Betty are going to tag team as the boomers in the room.
Wait, 1 second.
Why do I call him Sleazy? Look at him.
You know what, though?
I mean, I have to go to bed here. I want to. You can ask me tag team, whatever you want, but
let's call this guy Bill.
I want to.
Wait.
No, I want to.
Let me ask traditional question because he's not.
No, I want to finish traditional.
Let her do it.
Traditional. I'm a true believer. What do I do? I'm a true believer. I have all of your courses.
If you believe that I'm correct, then I guess
what do I do?
You start applying my lessons and start.
I just have to wait.
Whatever you can to help survive.
Just be filled with fear.
But I'm surviving right now. Doesn't matter.
No, I mean surviving. If you
I mean,
become
my parents
convinced that
died
things
or
are
whatever,
going
so
south,
I have millions of dollars. So what do I do with them?
Presumably, your survival instinct.
Millions of dollars right now. What do I do with them? How do I prep for this?
How do you prep for it? You learn.
You're the guy who's saying that it's going to happen. How do I prep? You're the one teaching me that I have to prep for this.
You learn survival skills.
What?
Are you not teaching me the survival skills?
If you are convinced that
what am I an idiot that I'm convinced because you're the one that convinced me?
When shit falls apart, this guy will be the first guy
argument
dead
has
on the
become
side.
really
Circular.
Can I ask him something, please?
You're telling me your advice is I have to learn skills from, but I'm trusting you. You're the reason why I think this way. So what are you teaching me?
No, don't look to me as a guru. I'm a guy.
But you told me
Believe me, no one is. No one is, obviously.
Wait, but you're talking. But I'm telling you, I do look at you like that. Now you're telling me I shouldn't look like you.
You're like a guru.
I'm here to raise awareness. I'm not here to expect that
you're
everybody
gonna
agrees with me.
Okay, so I shouldn't do anything
I'm
then.
here to
I should disregard everything that you say and realize that I got grifted.
Yo, can I ask him something
Is that what I should
traditional?
do?
Listen, kid.
Traditional?
What if
Can I
you
ask him
just found
something?
a girl and stuck your dick in her and had some kids and then rethink the whole thing?
Why do you fucking?
Maybe you'd have a different perspective. You know what I mean?
Just fucking chill, bro.
Traditional. Can I ask him a question, please?
You might have a different perspective. Am I right, Betty?
Right, no, I gotta go to bed. On that one, now I realize
Wait,
that
wait,
I'm
wait,
really
wait,
confused.
wait, wait, wait. You got little kids there.
My heart is broken. I will never know
crazy,
reality anymore, and I will be suing you, traditional, for that grift. It was a pleasure seeing all of you as always,
see you,
and
Nina.
I hope to see you guys again.
Where we find you
Thanks for
again,
coming.
Nina? Where we find you
On
again?
twitch.tv/Nina, spelled Neeina. I stream every single day, so you'll see me tomorrow. I would hope to get all of your that sounds like I'm like
Nina, I was in your chat. You dissed me.
No,
You
I
dissed
would
me.
love to be like have you guys as friends on Discord. That just sounded
No,
the way I said it.
that's what I was just gonna say. You on Discord too?
Nina, can we be friends?
Absolutely.
Can
Same
we be friends?
Neeina. We're
On Twitch or
both
on
on
Twitch or
twitch.tv/Neeina. It's on Discord as well with the same name. I'm sorry, Betty, I did not get a chance to speak to you, but I hope to speak to you as well. But absolutely fantastic time hanging out with you guys. I hope to talk
Thanks,
to you
Nina.
soon.
You as
On
well.
both.
Have a good night.
Nina,
Have a
are
good
we
night.
friends? Oh, see, she doesn't.
She left you hanging.
So let me
Man,
ask you
you're
something
always
traditional.
scaring away
Can I
the pretty
please-
girls. Stop doing that.
I brought another beautiful woman here.
I brought
No,
her
that was
here,
traditional
son.
that did it.
Oh, that's right. She's your sub. She's your sub. Literally, she subscribed to you. Where's NoFap these days?
Okay, so I do have a question though. So is it fair though? Is it fair?
Hold on. I had a question for a minute, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
All right,
Yeah,
so
like,
tradition,
let's,
let me ask you something. Yeah, let me ask you something because you keep talking about this stuff. So it seems like you do want some sort of attention, or you like preaching this shit, right? And, you might call it too colloquial fallacy. Put that aside though. Why not, right? Starting instilling this like with a group or with a woman you care for, and start making it happen. If this is something you believe in or care to see in the world.
It's a philosophy of despair. You should jump off a bridge if you really believe this.
Why would I do that?
Because you're saying like all is lost. All is lost.
I'm not saying all.
Let him answer my question.
Well,
please,
you
Ben.
pretty much are.
Ben, let him
I'm,
Ben,
so Ben,
let me answer
here's
my
the-
question.
because it seems to me, I'll get to you in a second. One, don't worry. But first, I gotta clear something up, Ben. I'm not an atheist. I believe in God.
That's great.
Nice.
So I don't have a philosophy of despair.
Nice.
Well, you can
I'm
believe in
not
a God
completely-
who's like has like failed us. That sounds
Yeah,
to me
but
like
you
God
sound very
believe-
doomeristic, my friend.
I believe that we failed God, not that God's failed us.
Well,
Okay, but you don't believe that you failed God, right?
Wait, I'm curious.
Of course I failed God.
This is just a traditional. This is to be clear for my viewers.
So
'cause, like,
why don't you
when I ask
smile and
questions?
try to
Wait,
find
Ben,
a-
I'm asking a question,
Yeah.
motherfucker. Wait a second.
Have a few drinks,
please mute him?
relax.
Ben, okay, let me ask this question. I just because when I ask questions, I try to be act as if I'm a viewer, right? So when you're saying like take the advice and like you think also as well, like you think like soon enough our society is gonna fall and we're gonna need the hunter-gatherer skills to survive when society falls. Am I getting this correct so far?
I think it's very likely that we'll either need the hunter-gatherer skills, or, I mean, alternatively, I don't claim to know that we're going to all collapse back into just a completely chaotic state. I think that we will collapse. It's possible that, China will just come in and take us over. That's another possibility that I'm willing to entertain.
So why don't you go connect with Chinese?
Wait. I have a very good question now, Ben. Wait, I have a very good question.
Go back there and hook up with someone. And
I still want to answer my fucking question.
Shut up,
Ben.
Wait, I have a very good.
You always got to make it about you,
I
Ben.
have a very good question now for that. So, what about the hunter-gatherer lifestyle helps us against the Chinese invasion?
It won't.
Right, the guns and stuff would, right?
I don't think anything would. I think I think that the Chinese would just beat the hell out of us.
So, but do we have a better chance having guns to fight, or should we have like
a better
bow and arrows made out of like Flintstone?
Absolutely, we have a better chance. If we have guns to fight.
Right.
The best
so
chance
again,
that
the
all of us will have
hunter-gatherer's lifestyle is not better, right? Like
hunter-gatherer lifestyle. The hunter-gatherer lifestyle is not
human being would want to stay
survival in a world that's technologically advanced. So as long as the world's technologically advanced, we're better off. We're better off as long as we can maintain the system working.
When we hunted, like let's say we hunted a lion, right? We were hungry. Our tribe's hungry. There's a lion.
No one
nearby.
eats lions, moron.
Well, what if there
Have
was
you ever heard
nothing
of
else to
lion
eat
stew?
around?
No one eats
Let's say
lions.
gazelle and move on. Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, let's say a gazelle.
Well,
Then.
I'm just saying the guy's got
Let's
all the
say a
wildlife
gazelle. Let's
in
say
the
a
world
gazelle.
to choose from, and he chooses
Okay,
lion.
motherfucker. Let's say a gazelle.
You
okay?
really are truly ghetto.
Let's say a
Ben,
gazelle.
is there an off button to you? Jesus Christ.
Let's talk. Let's just say a gazelle. So when we hunted a gazelle, did one person run after the gazelle, jump on him, break his neck, and fucking is that how we did it?
Sorry, no, we were in groups.
We chose the path to least resistance to hunt that gazelle. Would you agree with this?
Yeah, obviously.
So humans naturally seek the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
So again, like
we can actually do that, right? Like one dude can run after a gazelle and kill it. Right?
Wait, no. It's not about what we can do.
making.
What's efficient? Please keep up with what I'm asking.
I understand where this is going to go. You're going to say yes. Did we create a situation where we could have maximized production with maximized efficiency? Absolutely. That was exactly what the Industrial Revolution was all about. The result is that it led to the crumbling of the genome. It led to a multiplication of genetic mutations that are currently making us sick, weak, and unhealthy, and are currently destroying us from the inside.
But then you're assuming there would have never been no genetic mutations except because we did them. You're assuming that evolution would have never evolved no type of other mutations or diseases. Is that what you're assuming right now?
There would have been mutations. There were always mutations, but
so there would have never.
In a situation of harsh natural selection, what happens is that the deleterious mutations are selected out of the population, usually in infancy because of infant mortality, and certainly they do not get passed on to the next generation because infant mortality happens, and then you get other people that maybe don't die as infants.
Do you think people who got like a really bad flu in a hunter-gatherer society they live?
The influenza virus was literally it originated with like cows. It originated with cows and horses. It came from animals, and it was the result of
okay. But in hunter-gatherer societies that exist today, the mortality rate for men is like 60% of the population because of fighting between the tribes. That's true.
You're talking about the Hivero. You're talking about one society that has a specifically high.
But the number of deaths because of intertribal fighting is incredibly high.
Right. In the Andaman Islands, it was less than 1%. In most tribes of Papua New Guinea, it was between 5 and 10%.
That's incredibly high.
It's not. It's not really. That much out of the general human history. I mean, the mortality rate for males.
Right.
In the
Things have gotten a lot better
better
since we were in that situation, which maybe is why everyone, including you, chose to get out of that situation. It's brutal to live in a society in which the threat of death is always there from inter-warfare.
Right. It's not a comfortable way to live.
No, let's clear the record. Hunter-gatherer, and by the way, even Steven Pinker, who wrote like the biggest defense of Whig history and the biggest attempt to crap on the past of the last 100 years, the better.
But you can't go back to it anyway.
No, like, let me finish. Even he admitted that hunter-gatherer violence was considerably lower than violence in agricultural society. So I'll start off by making that point. But secondly, I'll say the threat of death always hanging around us. First of all, you could argue that we have the threat of death always hanging around us anyway, given, every time we get in our cars, there's a chance that we're going to have a car.
Right, but
okay, let's say you're right. Let's say you're right, and we're on the precipice of everything falling apart. Everyone here knows that you would be the first one to die. You would be the first one to die.
Ben.
Maybe not.
Betty wants to talk. Let Betty say something here.
Ben. Yes, please. Hi. It's nice to meet you. My name is Betty Wassel. Now, one of the things I wanted to ask you is that when it comes to the end of the world, right? And what we're going to do with the end of the world, how are we going to survive on the end of the world? Things like that, right? Traditional, is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
so like preparing, making sure you're prepared, food-wise, water-wise, necessities, medical, all these different things in case it came to the very end and you had to survive, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, so why is it even an argument at this point or a debate? Because everybody knows that if they don't prepare and they don't have water supplied somewhere and they don't have food somewhere or trying to get canned food and stuff like that, that people are going to, if it came to the end of the world, because it even says on the CDC website about zombie apocalypse or something, I don't know what that refers to, but it's on there. So most people who actually pay attention to what's going on in the world, they would actually say to you, yeah, I am a prepper, but I don't tell the whole world I'm a prepper, right? And I don't influence it on others because sometimes people don't give a shit, honestly, as to whether they prep or not. The main important thing is that you are a prepper and that you're prepping for the end of the world. I'm prepping for the end of the world. And sorry that the others are not. And when it comes to that time, guess what happens? Well, the people that prepped for it will be ready for it. The people that did not will not be ready for it. So why is this even a debate? I don't understand.
Well, my YouTube channel is not a prepper channel. Like I'm not telling you.
No, I know that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I'm hearing right at this moment, right? Right at this moment. This is what I'm hearing. Most people know, and they've been told for many, many years, especially if they've researched our company, if they know that everything was made by design, if they know that poison's being put in our food, if they know that poison's being put in our waters and everything else, and they know that eventually something phantom is going to happen, which it says in the Bible, well, then why are you worried about all these other people and argue with them when all you could say is, hey, listen, dude, this is what I've learned throughout my years, and either you can take it with a grain of salt and you can do it as well, or whenever it comes to it, you don't have the materials or the food or the water or the sources that you need.
Perhaps I enjoy raising this kind of awareness.
Well, yeah,
exactly.
Betty, the original debate, though, it was about him saying that the hunter-gatherer lifestyle is better than the technologically advanced life we have now. Like humans were better off being hunter-gatherers than they are now. That's what like his original claim was, and that's what we were like debating.
Okay, so when it comes to Well, just like it says, when it comes to teaching a man to fish, he'll eat for his lifetime. But if you give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. It's the same principle. Do you get what I'm saying, traditional?
Not exactly. You're saying, could you sort of I'm very tired. It's late here, and I'm not.
Explain to me why Nina left all frantic and all this weird stuff, which I'm not going to do. But explain to me what it is I need to do, because you want me to be aware and prepped, but I already am. So explain to me what I need to do differently than I'm already doing.
Can I try to answer this for you? I think that
sure.
what traditional is trying to do is not prepare you for the fall of society, but prepare your mindset to thrive after the fall happens. And it's not a question of teaching a man to fish. It's a question of enjoying being able to fish every day without having a billion things fuck with you and bother you and stress you out and take your head out of the fishing.
Right,
That can still
exactly.
happen if you live in the woods.
I mean, you could do that anyway right now. My dad was a fisherman. I have a bass sitting on my wall right now that was 6 pounds, 4 ounces that he caught.
Did he also have a mortgage?
No, he did not.
Well, I'm,
Yeah, but still, that's why I
Not
asked the question earlier that traditional. I think that there are some valuable things to say. Betty is saying right now that there's still concepts that are still valuable right now that I think are completely applicable. So that's why I was kind of curious that people were debating traditional really hard on that, because despite, of course, we generally disagree that we want to go back to that time and do the process of things the same way that they were back then. But generally speaking, I think what Mark just described, I think we can do that now. So I don't think that what he's saying is BS.
Is that you're not going to be stress free. You're still going to have to worry about hungry animals trying to eat you. So you're still going to have to worry about getting poisoned that could possibly kill you. So worry about all this stressful stuff.
Thank you. I was going to go there.
When did I claim I was going to give us a heavenly?
I don't see people trapping that compared to living in a society where we have technology and modern day medicine.
Right, and you made a bit of a false equivalency by saying, "Oh, when you get in the car." Hold on, let me finish, Betty, please. I haven't.
Wait.
He hasn't even answered my question.
I have a brain injury and I have a good point. Hold up for a minute. I have a good point. Did you know that we're actually going to have medical beds? Did you know this? Did anybody in this panel know this? Anybody? And it will actually rebuild everything in your body, even if you have limbs that are torn off, legs that are torn off, and things like that. They're called med beds. Look them up. That will be in our future.
So it's like
that way people can live longer, right? Instead of being sick and worried about the doctors like that. It's a med bed.
So it's a form of regeneration because it can heal all the damaged tissues that you sustain.
Okay.
And you are talking about Jerome, and the reason I'm talking to you about this is because it was invented by the Tesla stuff that he did. So therefore it goes into the technology, as you're saying, right? To make people more healthier and to live better lives. It even cures cancer. But the thing is, and everyone will get it free. But the thing is that they're working it out. They're seeing how it works and things like that before they present it to the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I understand exactly what you're saying, but the best way to use the argument, the better way to do the argument is what's better now. But Juan's been waiting for a while to ask traditional something. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Just
there's a couple things now because he asked him a question earlier, then Ben derailed the shit. So I was asking.
Go ahead.
So I got two things for you. Number one, right? The first thing was, let's put the two colloquial fallacy aside. A lot of the times is leading by example, right? Is the best way to do it. So why not do some of the stuff yourself, right? I'm not saying you have to, but let's say you started with get a girlfriend. Like if I have an idea or something, I'm gonna start implementing in my life. This is what I do, right? So you obviously preaching this. You have a channel. You obviously want some people to get on board, right? Because you're saying you're just trying to raise awareness. So it's people who want to raise awareness that obviously want them to get aboard on that idea, even if it's just a few people. So why not start with a family? You don't have to bring kids into the world. Why not even get a girlfriend? Get a girl in your life. Get people in your life, or connect with people. There's probably people online that you can find in a forum somewhere that believe what you believe. So why not connect with them?
What does that have? I mean, how's
like wait, traditional.
to...
Let me help you out here, Juan. That doesn't really. You didn't really ask him. You're asking him about his personal life and why he doesn't go get a girlfriend and shit. For all you know, he's got a wife, 3 kids. Like this is a dumb thing to do. Don't do this to him here on. Don't do that. If you have a question about what his take was, that's cool. But don't say, "Oh, why don't you go get a girlfriend?" Now you're just doing what Ben did. Don't be Ben, bro. Don't do that. You're better than that. You're better than that.
No. I'm just saying, like, we're not. All right. The next question, right? You said that that we have certain stresses, right? And then we have to worry about violence. But do you think that the violence that we have to worry about is equivalent or worse than the having to worry about getting eaten by like an animal or some shit?
No, I think that death was much more immediately apparent in hunter-gatherer society than our society, and that's an evolutionary match. And life has gotten too easy for us, so we're in an evolutionary mismatch, and that's one of the reasons why we're going crazy.
Okay.
In his defense, research backs up what he's saying, like, very strongly.
I do agree in some of that point, but I would still say it's better to live in a world where I don't have to worry about getting eaten or mauled or worrying about the tribe killing me as much. You know what I mean? Like,
that's more personally advantageous. I mean, again, if you're part of the more than 90% of people that wouldn't survive in a hunter-gatherer society, and the most important thing for you is surviving, then yeah, you'd consider that this is better than a hunter-gatherer society.
I don't think life being easy now is like a cause. It's like a cause of collapse in society, because I think it depends on the person.
It's going to be the thing that causes collapse. It's not a cause.
I feel like that's because of the individual persons. Okay, so people like we have like a lot of lazy people, right? Like they like sit home, play video games, smoke weed, blah blah blah. Like they I feel like they refuse to like get out and just exercise, adapt their minds to certain stuff, to certain concepts. It's because of their own complacency. They're like, I get it, like we have all these like opportunities, all these resources that make life easy for us, but we also have the option to just go out there and learn to adapt to all the stuff. The problem isn't because life is too easy. The problem is because people are refusing to go outside and learn how to experience shit so they can adapt to certain stuff. If, like, let's say, God forbid, like we do have like an Armageddon type of situation.
Okay, so what you're saying, Jerome, is that back when I was growing up, and from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s, like way before them, we didn't have cell phones.
Yeah.
You had to call people on the phone to see if they were home, or you had to go to their house, knock on the door, and you didn't have technology, no games except Atari. People didn't really get into that much.
Yeah.
But you went outside and you actually entertained yourself. And therefore you found yourself self-sufficient, is what you're saying. Nowadays, people or different generations is not doing that, is what you're saying, which you are correct on a status of that.
We've gone complacent, yeah.
They're more into the video games, eating food, not going outside, not getting their vitamin D, not going fishing, not going hunting, not doing anything that's going to make their life better, because they're so now advanced with the technology that they almost can't even live without the tracker.
They're codependent on it. Yeah.
Or they're codependent on it. There's one thing I noticed, and I said this a long time ago. I went out to a restaurant one night with my husband, and I was sitting there, and I watched every couple with their cell phones. And they were on their cell phones, but they were on a date. How is that a date? They're on they're preoccupied with a cell phone instead of having an actual conversation with the person that they're having dinner with or the person that they're supposed to be having a conversation with. How in the hell are you supposed to get to know them? So I saw that and I was like, wow, that's weird. Because when my husband and I go out, the only reason I pick up my phone is to take a picture of food. I'm a food porn. So I like to take a picture, of the food and stuff. But then I went to the park and I was walking around the park and I noticed even every single person in the family had electronics and they were down like this, looking and doing their electronics and their Pokemon and whatever, and not even
It almost
spending
became
time
like
with
an
their
epidemic
own
or something. A technological epidemic. Yeah.
I have a question for traditional. Because like I'm very interested in this, like thinking that was like a better quality life and whatnot. So I have a question for you. Would you rather live for 30 quality years of life, like the hunter gatherer quality lifestyle, or would you rather live 75 years of our lifestyle?
I would rather live a quality life than a long life. I mean, a long life that's crap isn't really much of a life at all, is it?
So so you'd rather live a 30 years of a hunter gatherer lifestyle than 75 years of the lifestyle we have today?
Yeah,
I would too.
Well, hold on. If you, so you're saying though, like, if it were feasible, because the reality is that, again, with the level of mutational load that people have in our society, it would be likely a couple weeks in a hunter-gatherer lifestyle for somebody with the level of genetic fitness that I or 90% of other people now have.
Well, traditionally, why are you so down on your genetics? Like, why do you think they're so bad?
Because statistically, the chances that they're not are pretty slim, given that something like 95% of people have bad genes.
Maybe
I'm part of the other 5%. I don't know. It's possible.
Is there like a study on this or something, or it's like, what are you basing this off of? That most people have like bad genes.
I mean, I'll agree that there hasn't been a lot of selection.
There's an entire series of this has been actually something that's been studied since like the middle of the 20th century. There's a whole entire series of
what's the argument behind the genes in the individual are bad? Like, what's the argument about
that? They create basically that they tend to be poor at fighting off diseases, so they're weak and they're sickly, and they're typically, and it's physical and mental, because a lot of mental conditions have also a substantial genetic component as well, and mutations of the body and mutations of the mind tend to be correlated together. So typically you'll be inheriting both.
I mean,
but you're making an assumption about a maladaptive psychological trait in modern society also being maladaptive in a hunter-gatherer society. I don't think that's necessarily true at all.
It would be unless it was something that specifically would have had a purpose in hunter-gatherer society, which the mental health issues that we have typically would not.
I think a lot of the mental health issues are related to the environment and chronic stressors that people are in, and a lack of connection and a lack of meaning. I think if you put an average person with psychological issues into a hunter-gatherer society, like a clone of them, age one or whatever, I don't think they would necessarily manifest the same psychological issues. And
they would be less likely to, because let's take something like depression. Depression is about 40% genetic and about 60% environmental. So the 40% like genetic proclivity towards depression would be there, but it would be less likely to manifest, or if it does manifest, it would likely be less severe.
Yeah, sure. And then also like someone who's like out of their fucking mind, not able to like interact with society today, may be like a really accomplished shaman or something in a hunter-gatherer culture where they don't necessarily have a belief in reality and factual kind of existence. So
there's a couple of problems with what you just said. For one thing, the Mircea Eliade theory of shamanism has been imploded. Like it's not, that's an outdated theory. This idea that shamans are essentially just like crazy people, that it's more recent research in shamans has indicated that actually they tend to be people that are very, very mentally well put together, as they have to be, given that, they're getting pumped up on hallucinogens, all sorts of things that would totally fuck us up if we were not especially likely to be like mentally stable. So actually shamans would oftentimes be the most mentally stable.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like schizophrenic. I'm just talking about someone who has like a very narrative driven perspective on their life. I think shamans.
Well, how would that be a mental illness?
It's generally the case that in modern society, we want people who are very willing to accept top-down structures, very willing to play by the rules, very willing to do rote memorization, very willing to do very repetitive work, right? Shamans tend to be people who have like grand narratives for their experience and for other people's experience, and are willing to put on like an enormous amount of pageantry and stuff in order to get like something communicated to people, or in order to sell like a placebo cure so that people go into a treatment feeling like they have an enormous amount of faith in the treatment that they're getting, which may have like marginal medical value, but because of the placebo effect and because of other disruptions in their life related to going to see a shaman and the treatments, may have a very beneficial impact on them. Right?
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to see eye to eye on this because I believe that the spirit world is real.
I mean, you'd make a great shaman then, right? But like, that's not going to help you get a job in like a life insurance company. Right?
Okay, I understand that there's people out there that like really cringe Redditors that think that that's a mental illness, but I don't accept that. I mean,
I was being hyperbolic when I said, someone who's like, I'm not talking about someone who's schizophrenic. I'm talking about someone who has like a materialistic kind of perception of the world.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean by the spirit world? Do you believe like if like the spirit world could talk to you with a voice in your head? Do you believe that?
I think that the spirits can manifest in people's lives. I mean, I think that they do. I believe that there's ghosts that visit people and things like that.
Okay, so you believe that the spirit world? Wait. You believe that the spirit world can talk to you in your head, voices in your head?
I don't think it's necessarily voices in your head. I think it's.
But do you think it could be
things that manifest in reality?
I mean, very simple, yes or no. Do you think it could be? Do you think that a spirit could talk to you with a voice in your head?
Theoretically, it's possible.
Yes.
So then we like there's a lot of schizophrenic people that are just maybe hearing spirit world talking to them, and we shouldn't be like fucking with them.
Could be.
We should just naturally
I think that's
we
some
should
people that
naturally
are
let the way.
schizophrenic.
So there's some
schizophrenia.
There's some people that are schizophrenic that should be just let out, and like when that voice is telling them that like, hey, this is us from the other side, this is God's angel, and we need you to kill this person. It's like we should just let them be, right? Like, because this is the spirit world talking to them.
No, not necessarily. First of all, you understand that like no indigenous cosmology, in fact, no cosmology that has any concept of the spirit world would say that everything that emanates out of the spirit world is something good that we ought to listen to. There's good spirits, there's evil spirits, all sorts of spirits.
That's correct.
Okay. Well,
so the ones that are saying
I really can't combat. Like, there's no way to debate spirit world.
I want to kill people. I want to hurt people. They're a danger to people and a danger to society. Therefore, they need to not be in society. They're dangerous to themselves and others.
I understand that. I'm just, my thing is I can't debate a spirit world. Like there's
traditional. Traditional. So I do have a question though.
Just roaming around.
I wonder.
I died. And I was in a coma for 4 days with zero brain activity, and I went to heaven. I ate from the tree of youth. I talked to God, and He said, "Tell my people I'm coming." That's all He said.
It was a preview.
Yeah, but
so
I understand this.
Like
I understand this, Betty, but I
like magnified like 50, maybe 500 times what we look at. Honestly,
I understand this. But the thing is, like, there's also like scientifical reasons for like hallucinations happening and whatnot, right? So
well,
wait. I'm not saying it was a hallucination. I'm not saying spirits aren't real. I'm not saying any of this. but there's no way for us to guarantee this. So this is like a conversation that's very hard to have, and like people aren't like really going to be able to engage with, because like a lot of people don't believe this whatsoever, right?
And just
I understand that people marinated in like the modern Western
the same thing
paradigm
as
of
what
that
everybody's
concept.
talking about is the same thing. It's
Hunter-gatherer
hypothetical.
society. No,
It's
hunter-gatherer
hypothetical.
societies
Like,
have
if
been
we
like
get bombed
studied.
tomorrow, how are we going to
Wait.
survive? It's hypothetical. You know,
No, but
if we
I
do
know,
this, it's
but we're talking
hypothetical.
about.
You know, it all
Yeah,
goes
no,
in
but
the
we're
same thing. It's all hypothetical. It's all everybody's
no.
opinion. People
No,
see the
no.
world differently.
No, I understand that, Betty, but we were talking about like hunter-gatherer societies, which was like a thing that we know for sure is a thing where like
a tribe.
With spirits, we can't prove a spirit. Like, I understand there's our anecdotal things, but we can't like scientifically prove it. You know what I'm trying to
We
say?
can't scientifically prove
There's
science.
been
You
a
know what I mean?
lot of
The problem is
scientific
you
proof.
don't want to go down this rabbit hole, because the reality is
There's
that
been a
you can't
lot of
empirically
scientific
prove that
proof.
we should use empiricism. You understand what I mean? Like
There's
finally
been a
you are going
lot
to
of
have to start
scientific proof. A lot of scientific proof. There's even been photographs of spirits. Like, there's a
Alleged
lot out there.
photographs, yeah.
Not allegedly. There is. There
Well,
really
okay,
is.
I'll engage with this for a second then. I'll engage with this for a second. What is the scientific proof of spirits?
That they actually do exist, and that our bodies are all made of energy. And when we leave our body, we go out, we're still energy. Energy runs off of your electricity, energy runs off of your technology, and spirits are able to actually communicate more now because of the technology, the lights and the things like that, because they're able to come through.
Hasn't it also been like scientifically proven that energy, like even after the human body dies, energy doesn't die. Like energy just roams around somewhere, like it still exists.
Correct.
Like
Energy never dies.
Never dies.
Energy never dies. Your body does, but the energy doesn't.
That emitted from you, it'll just like releases, and it's gonna be like out there forever. So,
well, the vast majority of the energy is bound up in the material components of your body, right? So, like, obviously, that's not going anywhere.
If that's the case, then is energy like, is spirituality energy then? Is that materialistic? Because that kind of takes the point away of spirituality, right? Like, spirituality is something that's not in this physical world.
Whatever body that you have, you live in it. When you leave this body, you are still energy. And if you want to connect with your loved ones or other people, you can do it through technology.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with spirituality? Like, because you said like scientifically spirituality could be proven, but then scientists would probably just argue that energy isn't spiritual; it's just energy or something else. So what I'm saying is that, like, well, yeah, that in itself
everything
doesn't.
in your being is energy.
But that in itself doesn't prove that spirituality exists. And I'm not saying I don't believe in it.
And you went to New York, you could actually, from the energy in your body, you could light up the whole state of New York from the energy of your body.
I've never heard that before. But like, either way, how does that prove that spirituality exists?
Because some people are able to hear them, see them, and some people are not.
But does that prove that spirituality exists?
Like, sometimes you might get a brand new light bulb and all of a sudden it just burns out, right? And something tells you, wow, what the hell was that? Or you might see something off the corner of your eye and you're like, what the hell was that? They'll let you know when they're there. They'll let you know. And sometimes it's people, even from your way past life, your angels, your spirit angels, warning you.
Yeah, but
hell, there's been times. One time I've seen Ryan Upchurch. I don't know if you guys know him, but he was playing a keyboard, and all of a sudden he's a country rapper, and all of a sudden he got shoved into his keyboard. There was nothing there.
I know this is all anecdotal though, right? Like, this is all anecdotal. Like, so energy never dies is like your example of like the scientific proof of.
Well, I can show you where I was on life support with zero brain activity. It's not a big deal. It's the facts.
No. I'm not saying that
when
never happened. I'm not saying that.
And where I went was so beautiful that I'm not afraid to die. I don't give a shit what happens in my world at this point, because when it happens, and because listen, we're only on borrowed time, okay? Everybody was born to die. Everybody. So whenever that time comes, I'm not afraid. I'm also not afraid of the dead. I'm afraid of the living.
The living are more capable of killing somebody as opposed to the dead. So I perfectly
okay. So
understand
for energy, right?
Life,
for energy, like it's both like electrical impulses and signals and chemical reactions, right?
Yes.
So this is like what our energy is, right?
Yes.
So is this what you would like consider that's our spirit, is our electrical impulses and signals and chemical reactions.
Yes.
And then like you would say that this takes some type of form after we die.
Yes.
A form that we can not see, but we sometimes have interactions with.
Yes.
But like the only thing that in science that would like even suggest this is the fact that like our electrical impulses and chemical reactions are passed on somewhere after we die.
Correct. Our soul is released, which is our energy.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, like I'm not like saying like it's just hard to say like well for me to just say no, right? Like I could say no because like science doesn't say this equals the spirit, right? But
that's
there's
also
like
going under go ahead.
There's I'm trying to
I was gonna say that's also like going under the belief that science can like comprehend spiritual energy and stuff. Like that's also going by that human logic. Like who's to say for sure if science can comprehend like spirits going?
I don't think it can. Was my point, right?
Right.
That was my point. It's like hard to like scientifically prove it where like we were when we're talking about hunter gatherer stuff. But yeah, this guy left anyways. He didn't like that conversation.
But yeah, I generally agree with that. That's why like
traditional.
Yeah, we did go ham on him though. We were going on it for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I was saying, the traditional, I mean the spiritual conversation, it gets hard to like debate about it. I'm not like saying there is no spirits or nothing like this, but it's just I know people like to debate it. It's all got to be like mostly anecdotal and whatnot, right?
That conversation can be just as heated as politics, if not like on the same level.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, religion and politics can get.
I actually wouldn't even debate about it. I just what I know, and that I wouldn't even debate about it.
I respect that mindset a lot. So.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I wouldn't choose to debate that either. But yeah, we've been going here for a long time on this one. Where's Ben? Did Ben leave completely out of here too? Yeah, he's out of here too.
I don't know why he left.
So,
it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's late. It's late. That's why. I get it. Not everybody streams as long.
I'm about to go to.
What time is it?
Yeah, I'm about to go to.
I mean, it's Saturday now, but it's 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's
how often
I just want to say thanks for having me on SpeakeaZy as usual. I appreciate that. Oh, have a good night.
Yes, sir. You have a good night too. All right. Do any of you have, besides Betty, do any of you have like a page where people can like find you, or were you just like just coming up to for the?
So I stream live on Twitch sometimes. I go by the username Sir Warmups. Sir Warmups, that's my username on Twitch. I collab with my buddy. Yeah, we do just a bunch of basic gaming videos together. We like stream like Destiny, Halo, all that stuff, and Yeah. Sir Warm-Ups. That's my Twitch username.
Sir.
All right.
Warm-Ups. Yeah. No space.
Like
all
the,
in one
like
word.
the name, like the word sir, and then warm-ups.
All together, no space. Yeah.
Words.
Okay.
Right.
Mine's
All
Betty
right.
Wash.
Wait, Betty. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. Thank you for giving me your takes, buddy. And yeah, we're gonna have some more of these in the future. So.
Is this gonna be uploaded to any like YouTube channel so I can look back at it? Or...
Yeah, it's actually it's on. Yeah, it's on.
It's
it'll
on
be
my
on
channel too.
Yeah, it'll be on her Zoomer debates, and
Gotcha.
my channel Escape with SpeakeaZy as well.
Awesome. All right. Yeah.
It's all over.
Yeah,
the
it was
place.
nice talking to you guys.
Definitely look forward to having more of these debates.
Take
All right,
care,
guys.
man.
God bless y'all.
Matt, you got a page? No, you don't got a page, right? You've came up and talked to me before, but I don't think you have a page, right?
Yeah, no, I don't have a page though. If you guys want to go to Instagram, and go on Manases Amador, MANASES AMADOR, just follow me there.
I just got man. I just got man. I'm writing it down, but I just got man.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat real quick.
MAN.
You put it in the chat there.
All right, thank you.
All right, bro. Thanks for coming on,
go.
Doc. All right, Mark. You got anything up, or I know you're in my Discord and whatnot, but I don't know if you have anything up. Do you have anything up, or planning on doing anything?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not usually terribly interested in interacting with the public.
I feel special.
Yeah, I'm just here to be like a voice of science advisor.
No, I like it though. I like it, man. I've had good conversations with you.
Yeah.
Well, you'll catch them in my
really
Discord.
interesting conversation. I'm impressed with like how well the Sean Connery clips like generated conversation earlier.
Right?
I was
that's
skeptical
like
of that, but it worked out really well actually.
Right, and like we could do this more in the future. I think this is a good thing to do. You know, it was actually like I'm gonna give a rare W for Ben for telling me.
Yeah, it might be the first dub I hand out to Ben, but it was a good idea. I also really like the paring down the channel into like smaller numbers of people. Like just dynamically shifting people in and out of backstage was actually like a really cool effect.
Yeah, and like how I pulled more people up at a time, it was actually like I think it worked out. And Ben's loud ass wasn't here to fuck it up.
Yeah. I was skeptical at first, but that actually worked out really well. I think you should do more of it.
Fuck yeah, and like they made me a sucker for the StreamYard shit. It's actually I kind of like it.
Yeah, I've never seen this program before, but it worked well.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool, man.
All right, doggy. All right, Betty. Let them know where to find you.
You can find me at Betty Washam's Reactions. I react to different videos that are on the interweb, and I just give my opinion, whether it be good, whether it be bad, and yeah, that's just me.
All righty. All right, Betty.
Thank you, SpeakeaZy. You have a fantastic night. Go to sleep. I know you've been up over 24 hours at this point, and you are exhausted. And thank you so much for having me up. I appreciate it. I wish Ben wouldn't have left. I've been trying to chat with Ben for quite some time, but every time I come in, he runs. Every time. I'm not.
I'm gonna make him come talk to you. I'm gonna make him talk to you soon then.
Yeah, he needs to, because like he definitely, even when I went in the Discord and him and his wife were having an argument, I was in there 1 minute and boom, he rage quit. I was like, damn. It's every time. And if he's on Grace's, boom. It's just, I don't really get to chat.
All righty.
Anyway, you have a good night, honey. And I don't know, I'll probably stop my stream, but it was a great conversation. And yeah, I mean.
All righty.
I'll see you soon.
I'll talk to you after. Yeah. Bye. See ya. All right, everybody. All right, listen. I'm gonna end this. I don't know if the Ben and Grace are sleeping already. So I'm gonna get this ended. Listen, make sure you go to on YouTube, Zoomer Debates, Ben Thorpe, Grace Thorpe, Escape with SpeakeaZy. That's me. Yeah, there's gonna be more of this shit. Yeah, I'm gonna continue streaming on my channel. I guess I'll put my channel in that side chat there for you. If you want to come to my stream, I'm gonna continue streaming just to react to some stuff. That's what I do. Break stuff down, a little bit of red pill shit, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So if you want to do that, hit the link there. Listen, love you guys. Take care. I'm gonna end this.